হ্যালো স্যার, শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
হ্যালো।
হ্যাঁ স্যার, শুনতে পাচ্ছেন?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে।
ওকে স্যার।
আমারটা কি যাচ্ছে?
হ্যাঁ, শোনা যাচ্ছে স্যার।
আমারটা পরিষ্কার শোনা যাচ্ছে, তাই তো?
হ্যাঁ স্যার।
বাস, ঠিক আছে।
Krishnendu,
হ্যাঁ, গুড মর্নিং স্যার, গুড মর্নিং।
গুড মর্নিং স্যার।
good morning. Audible?
ইয়েস, অডিবল,
Yes, sir.
ভেরি ভেরি মাচ অডিবল।
Acha, acha.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Sagar Babu, good morning. Sagar Babu, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, sir.
Yes, carry on.
Can we start the session, sir?
Just a minute, sir. So you can start the
Yes.
entering first.
Okay. Saptadipa?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
May I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, you can start.
A very good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure to extend to you a very warm welcome on behalf of Food and Nutrition of University of Kolani, who has clubbed all of us for the webinar on Environmental Food Health Nexus under Changing Global Scenario. My name is Shaptadipa Mojumdar, a student of MSc Food and Nutrition Department, and I am going to be the host for today's session. I really appreciate you taking time off your busy schedule to join us today. We hope it will be an informative and a fruitful session. Just before we get started, I want to tell you that if you have any questions during presentation, please type them into chat box and I will bring them up after each and every presentation. Now, without further delay, I will like to invite our Joint Secretary, Dr. Jyotindranath Bhakto. Sir, please.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yes,
Sir.
sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
So very good morning, everybody. As a protocol, I am again going to honor to the respected persons, our Honorable Vice Chancellor and Pro-Vice Chancellor, respected Dean, special guest, distinguished auxiliaries, and their colleagues, participants, students, research scholars, and ladies and gentlemen. So today is the second day of our webinar for the celebration of National Nutrition Week. The title of the webinar is the Environment, Food, Health Nexus under Changing Global Scenario. So this is really very much timely topic for the arrangement of these types of programs, and it is very much relevant to the global scenario of COVID-19 pandemic. Our speakers are very much eminent research scientists. Today's core speakers are very much eminent scientists. They are illuminating speech today for the audience. I think every people will get some informative information from this webinar. So I am again going to welcome to our special guest and also special guest. Maybe my slide is visible, okay? Am I asking? My slide is visible? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'm giving some welcome again today's some special speakers and also special guest, Professor Sagar Sannal. He is very much associated with our new Department of Food and Nutrition, and he is always attached to our teaching and education systems. I am also getting huge supports from his activities and his experiences. So again, I would like to warm welcome to Professor Sagar Sannal and also today's other speakers from the Oslo, Norway, Professor Asim Kumar, Dr. Rai. Warm welcome for giving their busy schedules and accepting our invitation to deliver their illuminating speech. And also to warm welcome to Professor Sukarna Sannal from Uppsala University, Sweden. I extend my heartiest thanks to the Professor Sukarna Sannal for accepting our invitation and also giving their busy schedules. And also warm welcome to the Professor Devidas Ghosh from the University, Vidyasagar University. I am also heartiest thankful to Professor Ghosh for arranging his time from his busy schedule and accepting our invitation for deliver a speech. And also warm welcome to Dr. Sayantan Energy for giving a very much time from his very much tight schedule, and also thank for accepting our invitations. And now I'm asking to our Saptadipa, please invite to our very much nearest sir and guide from of the Department of Food and Nutrition, Professor Sagar Sanal. Please, Saptadipa.
Thank you, sir. Now, I would like to invite Professor Sagar Sanal to share his thoughts. Professor Sanal is the retired professor of West Bengal University of Animal and Fishery Sciences, Kolkata, and is the pioneer of Food and Nutrition Department of University of Kolkata. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, Saptadipa, for giving me the mic for the next session. The Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor M.K. Sanal, Honorable Pro-Vice Chancellor, Professor Gautam Pal, Honorable Dean, Faculty of Science, Professor K.K. Sarkar, Professor B.B. Jana, Professor J.K. Banerjee, Dr. J.N. Bhakto, and others dignitaries, scientists, researchers, students. It is my pleasure that I was invited in this August gathering in relation to the international webinar jointly conducted by Department of Ecological Studies and Department of Food and Nutrition of Kolkata University. The theme of the webinar is very pertinent to the present global scenario and a useful alarm for researchers, stakeholders, and others. Now, in this regard, my thinking is that the present situation is like a cyclic hexagonal structure where we have sucked into it and there is no exit or escape route. This ring is consist of, from the number one position, that industrialization, sinking of agricultural land and forest, environmental changes, global warming, food shortage, and natural calamity and economic slowdown. In this benzene type hexagonal ring, a side chain R is added at the fifth position. What is R? R is the make-up economy in post-COVID situation. Government will relax everything to make up the loss of the GDP and allow everything from industry, deforestation, and so on. There will be no relaxation of stringent law regarding environmental ecological balance. There is not, this scenario is not in India, but all the developing countries. There will be a catastrophic damage to the environment vis-a-vis food scarcity and human health. So, in a nutshell, this is my view regarding this seminar, and I will not going to lose any time for the precious lecture by the eminent scientists and professors from the different parts of the world as well as India. So I like to thank the organizers and especially Dr. Bhakto for inviting me in this webinar. Thank you to all.
Thank you so much, sir. Viral infections have been cause of mortality for centuries and continue to endanger the lives of many. specifically of younger population. Vitamin D has long been recognized as crucial element for skeletal system in our body. But recent evidences has predicted that vitamin D plays an essential role in immune response against viral infections. To know more about this field, I will like to invite Dr. Debidas Ghosh. He is the professor and HOD of Biomedical Laboratory Science and Management of Vidyasagar University and is an active member of several international organizations like Mirnapur Rehabilitation Center for Children, Indian Red Cross Society, Indian Society of Biomedical Scientists, and Indian Science Congress. He was awarded with P.B. Shen Gold Medal Research from Physiological Society of India, Young Scientist Research Award, and many more. Dr. Ghosh is the author of 200 research papers and book chapters, edited several books, and guided more than 15 PhD students till date. Thank you so much, sir, for coming and bestowing us with your presence. Welcome, sir.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your nice introduction. Okay, please provide 1 or 2 minutes for this slide presentation.
Dr. Bhakto. Hello, sir. Dr. Bhakto.
Hello.
Sir, please close your presentation.
Yes, okay, thank you, sir.
Okay, okay.
Yes. Visible now.
So good day all of you, and I offering my heartiest thanks and gratitude to the organizer of this international webinar, especially the Honorable Vice Chancellor and the Pro Vice Chancellor and Dr. Sagar Channel and others also. Today I like to give some information about the vitamin D as immunomodulator, with special reference to COVID-19. Now you know that COVID-19, that is the RNA virus, enveloped virus. There are so many glycoprotein spikes and the single-stranded positive sense RNA. And it has also so many variants. There is alpha, beta, gamma, and delta. We have already completed the second wave, and we are now waiting for this third wave, that is the delta variant. And this COVID-19, that is the SARS-CoV-2 virus, which is the contagious microorganism, and it is responsible for contagious disease. Now, first of all, I like to focus that what is the relation between the nutrition and health. Health, you know, that is the physical, social, mental, and emotional well-being of the individual. Besides this, the sound health is also responsible for the adjustment or adaptation to the environment. When an individual is unable to adjust or adapt to the altered macro or micro environment, then we may say that his health status is not fine. And this health status is also maintained by that nutrition status. And out of these nutrients, some of the nutrients are most important from the viewpoint of immunomodulation, that is the defensive activity of the body. And we like to focus that defensive activity of this body from the viewpoint of the nutrient, that is the immunomodulators. And we like to focus that is the vitamin D as potent immunomodulator with perspective from COVID-19. Now, undernutrition, that is, it is also associated with the health disorders. Overnutrition, that is, the obesity, is also associated with the health disorders. So many non-communicable diseases like diabetes, cardiovascular disease, infertility, gout, all are known as lifestyle or food style disorders. Now, the nutrients which are responsible for immunomodulation. There is a positive immunomodulation or immunoenrichment or immunoempowerment. These nutrients are also the part of our lifestyle and the food style. And due to that immunomodulation, both the two wings, that the cellular and the humoral immunity, are also enriched. And thereby, the individual can able to fight against so many infectious disease as well as contagious disease. Now, what are the different components of that lifestyle or work style from the viewpoint of human behavior? You also know that we also follow so many events of the social engineering. And under this social engineering, the major events to prevent the spreading of that contagious disease are the physical distancing, hand washing, mask wearing, symptoms monitoring. These four are most important components of the human behavior to resist that contagious disease. Another component under human behavior to fight against that contagious disease is the immunoboosting. And we like to focus on that immunoboosting. So why immunoboosting, immunomodulation is important in our country? We know that immunomodulation is the most important way to develop the herd immunity, which is known as the population immunity, which is known as the community immunity. And the percentage of the community members which will be immunized to resist the spreading of a particular contagious disease is also differ from one another. From the mathematical prediction, it has been noted that 78% of the community members, if are immunized, that means if they can able to develop immunity against that COVID-19, then the spreading of this contagious disease in our community can be prevented. And that immunity development can be performed by two ways. That is, one is known as the vaccination, and another one is known as the nutrient supplementation for immunomodulation. So we like to focus that immunomodulation by nutrient. First one is that in our country, where the economic condition is not so good, not so enough like the developed countries, and the healthcare system is not well developed like the developed countries. So, if we fight against that contagious and pandemic COVID-19, the immuno-enrichment, immune empowerment, immune enhancement of the community member is an indisputable way for such fighting. Second point is that we are also living in a heavily crowded country where the population density is very high. And from such high density nation, that social engineering, that is the physical distancing as well as mask wearing, we are unable, not so enough to fight against that COVID-19. So, beside this human engineering steps, we can try to develop our immune empowerment, immunoboosting, by changing the food style, by changing the lifestyle. Then it is also another process for such fighting. And third point, that economic condition is not so good, we have already mentioned it. And from that point of view, that immunomodulation is very much essential. Now, what are the different features of the immunoboosting? Now, immunoboosting is not an overnight job. That means if we take nutrients today and if we think that immunoboosting will be noted tomorrow, no, it is not possible. It is a long-term job. It requires so many months for immunoboosting by nutrients. So it is not an overnight job. Next point, no medicine till now for immunoboosting. Only the environmental factor, that is the food, that can able to develop the immunoboosting. So it is also the one of the nexus between the environment, health, and nutrition. It is very helpful against the viral infection. Why? because you know there are so many antibiotics that can able to resist the different bacterial infection, but not the viral infection. Only the viral infection can be resisted by immune enhancement. So this is the most important point to fight against that COVID-19. Another point is that food style and lifestyle modification is an important way for immunoboosting. And that immunoboosting is the only way to develop the herd immunity, community immunity, public immunity, so that we can primordial prevention, primary prevention, secondary prevention, and tertiary prevention. Out of these four tiers, the primordial prevention and primary prevention that can be performed by nutrition modulation, by modification of food style, by modification of the lifestyle. Adopt he can able to perform this primordial prevention and primary prevention. Primordial prevention, that is the lifestyle modification, food style modification, and the we can able to, and with that sharing of this knowledge, we can able to give some information and educate the common people. And due to such education and communication, we can able to change his or her attitude. And that attitude can able to change the behavior. And that is known as a CAP model. K for knowledge, A for attitude, and P for practice. So information, education, and communication, that is the primary prevention, where the nutritional expert plays an important role in such pandemic situation, by which we can able to upgrade the knowledge of the common people and change their attitude. We also help to grow their health-friendly attitude and health-friendly practices, so that the immunoboosting or immunomodulation can be conducted very quickly. Now, for the health promotion, I have already mentioned that health education is one of the pillars, health education. And this health education, as well as nutrition intervention program, we can able to upgrade our immune activity. Similarly, lifestyle and behavioral changes is also another factor for such immunomodulation. And another one, that the environmental modification is also another approach for immunomodulation. That means by proper sanitation, by proper hygiene, we can able to do it. And I have already mentioned that knowledge, attitude, and practice, that the lifestyle and behavioral change, which is responsible for the induction of health-friendly attitude and behavior, and such social behavioral changes are collectively known as social engineering, and that social engineering, including immunoboosting by the modification of food style and lifestyle, is the most important aspect for COVID-19 situation. Now, we like to focus that vitamin D for public health upgradation in this pandemic situation. This vitamin D is not only a vitamin, but also it is a hormone. It is a hormone. It is a steroid hormone. And we know that vitamin D is responsible for bone calcification, for dentation. But besides this, the non-classical function of the vitamin D is immune activity, immunoboosting activity. And we like to focus that non-classical function of vitamin D for immune enhancement in this pandemic situation. Now, 70% of daily requirement of the vitamin D in adult, it is about 600 IU per day. 70% of daily requirement of vitamin D, we can able to collect it from sunlight exposure. Vitamin D, there is no cost. So it is a cost-free nutrient. We can able to get it from sunlight exposure. And under UVB light exposure, having the wavelength of 290 to 350 nanometer, of this vitamin D by sunlight exposure. Now, total body exposure is not needed to the sunlight for this vitamin D synthesis. Only 20 to 30% exposure of the body under sunlight is sufficient for such requirement or such level, such amount of vitamin D synthesis. Now, what is the time of the day, which is the optimum time for vitamin D synthesis, which is the most favorable time for vitamin D synthesis in our skin? It is 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. The idea was not clear. At the previously, we already said that before 8 a.m., if we expose our skin on the sunlight, then the vitamin D synthesis will be enhanced. But that idea to 10 a.m. to individual, then we can able to synthesize vitamin D 70% of RDA. But in the dark skin individual, 5 to 10 minutes extra required, because you know that in dark skin melanin level is high and that can able to absorb a significant portion of the UVB light. And for this reason, more time exposure is needed for the dark skin. Minutes per day or 1 to 1.5 hours per week. That is enough for vitamin D synthesis. Now, from serological study, it has been indicated that 70 to 80% of Indians are suffering from vitamin D deficiency. 70 to 80%. So, if we follow this lifestyle, if we expose our body about 15 to 20 minutes from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m., then we can able to raise our vitamin D level in our plasma, and thereby the immunity power will be increased, and it also acts as an immunoboosting. Now, aged are more susceptible for this deficiency. Why? Aged individual. Why? And you know that COVID-19, that the aged are very much susceptible to that. Aged individual are very much susceptible to that COVID-19. Why? From that vitamin D study, it has been noted that above the age of 50, the vitamin D level is significantly less than the mid-aged individual. And the reason is that aged individual above the age of 60 or more than that, they are mainly confined in the room and not exposed to the sunlight. This is their inherent nature. Number two, skin epithelial cells, that is the keratinocyte cells, which are present in the lowest layer of the epidermis, that is the stratum basale and stratum spinosum. These are the two layers of the epidermis, where the keratinocyte cells are present, and which are responsible for the conversion of 7-deoxycholesterol to cholecalciferol. So these keratinocyte cells become inactive in such aged person. And third reason is that biotransformation of vitamin D, then the cholecalciferol first undergoes the hydroxylation in liver, and from 25 hydroxycholecalciferol, and the hydroxylase enzyme in the hepatocyte cells above the age of 50 is also decreased. So these are the three reasons why the vitamin D is significantly less than the mid-aged individual. And for this reason, they are also one of the most important reasons is that these aged individuals are also susceptible for COVID-19. Now, this vitamin cholecalciferol, you know that the pre-vitamin D3, it is a pre-vitamin D3, and 7-deoxycholesterol, which is synthesized in keratinocytes, is known as the pro-vitamin D3. So from pro-vitamin D3, that the 7-deoxycholesterol, it is converted into pre-vitamin D3 cholecalciferol, and then this cholecalciferol undergoes biotransformation, and ultimately it forms active vitamin D3, that is 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol, and it is responsible for enhancement of immunity. Now, this is a flowchart of that vitamin D3 in keratinocyte, that's the pro-vitamin D3, that's the 7-deoxycholesterol, and under UVB light, it is converted in the cholecalciferol, that is the pre-vitamin D3, And then in liver by hydroxylation, it formed 25 hydroxycholecalciferol, which is known as calcifidiol or calcidiol. We measured 25 hydroxycholecalciferol in plasma, not 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol. And what is the normal level of this 25 hydroxycholecalciferol? That is the 20 to 30 nanogram per ml. When this level is more than 150 nanogram per ml, then vitamin D3 toxicity is also noted. You know it is a fat-soluble vitamin, so there is no chance for the excess elimination through urine. It raises toxicity. And it raises hypercalcemia. That the calcium level in blood is increased. And that results calcification of the soft tissue. It may result several renal problems, including renal stone. So, common people may raise that if we expose to the sunlight hours after hours of toxicity of vitamin D3, no, there is no chance, because there is a most important defensive process which is going on in that skin. That is keratinocytes. When cholecalciferol, that the pre-vitamin D3 is synthesized at the sufficient level, that is the required level, it also exerts a feedback inhibition for this conversion of the provitamin D3 to pre-vitamin D3. And at that time, 7-dehydrocholesterol are converted into lumisterol, techisterol, suprasterol 1, and suprasterol 2. And as a result, there is no chance for the vitamin D toxicity due to long duration of sunlight exposure. And it has been proved by the fact that when the vitamin D3 is measured in the daily worker, like in farmers or the other workers who are engaged in construction and exposed to the sunlight hours after hours, it has been indicated that their vitamin D3 that the 25 hydroxycholecalciferol is just above the normal range, maximum 50 nanogram per ml, 50, that is 1/3 of the toxicity, and their level is significantly high than the individuals who are engaged in room hours after hours, who are not exposed to the sunlight. And those individuals of that community are susceptible to that COVID-19. If you study, if you collect some data from that society, the individual who are reside in complexes, who are reside in so many high-story buildings, they are affected by COVID-19. But the individuals, farmers who are exposed to sunlight day after day due to such profession, that is the incidence rate of COVID-19 is very less. So this is the fact which also focus the role of vitamin D3 to fight against that COVID-19. Now, we like to focus on vitamin D and immunity. First one, vitamin D, I have already mentioned, that is transformed into 25 hydroxycholecalciferol in liver, and that is transferred into 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol by 1-hydroxylase in the renal tissue. But recently it has been noted that the renal cells are not only responsible for such hydroxylation at the time of that cholecalciferol. Immune cells like T cells, T lymphocytes, macrophage, antigen-presenting cells like dendritic cells are also responsible for the conversion of 25 hydroxycholecalciferol to 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol. And these 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol can able to execute its role for immunomodulation. Now, how it can able to perform this immunomodulation? At the molecular level, it has been noted that vitamin D that can able to bind with receptor, that is a protein which is known as the vitamin D receptor, VDR. Now this VDR binds with retinoic X receptor, RXR, and from a heterodimer. And this VDR-RXR heterodimeric complex has an important role in nutrigenomics. That the nutrient can able to switch on and switch off the different genes, which is known as nutrigenomics. So that vitamin D and RXR, VDR and RXR heterodimeric complex can able to bind the vitamin D response element, VDRE, that is the vitamin D response element of the two specific genes. One is known as catalycidin antimicrobial protein, CAMP, not cyclic AMP, CAMP, that is the catalycidin antimicrobial protein, that is the left-hand side. So that VDRE, that is after binding of VDR-RXR with VDRE, that is the vitamin D response element of this gene, it can able to upregulate, it can able to switch on the catalycidin antimicrobial protein gene expression, which is known as host defensive peptide. Now, this gene is consist of 1963 base pair. And this gene is located in human chromosome, third chromosome, P-arm21 locus. And this gene is also 4 exons and 3 introns. By translation, this gene can able to synthesize host defensive peptide, that is the catalycidin antimicrobial protein having 18 kilodalton. Now this catalycidin, by transcription and translation, what are the roles of this catalycidin? Catalycidin actually suppresses the replication of the virus. It also prevents the different enzymes, especially the transcriptase enzyme of the SARS-CoV-2, and thereby in host cells, the replication of this SARS-CoV-2 is prevented. Catalycidin can able to stimulate the chemotaxis. And due to such chemotaxis, the migration of the phagocytic cells to the site of infection would be enhanced. And thereby, that infected zone would be encircled by the phagocytic cells, which is the most important part of the immunomodulation. Catalycidin also stimulates and trigger the conversion and differentiation of B lymphocyte to plasma cells. And as a result, it can able to produce immunoglobulins, IgG, IgD, IgA, IgE, etc. This catalycidin can able to stimulate the diapedesis. We know diapedesis, that is the movement of the phagocytic cells from the capillary bed to the tissue space where the infection has been noted. So due to the diapedesis, enhancement of the diapedesis, the polymorphonuclear leukocytes, that the neutrophil phagocytic cells, would be migrated from capillary bed to the tissue space, and they can able to fight against that microbial agent. And that catalycidin also stimulates the phagocytic, enhance the phagocytic index. In mice model, it has been noted that by knockout study, that means if the vitamin D receptor gene is deleted from the mice genome, vitamin D receptor gene is deleted, which is known as gene knockout mice, VDR gene knockout mice. It has been noted that if we supplement the vitamin D to that mice, its immunity pattern, that is the chemotoxis, phagocytic, diabetes, all are decreased. So this study indicates that vitamin D receptor, after binding of the vitamin D, plays an important role for such immunomodulation. That is also upregulated by vitamin D is known as human beta defensive 2 protein. And that is gene, human beta defensive 2 gene expression is enhanced. It is 2008 base pair gene. And this gene is present in 8th chromosome, P-arm, and locus is 23.1. By transcription and translation, that human beta defensive 2 protein, it consists of 64 amino acid residue with molecular weight 43 kilodalton. Now, what is the role of this human beta defensive 2 protein? It is viral envelope punching. You know that SARS-CoV-2 is an envelope virus. So that envelope is punched. And due to the punching, you know that punching machine can able to punch the different papers. So similarly, HBD2 can able to punch the envelope of that SARS-CoV-2. And as a result, the integrity of the envelope is destroyed. And due to such destruction of this envelope, due to such cytoarchitectural modification of that envelope of the SARS-CoV-2, its binding affinity to the ACE2 receptor at the lungs, at the cardiac tissue, at the infection can be minimized. So this study, if we present this block, that this is the macrophage cell, this is the macrophage cell, and here 20 cholecalciferol come here, and it is converted into 125 dihydroxycholecalciferol. The VDR that result the cathelicidin, human beta defensive 2 protein, which are the upregulated. And this vitamin D can able to downregulate the another gene, which is known as that is the NF-kappa B. NF-kappa B, nuclear factor kappa B, which is a transcription factor. This transcription factor is known as pro-inflammatory factor. It is responsible for enhancement of the interleukin 6 gene. Interleukin 16, and thereby the interleukin 6 level would be elevated, which is responsible for pro-inflammation. So NF-kappa B would be downregulated by the vitamin D. And these are the cathelicidin role that I've already mentioned. Cathelicidin, that the vascular permeability is increased, proliferation of the T and B cells are increased, and this is the HBD that raises the punching of the envelope of this virus. And thereby we can able to defend against this SARS-CoV-2. Now, another one is that vitamin D. You know that T lymphocytes are also several types. There are the killer T lymphocytes, memory T lymphocytes, suppressor T lymphocytes, helper T lymphocytes. Now, T helper 0 cells, which is converted to TH helper, that is the helper T1 cells or helper T2 cells, helper type 2 or type 1. But vitamin D, if it's present, then with the help of vitamin D receptor and with the help of nutrigenomics, it can able to suppress, that the inhibit, this is the minus, inhibit the production of helper type 1 T lymphocytes. And you know that helper 1 type 1 helper T lymphocytes is responsible for the generation of pro-inflammatory cytokines, that is the interleukin 6, 8, 12, 17, tissue necrotic factor alpha, NF-kappa B, and TNF-gamma. So these are reduced by the low production of helper type 1 T lymphocytes under the guidance of vitamin D. As a result, cytokine storm would not be developed if vitamin D present in sufficient level. But if vitamin D is not present in sufficient level, then under COVID-19 infection, the migration of TH1 cell is differentiated into TH1 cell, and thereby all such pro-inflammatory cytokines should be produced in high level. That results cytokine storm. And that cytokine storm is responsible for MOF, that is the multi-organ failure. It is a result of renal failure, heart failure, lungs failure, etc., etc. Now, if we study their role, so this is the way, that is the, if suppose this is the macrophage, this is the COVID-19, and this is the vitamin D deficiency, then this is the pro-inflammatory cytokines is dominated condition. And that pro-inflammatory cytokines dominated condition results the cytokine storm. But when vitamin D is present in sufficient level, at the right hand side, if the vitamin D is present in sufficient, it's responsible for the synthesis of anti-inflammatory cytokines. 7 to 10 days required for this shifting from pro-inflammatory cytokine, that the left arm to the right arm, if vitamin D is present. So this inflammatory scenario also present that vitamin D is also responsible for the conversion of pro-inflammatory, sorry, to anti-inflammatory type. So vitamin D polarizes this adaptive immune system away from type 1 helper towards the type 2 helper, and as a result, pro-inflammatory is converted into anti-inflammatory type. Now, another way, that is vitamin D also inhibit the intracellular toll-like receptor 9. You know toll-like receptor TLR in human. And some of the TLR are cell surface and some of the TLR are intracellular. Vitamin D mainly inhibit the intracellular toll-like receptor 9 expression, and as a result, this toll-like receptor induced interleukin 6 production in human monocytes would be decreased. So by this way, vitamin D also plays an important role for the prevention of pro-inflammation. And this is the actually toll-like receptor. There is a co-receptor of CD14. Vitamin D binds with this toll receptor along with the CD14, and that can able to stimulate the macrophage. Where the virus through toll-like surface receptor can able to also control the macrophage. If vitamin D is not present in sufficient level, then this left side activation would be recessive in type, and the right side viral protein would be dominated through the signal transduction to the macrophage and monocyte cell through surface toll-like receptor. And as a result, the pro-inflammation would be enhanced. But if vitamin D is present, then anti-inflammation would be dominated, and it can able to synthesize antimicrobial peptide like cathelicidin that I have already mentioned, and thereby the fighting against that COVID-19 can be conducted by such immunoboosting. So these are the different papers about that cathelicidin and that vitamin D and immunoresponse. I do not go in details about that. Now another role of the vitamin D, this is the most important one. The vitamin D, this circle is the vitamin D. Now vitamin D binds with the vitamin D receptor, and that gene of the vitamin D receptor is present in the 12th chromosome Q arm, 13.11 location. Vitamin D prevents the renin synthesis first, and as a result, angiotensin level would be decreased, and thereby the angiotensin 2 level would be decreased, and so the vasoconstriction would not be noted. Side by side, vitamin D can able to prevent the angiotensin converting enzyme, ACE. And this gene is located in the chromosome 17th chromosome Q arm 23 location. So by nutrigenomics, vitamin D can able to prevent the angiotensin converting enzyme gene expression, and thereby angiotensin 2 level is decreased. And thereby the vasoconstriction would not be noted. Now side by side, stimulate the enzyme 2, not ACE, ACE2, which is also the subfamily of ACE. And due to the stimulation of ACE, this gene is located in the X chromosome. This is the sex chromosome, X chromosome PR. And due to the ACE2 stimulation, the angiotensin 2 would be converted into the angiotensin 1 to 7, and it results vasodilatation. Results by this way pulmonary vasodilatation, and thereby oxygen saturation would be enhanced. But COVID-19, that is the SARS-CoV-2 virus, can able to bind with ACE2, and as a result, it also capture most of the surface ACE. There is the pulmonary epithelial cell surface receptor. Mind that. Angiotensin converting enzyme 2 is cell surface receptor, and thereby the angiotensin 2 would not be, as it is hijacked. This ACE2 hijacked by COVID-19, that is the SARS-CoV-2 protein. So angiotensin 2 would not be converted into angiotensin 1 to 7, and angiotensin 2 dominated scenario would be developed, and that results the vasoconstriction that also interfere the oxygen saturation in the lungs, and thereby in COVID-19 you know that oxygen saturation is decreased drastically. So I like to say that by health-friendly lifestyle adaptation and health-friendly food style adaptation, we can able to raise up the immunoboosting for the green vegetables, root vegetables, fruits, green tea, honey, fiber-rich food are very much important for immunoboosting. And immuno-weakening pattern, we must avoid the immuno-weakening food style where the fast food, junk food, preserved food, processed food are mainly responsible for that immuno-weakening. Similarly, we follow the health-friendly lifestyle, like the walking 30 minutes per day, sleep, and timely eating, timely wake up. These are the most important biorhythms. Under chronobiology, you know that in our body there are several biorhythms. And if we operate these biorhythms in proper manner, then neuro, endocrine, immuno, nexus is fulfilled. And due to such fulfillment of neuro, immuno, endocrine, nexus, the immunomodulation would be noted. And thereby, our lifestyle should be noted, should be conducted in a rhythmic manner. Sleep timely, eating timely, wake up timely, and walking for 30 minutes per day. Unhealthy lifestyle like physical inactivity, minimum sleep, irregular sleep, anxiety and awareness, irregular food eating, that should be avoided for our immune boosting. We have already mentioned that herd immunity, this is the model of the herd immunity, that is by immunoboosting we can avoid the herd immunity. This is the one model that here the immunized person are not present in this community. But when this community 1, after a few weeks, it is converted to community 2, phase 2, then several green circles are noted, which are known as the immunized person. Black are the healthy person, red color indicates that is the infected person. And if the immunoboosting is conducted further, then the immunized person, that is the green circles, are increased. And when we achieve about 75% to 80% of the community members that are immunized by that immunoboosting, then we can able to resist that COVID-19. The spreading would be decreased drastically. So in the phase 1, this is the rate of the spreading. In the phase 2, this is the rate of the spreading. And in the phase 3, this is the rate of the spreading. That the rate of the spreading is drastically decreased. And this is the another model of this, that is the herd immunity. This is another model of the herd immunity, that is here the herd immunity, that the immunized person are, no immunized person are here, but in the second phase, that the yellow color is the immunized person, and in the third phase, the immunized person are more. And in this phase, the herd immunity has been developed in the community. So our slogan from this lecture, I like to say, not fear, but hope. Fear is the most important culprit for immunoweakening. So not fear, but hope. Second slogan, the biggest virus is not the coronavirus, but the fear. Third slogan, our duty to stop panic. And fourth, live well, eat well, and be well. If we follow the health-friendly food style and lifestyle, then we can able to fulfill all. So thank you all about that. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. Have dropped numerous questions in Google Meet and YouTube channel box, but due to time shortage, I can only take 2 of them.
Only 1 or 2 questions, because I
Only 2 questions, sir.
Give the message to Professor Sagar Babu that from 1 p.m. there is a meeting with my vice chancellor. Okay.
Okay, so only 2 questions. Yes, sir. The question is there any role of vitamin D in T regulatory cell modulation?
Yes. I have already mentioned the T regulatory cell modulation, that is the T lymphocyte, and T lymphocyte, that is the T helper 0 cell to T helper 1, that is resistant. And T helper 0 to T helper 2, that migration is motivated by that vitamin D. And as a result, the T lymphocyte regulation, their differentiation, their charging, all are enhanced by that vitamin D. And thereby the cellular immunity is also enriched by the vitamin D.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Is there any question?
Yes,
may
so
ask
the next question is, in
Uh.
viral infection, what is the specific role of negative vitamin D responsive element?
No, negative vitamin D response element, no. I like to say vitamin D response element is a part of the gene. It is a part of the gene. So if VDR RXR bind with one another and form a heterodimeric complex, then it is bind with the specific gene of the cathelicidin or the human beta defensive gene, human beta defensive 2 protein, 2 gene. And that concerned part of the gene is known as vitamin D response element, VDRE. So it is a part of the gene where the VDR RXR can able to bind with it and form a transcription factor that can able to enhance that cathelicidin gene expression, human beta defensive 2 gene expression. Okay, but in COVID-19, if our vitamin D level is high, then this vitamin D response element can able to execute its function properly and show the humoral immunity through cathelicidin and human beta defensive D protein can be increased. And it is also positive humoral immunomodulation by vitamin D in COVID-19. Okay?
Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir, for your relevant lecture. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
This webinar is organized to celebrate National Nutrition Week. National Nutrition Week is observed every year from September 1st to 7th to raise public awareness about nutrition and healthy eating habits. Our Prime Minister Narendra Modi on 2018 launched Poshan Abhiyan, and September is celebrated as Poshan Month. No doubt, it is a flagship program to improve nutritional outcomes for children, pregnant women, and lactating mothers. This year, India celebrates Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to ensure speedy and intensive outreach. This entire month has been subdivided into weekly themes for focused and assimilated approach towards improving holistic nutrition. The first theme is plantation activity, as Poshan Vatika will be observed from September 1st to 7th. Second theme is yoga and Ayush for nutrition and will be observed from 8th to 15th of September. From 16th to 23rd, the theme is regional nutrition kit distribution. Lastly, from 24th to 30th of September, the theme is identification of severely acute malnourished children and distribution of nutritious food. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Jyotindranath Bhaktu, sir. Sir, please.
Sir,
Microphone off.
Sir, your microphone is switched off, sir.
We are really very much eager to meet with our special invited of the Science and Energy. He is already present with us, so we are not going to delay. So I ask to Krishnendu for introduction. Yes. Okay. Okay. Satyajita, you can try to present.
আছে না দুটো আছে
Now, I would like to invite Dr. Krishnendu Manna, coordinator and faculty of Food and Nutrition Department. Sir, please.
বডি টু বডি হলো কালো না
thank you, Saptadeepa, for inviting me. Saying few words. Distinguished delegates, I feel extremely humbled and it gives me immense pleasure to introduce the participants to the next speaker of this webinar, Dr. Sayantan Banerjee. For the unversed, I would like to state that Dr. Banerjee is not just any highly qualified physician or an active clinical researcher, but is regarded as a key force of our healthcare system in the management of the COVID situation during this ongoing pandemic. He has saved countless of lives through his unwavering and unselfish efforts. He believes in not just saving and reviving lives, but also provides enough motivation and positivity to his patients to return to their respective normal and healthy lives. Ergo, it is not surprise that he is prestigious fellow of Royal Society of Public Health with a DM degree in infectious disease from AIIMS, New Delhi, DNB and MD in clinical microbiology, and is an alumnus of Kolkata's best medical school, which is Medical College, from where he completed his MBBS degree. In addition to being an active clinician, he also served as the Director of Clinical Research at One Day Sooner organization between August to December 2020. Additionally, he has served as a consultant for the World Health Organization of Southeast Asia Regional Office in various capacities, as well as Infectious Disease Division in the ICMR, Indian Council of Medical Research. He was also an assistant professor of clinical microbiology, ESI PGMRS, MC, Kolkata, has a very extensive and impressive experience in this domain of clinical research. His several publications in highly prestigious peer-reviewed international journals have been cited several times in the clinical research domain that simply testifies his powers of an academician and renowned researcher. I take this opportunity to welcome Dr. Sayantan Banerjee again and thank him for consenting to be a part of this initiative for a better and social outreach. Dr. Banerjee, please, this dais is yours.
Thank you for inviting me into this webinar. Yesterday, I had a discussion with Professor Bhakto, the head of the department of your institution, regarding what should be my topic, because I am not a nutrition expert. I am neither an ecological expert. I have some degree of expertise in infectious diseases and COVID-19 in particular. So what kind of talk would be most popular and most effective for your students and teachers? So after discussion with Dr. Bhakto, I felt that, giving a glimpse of our experience with COVID-19 over the past almost 1.5 years, and how did we deal with the severe cases, what kind of interesting cases have we seen, and what were our most important challenges, as well as how the medical faculty in the West Bengal medical education services and the other public hospitals can collaborate with an non-medical university like that of yours, including the Department of Food and Nutrition, how we can work together and make the lives of patients better. I would just try to highlight on that, and I would try to make my talk informal, and I would like to invite questions from you. Just before beginning, I was just wanting to understand that, as we see that the participants are mostly Bengali in their mother tongue or more conversant language, do you want me to speak bilingually or in Bengali or completely in English?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You can.
Whatever. I'm comfortable in both, but if you think that
বাংলাতে বলতে পারেন স্যার, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, আমাদের পার্টিসিপেন্টসরা আছে, পার্টিসিপেট করতে পারে।
যদি কেউ বাংলায় এখানে বাংলা ভাষার সাথে পরিচিত না থাকেন বা অবাঙালি থাকেন, তাহলে আমাকে বললে আমরা ইংরেজিতেও কন্টিনিউ করতে পারি। বেসিক্যালি আমি ভেবেছিলাম যে আমরা একটা পপুলার টক দেব এবং করোনা ভাইরাস নিয়ে ডিসকাস করব, করোনা ভাইরাসে আমার এক্সপিরিয়েন্স নিয়ে। সেটা যেহেতু বেশিরভাগটাই পশ্চিমবাংলায়, বাংলায় গল্প করলে হয়তো সবার আরো একটু ইন্টারেস্টিং লাগবে। একটা এই প্রেজেন্টেশন শুরু করার আগে আমি জাস্ট একবার দেখে নিতে চাই যে আমাকে কি স্ক্রিন শেয়ারিং রাইটস দেয়া আছে?
ইয়েস স্যার, আপনাকে দেওয়া আছে, আপনি করতে পারেন স্যার।
আমি কি
প্রেজেন্ট নাও অপশন আছে স্যার, দেখুন একটু।
হ্যাঁ, প্রেজেন্ট নাও অপশন আছে, তাতে আমার স্ক্রিনটা শেয়ার হচ্ছে।
হ্যাঁ স্যার, হচ্ছে স্যার।
এখন কি আমার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা শেয়ার হচ্ছে না?
আচ্ছা, স্ক্রিনটা এসছে, আপনি প্রেজেন্টেশনটা একটু অন করুন, তাহলেই হবে। তা পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট বা আর কিছু থাকে?
স্ক্রিন শেয়ার অপশনে গেলে এখানে উইন্ডো বা ট্যাব এরকম দেখাচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, স্ক্রিন শেয়ার অপশনে গিয়ে আপনি পাওয়ার পয়েন্টটাকে জাস্ট অন করে দিন, মানে আপনার পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট যেটা আপনি ওপেন করে রেখেছেন ওটাকে জাস্ট ওপেন করুন, তাহলেই হবে।
Yes, coming.
আচ্ছা, না,
Visible, sir.
হ্যাঁ, আমি বেশি পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট ইউজ করতে চাইছি না আসলে, আমি মোর মানে ডাইরেক্ট কনভারসেশনই করতে চাইছি। এই পাওয়ার পয়েন্ট মোডে কি আমাকে দেখতে পাওয়া যাচ্ছে?
ইয়েস স্যার, আপনাকে দেখা যাচ্ছে।
আচ্ছা, সো এই কোভিড-19 আমাদের এক্সপেরিয়েন্সটা প্রথম শুরু হলো যখন প্রথম কোভিড-19 রিপোর্টেড হতে থাকে চায়না থেকে। ইনফ্যাক্ট চায়নাতে দেখা যায় ডিসেম্বর মাসে বেশ কিছু কেসেস অফ অ্যাটিপিক্যাল নিউমোনিয়া হচ্ছে। বেশ কিছু মানুষ এমনভাবে এফেক্টেড হচ্ছেন যাদের সিটি স্ক্যানে যে নিউমোনিয়ার ফাইন্ডিংটা সেটা টিপিক্যালি লোবার নিউমোনিয়া নয়, অনেক বেশি ছড়ানো, অনেক বেশি ইন্টারস্টিশিয়াল ডিস্ট্রিবিউশন বলি আমরা, হ্যাঁ, ছড়ানো একটা নিউমোনিয়া হচ্ছে অ্যারাউন্ড ডিসেম্বর মাসে চায়নার উহান প্রভিন্সের আশপাশে দেখা যেতে লাগলো। এবং পরিচিত যে নিউমোনিয়ার প্যাথোজেন বা ভাইরাল প্যাথোজেন গুলো বা ব্যাকটেরিয়াল প্যাথোজেন গুলো সেগুলো একটাও পাওয়া গেল না তার থেকে। সেই সময়টায় আমি বিশ্ব স্বাস্থ্য সংস্থার সাউথ ইস্ট এশিয়া রিজিয়নাল অফিসে কাজ করি। সেই সময় আমাদের প্রথম কোভিড-19 নিয়ে আলোচনার শুরু এবং তারপরে ভাইরাসটা আইডেন্টিফাইড হয় একটা করোনা ভাইরাস হিসেবে, এবং যখন ফুল ভাইরাসটা সিকোয়েন্সিং করা হয় অ্যারাউন্ড জানুয়ারিতে 2020 সালে, এবং তারপরে তো আপনারা জানেন সবটাই ইতিহাস। একজন ডাক্তার হিসেবে, একজন ক্লিনিশিয়ান হিসেবে কোভিড-19টা নিয়ে আমরা ভারী বিপদে পড়েছিলাম, যেগুলো আমি অল্প কয়েকটা বিপদের কথা আপনাদের সামনে স্ক্রিনে রেখেছি। প্রথমে যখন কোভিড-19 এলো কেউ কিচ্ছু জানে না ভাইরাসটার সম্বন্ধে। এটা বুঝতে হবে যে কেউ কিচ্ছু জানে না সারা পৃথিবীতে এরকম একটা অসুখ সারা পৃথিবীতে ছড়িয়ে পড়ছে, বা অন্যান্য মানে সমস্ত দেশে, সমস্ত রাষ্ট্রে, সমস্ত মহাদেশে ছড়িয়ে পড়ছে। এরকম একটা অসুখ কত ভয়ঙ্কর হতে পারে আমরা জানি না, যে কোন অ্যান্টিভাইরাল এতে কাজ করবে আমরা জানি না। এর আগের এক্সপিরিয়েন্স আমাদের এই সিভিয়ার করোনা ভাইরাস নিয়ে দুবার আমাদের এরকম এক্সপিরিয়েন্স হয়েছিল সিভিয়ার করোনা ভাইরাস নিয়ে। 2001-এ যখন প্রথম সার্স করোনা ভাইরাস, সিভিয়ার অ্যাকিউট রেসপিরেটরি সিনড্রোম, সার্স করোনা ভাইরাস চায়না থেকে রিপোর্টেড হয়েছিল, এবং 2013-তে যখন হজ যাত্রীদের মধ্যে প্রথম আরব থেকে, সংযুক্ত আরব আমিরশাহী থেকে মিডল ইস্ট রেসপিরেটরি সিনড্রোম করোনা ভাইরাস রিপোর্টেড হয়েছিল। দুবারই সার্স করোনা ভাইরাস এবং মিডল ইস্ট রেসপিরেটরি সিনড্রোম করোনা ভাইরাস দুটো ক্ষেত্রেই কিন্তু কোনো কার্যকরী অ্যান্টিভাইরাল পাওয়া যায়নি। এবং আমাদের কাছে যখন আমরা এই রোগটার এই কোভিড এর ট্রিটমেন্ট শুরু করি, কোভিড পেশেন্ট শুরু করি, তখন কিন্তু আমাদের কাছে কোনো কার্যকরী অ্যান্টিভাইরাল ছিল না, কোনো গাইডলাইন ছিল না, কেউ জানে না কিভাবে ট্রিট করতে হবে। সবাই শুধু একটাই জিনিস জানে যে পেশেন্ট গুলোর টাইপ 1 রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওর অর্থাৎ হাইপক্সিক রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওর হচ্ছে, হাইপক্সিয়া হচ্ছে, এবং সেই হাইপক্সিয়ার জন্য অক্সিজেন দিতে হবে। এটা ছাড়া প্র্যাকটিক্যালি আমাদের কাছে কোনো নলেজ ছিল না। এটা একটা বিশাল চ্যালেঞ্জ আমরা ফেস করেছিলাম অ্যাজ এ ক্লিনিশিয়ান। প্রথমে তো কোনো গাইডলাইন ছিল না, হ্যাঁ, একদমই এই যে আমরা আইসিএমআর গাইডলাইন, ডব্লিউএইচও গাইডলাইন, এগুলো আস্তে আস্তে অনেক সময় লেগেছে। প্রথমে তো আমাদের কাছে কোনো গাইডলাইন ছিল না। হঠাৎ করে এক একটা রিসার্চ স্টাডিজ উঠে আসতে লাগলো প্রথমে, হ্যাঁ, ফ্রেঞ্চ গ্রুপ কিছু রিসার্চ করলো, হঠাৎ করে দেখা গেল যে তারা বললো হাইড্রোক্সিক্লোরোকুইন হচ্ছে একটা প্যানাসিয়া, সবাই হাইড্রোক্সিক্লোরোকুইন ইউজ করতে শুরু করলো, কিন্তু তাতে আমরা হিতের থেকে বিপরীতই বেশি দেখেছি। হ্যাঁ, বিশেষ করে যাদের বিভিন্ন রকম কার্ডিয়াক ইলনেস, হৃৎপিণ্ডের সমস্যা রয়েছে, হ্যাঁ, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে এটা একটা বেশ কিছু কার্ডিয়াক সাইড এফেক্ট নিয়ে প্রেজেন্ট করেছে। তারপরে দেখা গেল যে যেহেতু এটা একটা আরএনএ ভাইরাস, দেখা গেল যে টেস্ট টিউবে ল্যাবরেটরিতে এইচআইভি বিরোধী একটা ওষুধ লোপিনাভির রিটোনাভির বেশ ভালো কাজ করছে। তো সেটা নিয়ে একটা প্রাইমারি এক্সাইটমেন্ট হলো, এবং প্রচুর চিকিৎসক এবং যারা চিকিৎসকদের আশপাশে থাকেন, খবর পেয়েছেন, স্বাস্থ্যকর্মী ইত্যাদি, তারা বাজার থেকে লোপিনাভির রিটোনাভির কিনে বাড়িতে স্টক করা শুরু করলেন। কিন্তু পরে দেখা গেল যে লোপিনাভির রিটোনাভিরও সেরকম ভালো কাজ করছে না। এরপরে বেশ কিছু অ্যানেকডোটাল এভিডেন্স আসতে থাকলো। মূলত প্রথম এলো বাংলাদেশ থেকে, তারপরে এলো উত্তরপ্রদেশে আমাদের ভারতবর্ষ থেকে, এবং তারপরে ফ্রেঞ্চ স্টাডি ডিডিএর রাউল্টের যে স্টাডিটা, হ্যাঁ, সেখান থেকে এলো যে আইভারমেকটিন, প্রবাবলি আইভারমেকটিন হচ্ছে একটা অ্যান্টি প্যারাসাইটিক ওষুধ। আপনারা নাম এতদিনে সবাই আইভারমেকটিনের নাম শুনেছেন। আশ্চর্যভাবে 2020 আগে আমরা কতজন পেশেন্টকে আইভারমেকটিন প্রেসক্রাইব করেছি, সেটা একেবারে হাতে গুনে বলা যাবে। হ্যাঁ, মানে আইভারমেকটিন আমরা ব্যবহার করেছি খুব সিভিয়ার স্কেবিজ এর ক্ষেত্রে, যে স্কেবিজ হাতে ইনফেকশন হয় বা সারা শরীরে চামড়ার ইনফেকশন হয়। হ্যাঁ, তারপরে বেশ কিছু প্যারাসাইটিক ইনফেকশন, স্ট্রঙ্গাইলয়েডিস, টার্কোরালিস ইত্যাদি ক্ষেত্রে আইভারমেকটিন ইউজ করেছি, কিন্তু এটা খুবই রেয়ার প্রেসক্রিপশন। বেশিরভাগ চিকিৎসকেরই আইভারমেকটিন প্রেসক্রাইব করার কোনো অভিজ্ঞতা ছিল না, হ্যাবিট ছিল না, এবং বেশিরভাগ ওষুধের দোকানে আইভারমেকটিন পাওয়া যেত না। আপনারা মনে করে থাকবেন যে প্রথম যখন আইভারমেকটিনের ক্রেজ শুরু হলো, সমস্ত গাইডলাইন গুলোতে আইভারমেকটিন আসতে শুরু করলো, দেখবেন যে তখন আইভারমেকটিন পাওয়াই যেত না প্রায়। কিন্তু পরবর্তীকালে উইথ ডিউ এভিডেন্স আস্তে আস্তে গত 6 মাসের মধ্যে আমরা বুঝতে শুরু করেছি যে আইভারমেকটিন বা আইভারমেকটিন এবং ডক্সিসাইক্লিনের কম্বিনেশন, হ্যাঁ, এইটারও খুব বেশি কোনো মানে এভিডেন্স নেই, এবং যাদের দেওয়া হয়েছে বা যাদের দেওয়া হয়নি তাদের মধ্যে সিভিয়ারিটি বাড়া বা কমার মধ্যে কোনো সেরকম তফাৎ হয়নি। এছাড়া যে কয়েকটা ওষুধ আমরা দেখেছি যে ভালো কাজ হয়েছে, তাদের নিয়েও ভারী মুশকিল। তাদের নিয়ে কি মুশকিলে পড়েছি আমরা? যেমন রেমডেসিভির এমন একটি অ্যান্টিভাইরাল যেটা গিলিয়াড বাজারে এনেছিল প্রথম এবোলার জন্য। হ্যাঁ, সেই রেমডেসিভির ওষুধটাতে দেখা গেল যে দারুণ ভালো টেস্ট টিউবে কাজ হচ্ছে ইনভিট্রো, এবং প্রথম যখন ওটাকে মার্কেটে আনা হলো, মুশকিল হলো যে ডব্লিউএইচওর যে একটি ট্রায়াল, সারা পৃথিবী জুড়ে ডব্লিউএইচও একটি ট্রায়াল শুরু করেছিল, সলিডারিটি ট্রায়াল। সলিডারিটি ট্রায়ালটার উদ্দেশ্য ছিল যে সারা পৃথিবীতে যারাই কোভিড ট্রিটমেন্ট করবেন তারা যদি ডব্লিউএইচওর এই 4টে বা 5টা ওষুধের আর্ম এবং তাদের নিজেদের ট্রিটমেন্ট আর্ম, হ্যাঁ, ধরুন আমি মনে করি যে আমি এই ওষুধটা দিয়ে ট্রিট করব আমার হাসপাতালে বেশিরভাগ মানুষকে, তো আমি যদি সলিডারিটি ট্রায়ালে টেক পার্ট করি, তাহলে আমার কিছু রোগীকে আমি ডব্লিউএইচওর সলিডারিটি ট্রিটমেন্ট আর্মে ট্রিট করব, আর কিছু রোগীকে আমার হসপিটালের স্ট্যান্ডার্ড অফ কেয়ার দিয়ে ট্রিট করবো, করে একটা কম্পারেটিভ অ্যানালিসিস হবে, র্যান্ডমাইজ কন্ট্রোল ট্রায়াল হবে। তো সেই যে ট্রায়াল, তাতে সলিডারিটি ট্রায়ালের যখন প্রথম দিকের এভিডেন্স গুলো পাবলিশ হলো, দেখা গেল যে রেমডেসিভির নাকি এমন কিছু এফেক্টিভ নয়, অথচ আমাদের লোকাল অভিজ্ঞতা বলছে আলাদা কথা, রেমডেসিভির বেশ ভালো এফেক্টিভ আমরা দেখছি। মূল সমস্যা যেটা হলো, এই রোগটার সম্বন্ধে যখন আমরা জানতে দেখলাম যে ভাইরাসটা যখন আপনার শরীরে ঢোকে, হ্যাঁ, ভাইরাসটা যখন, আমার স্ক্রিন শেয়ারিংটা কি চলে গেল?
Yes, sir. Presentation off হয়ে গেল।
সরি,
Yes, sir.
এসছে?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. এবার এসছে।
ঠিক আছে। হ্যাঁ, তো এই রোগটাকে যদি আপনি দেখেন যে রোগের প্রেজেন্টেশনটা, প্রথমে একজন বা একাধিক মানুষ যাদের এই রোগ রয়েছে এরকম একটা জায়গায় আপনি গেলেন, তাদের হাঁচি বা কাশির সাথে সেই ড্রপলেট হাওয়ায় এলো এবং আপনি সেটা ইনহেল করলেন। এই ভাইরাসটা আপনার শরীরে কিছু রিসেপ্টর আছে, এতদিনে আপনারা সেই রিসেপ্টরের নামও শুনেছেন, অ্যাঞ্জিওটেনসিন কনভার্টিং এনজাইম, এসিই বলে যে রিসেপ্টরটার কথা বলা হয়, এসিই 2। সেই রিসেপ্টরটার গায়ে ভাইরাসটা লাগলো এবং ভাইরাসটা আপনার প্রাথমিক যে শ্বাসনালীর কোষ, রেসপিরেটরি এপিথেলিয়াম, তার ভেতর ঢুকে ভাইরাসটা রেপ্লিকেট করতে লাগলো আপনার কোষের মেকানিজমকে কাজে লাগিয়ে, এবং তারপরে সেই ভাইরাসটা সংখ্যা বৃদ্ধি করে আপনার সার্কুলেশনে গেল, ব্লাড সার্কুলেশনে গেল, অন্যান্য সেলগুলোকে ইনফেক্ট করলো, আরো সংখ্যা বৃদ্ধি করতে লাগলো। এই ঘটনাটা, এই যে ভাইরেনিক ফেজ যেটাকে আমরা বলি, অর্থাৎ ব্লাডে ভাইরাসটা সার্কুলেট করছে, এরকম একটা ফেজ প্রথম কিছু এই 4-5 দিন 6 দিন মতন চলতে থাকে। চলার পরে যেটা হয় সেটা হচ্ছে, যেখানে বেশি এসি রিসেপ্টর রয়েছে অর্থাৎ লাংস, সেখানে গিয়ে ভাইরাসটা দানা বাঁধে। আস্তে আস্তে ব্লাডের মধ্যে ভাইরাসের সার্কুলেশনটা এই ষষ্ঠ দিনের পর থেকে কমতে শুরু করে। তার জন্য অ্যান্টিভাইরাল দিলে পরে এই যে রেমডেসিভির বা ফ্যাভিপিরাভির বা এখন যে মনোক্লোনাল অ্যান্টিবডি ইউজ করা হচ্ছে ক্যাসিরিভিম্যাব, ইমডেভিম্যাব, এইগুলো ওই প্রথম 5-6 দিনের পরে দিয়ে খুব বেশি লাভ হয় না। WHO সলিডারিটি ট্রায়ালের সব থেকে দুর্ভাগ্যজনক ব্যাপার হচ্ছে যে WHO সলিডারিটি ট্রায়ালে বেশিরভাগ রেমডেসিভিরের এই যে মানে অভিজ্ঞতা রেমডেসিভির দিয়ে ভালো নয়, হ্যাঁ, এইটা যে প্রমাণিত হয়েছে বেশিরভাগই পরে আসা পেশেন্ট। মানে এই প্রথম 5-6 দিনে বেশিরভাগ পেশেন্টেরই কিন্তু শ্বাসকষ্ট হয় না, তারা হাসপাতালে এসে পৌঁছায় না, এবং হাসপাতালে না এসে পৌঁছলে ওই প্রথমের দিকে রেমডেসিভিরটা দেওয়া হয় না। রেমডেসিভিরটা দিতে দিতে যদি 8-10 দিন পার হয়ে যায় তাহলে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে আর বিশেষ কোনো এফেক্ট হচ্ছে না। তার কারণ সার্কুলেটিং ভাইরাস অর্থাৎ রক্তের মধ্যে যে ভাইরেমিক ফেজটা, এই সার্কুলেটিং ভাইরাসটা না থাকার জন্য আর এই অ্যান্টিভাইরালটার এফেক্ট সেরকম নয়। অথচ আমাদের যদি ইন্ডিভিজুয়াল এক্সপিরিয়েন্স আপনারা দেখেন, আমাদের কিন্তু ফ্যাভিপিরাভির, রেমডেসিভির এবং এই মনোক্লোনাল অ্যান্টিবডি ক্যাসিরিভিম্যাব, ইমডেভিম্যাব, তাতে খুব ভালো এক্সপিরিয়েন্স হয়েছে আমরা যদি রোগীদের আগে দিয়ে থাকতে পারি। ফ্যাভিপিরাভির অন্তত 4 থেকে 5 দিনের ভেতরে, রেমডেসিভির 7 দিনের ভেতরে এবং মনোক্লোনাল অ্যান্টিবডিও 5 থেকে 7 দিনের ভেতরে। তারপরে বেশ কিছু নতুন জিনিস আমরা এই রোগের মধ্যে দেখলাম। এই প্রথম আমরা একটা নিউমোনিয়া দেখলাম, নিউমোনিয়া থেকে হওয়া একটা এআরডিএস মানে অ্যাকিউট রেসপিরেটরি ডিস্ট্রেস সিনড্রোম, যেখানে খুব বাড়াবাড়ি রকম নিউমোনিয়া হওয়ার ফলে যে গ্যাস এক্সচেঞ্জের যে পর্দাটা, অর্থাৎ আপনার এই যে শ্বাস আমরা নিচ্ছি এবং এই যে রক্ত লাংসের ভেতরে রক্তে যে শ্বাসের অক্সিজেন রক্তের মধ্যে যাচ্ছে এবং রক্তের কার্বন ডাইঅক্সাইড শ্বাসের মধ্যে যাচ্ছে, এই যে এয়ার এক্সচেঞ্জ মেমব্রেনটা, বেশিরভাগই আপনারা বায়োলজির লোক, আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই বুঝতে পারছেন।
স্যার একটু ইন্টারাপ্ট করছি, স্যার আপনার প্রেজেন্টেশনটা চলে গেছে।
প্রেজেন্টেশন চলে গিয়ে কি আমাকে দেখা যাচ্ছে না এই পুরো বোর্ডটা দেখা যাচ্ছে?
পুরো বোর্ডটা দেখা যাচ্ছে আপনার, মানে গুগল মিট বোর্ডটা দেখা যাচ্ছে।
আমি দুঃখিত।
ওকে স্যার, হ্যাঁ স্যার।
তো এই প্রথম আমরা এমন একটা নিউমোনিয়া দেখলাম যেটা স্টেরয়েডে ভালো রেসপন্স করছে। এটার কারণ হিসেবে আমরা যেটা বুঝলাম সেটা হচ্ছে এই নিউমোনিয়াটায় ভাইরাসটা আপনার লাংসে যত না ক্ষতি করে, খুব সম্ভবত আপনার শরীরের যে অনাক্রমতা, ইমিউনিটি, আপনার নিজের শরীরকে অনেক বেশি ক্ষতি করে এই ভাইরাসের আক্রমণে চমকে গিয়ে, যেটাকে আমরা সাইটোকাইন স্টর্ম বলে বুঝলাম। পরবর্তীকালে আমরা বুঝতে পারলাম যে এই সাইটোকাইন স্টর্মের প্রধান কালপ্রিট কেমিক্যাল গুলো কি, ইন্টারলিউকিন 6 এর কথা আমরা জানলাম, এবং তারপরে ইন্টারলিউকিন 6 বিরোধী মনোক্লোনাল অ্যান্টিবডি তৈরি হলো টোসিলিজুম্যাব, যার দিয়ে চিকিৎসা করা হলো এবং স্টেরয়েড দিয়ে ভালো এফেক্ট পাওয়া গেল। আরেকটা অদ্ভুত জিনিস আমরা এই প্রথম কোনো ভাইরাল নিউমোনিয়ার ক্ষেত্রে দেখলাম, সেটা হচ্ছে এমন একটা ভাইরাল নিউমোনিয়া যার ফলে শরীরে রক্তটা নিজের থেকেই ক্লট করে যাচ্ছে অনেক বেশি পরিমাণে। রক্ত ক্লট হওয়ার যে মেকানিজম, এই রক্ত ক্লট হওয়ার মেকানিজমটা রয়েছে যাতে আমাদের শরীরে কেটে কুটে গেলে বা কোথাও আঘাত লাগলে সেখান থেকে রক্তটা অনবরত না বেরিয়ে যায়। এই রক্ত ক্লট হওয়ার মেকানিজমটা ইনঅ্যাপ্রোপ্রিয়েটলি স্টিমুলেটেড হতে থাকে এই ভাইরাসের ইনফেকশনে। তার ফলে আমরা আরো একটা নতুন জিনিস জানলাম যে হেপারিন বা লো মলিকুলার ওয়েট হেপারিন বা হাই নর্মাল হেপারিন দিয়ে চিকিৎসা করতে হয় এই মানুষগুলোর যদি সিভিয়ার ইনফেকশন হয়, না হলে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে লাংসের ভেতর, হার্টের ভেতর, এমনকি ব্রেনে নানান রকম ক্লট ফর্মেশন হচ্ছে। এগুলো আমাদের কাছে সম্পূর্ণ একটা নতুন ফাইন্ডিং। এরপরে যেগুলো নিয়ে আমাদের অসুবিধা হতে লাগলো সেটা হচ্ছে কোন রোগীকে ভর্তি করা, কাকে ভর্তি করা হবে কাকে ভর্তি করা হবে না, এই ডিসিশনটা নেওয়া প্রথমের দিকে খুব কঠিন হচ্ছিল। অনেকেই বলছিলেন যে আমার তো এমন কিছু হয়নি, আমাকে ভর্তি করা হচ্ছে কেন? ঠিক আছে, অনেকে বলছিলেন যে ওরে বাবা আমার কোভিড হয়েছে, তাড়াতাড়ি ভর্তি করে নাও, বাড়িতে রেখো না। দেখা গেল যে এটা এমন একটা ভাইরাস যেটা সমস্ত মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে বিভিন্ন রকম ভাবে বিহেভ করে ডিফারেন্টলি। আপনি যদি মোটা হন তাহলে একরকম বিহেভ করে, আপনি যদি রোগা হন, মানে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে একই রকম এজ গ্রুপে একই রকম কোমরবিডিটিস রয়েছে, ডায়াবেটিস, হাইপারটেনশন আছে বা নেই, মোটামুটি যদি আপনি এজ এবং কোমরবিডিটি ম্যাচ করেন, দেখা যাচ্ছে যে যাদের বিএমআই বেশি, যারা মোটা মানুষ আর যাদের বিএমআই কম তাদের মধ্যে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে মোটারা বেশি এফেক্টেড হচ্ছে, মানে একটা ইন্ডিপেন্ডেন্ট রিস্ক ফ্যাক্টর হিসেবে স্থূলতা এস্টাবলিশড হচ্ছে। আপনি যদি দেখেন মোটামুটি অন্য রিস্ক ফ্যাক্টর গুলোকে মিটিগেট করে আপনি যদি পুরুষ এবং স্ত্রী লোকের মধ্যে দেখেন, দেখা যাচ্ছে যে পুরুষ অনেক বেশি সিভিয়ার ডিজিজে এফেক্টেড হচ্ছে। আবার এরকম ভাবেই যে বিভিন্ন প্যাটার্ন, বিভিন্ন কোমরবিডিটি, বিভিন্ন ডিফারেন্ট ক্যারেক্টারিস্টিক্স থাকার জন্য দেখা যাচ্ছে মানুষের মধ্যে বিভিন্ন রকম রেসপন্স আসছে। আর তার উপর আরেকটা জিনিস যেটা হচ্ছে সেটা হচ্ছে বেশ কিছু মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা বুঝতেই পারছি না কোমরবিডিটি নেই, এমন কিছু স্থূলকায় নন, হয়তো সিগারেটও খান না, হ্যাঁ, এবং ব্লাড প্রেশার, ব্লাড সুগার নর্মাল, 35-40 বছরের পেশেন্ট সিভিয়ারলি এফেক্টেড হয়ে যাচ্ছেন এই ভাইরাসের জন্য। সুতরাং এইটা আমাদের কাছে একটা ভীষণ গোলমেলে ব্যাপার। চিকিৎসক যারা চিকিৎসা করছেন তাদের কাছে এটা একটা বিরাট বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ, যখন প্রেডিক্টেবিলিটি থাকে না। একটা ভাইরাসের, একটা রোগের যদি প্রেডিক্টেবিলিটি না থাকে, এর ক্ষেত্রে একরকম, ওনার ক্ষেত্রে সম্পূর্ণ অন্যরকম। 35 বছরের সন্তান মারা যাচ্ছেন, তার 65 বছর বা 70 বছরের পিতা, হ্যাঁ, তিনি সামান্য একটা মাইল্ড ডিজিজ হয়ে বেঁচে গেলেন। হ্যাঁ, তো এই ডিফারেন্সটাকে সামলানো আমাদের ক্ষেত্রে একটা বিরাট বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ হয়েছে ক্লিনিশিয়ান হিসেবে। তারপরে যে চ্যালেঞ্জটা আমরা ফেস করেছিলাম, প্রথমে যারা আমরা কোভিড এর আসার ফলেই ঝাঁপিয়ে পড়েছিলাম, অনেকেই আমাদের, বিশেষ করে বাড়ির মানুষ, আমাদের পরিবারের আত্মীয় স্বজন এবং নিজের বাবা মা এবং যারা ক্লোজ মানুষ, তারা সবাই বলেছিল যে এত লোক থাকতে তোরা কেন ঝাঁপিয়ে পড়ছিস। আমরা তো ঝাঁপিয়ে পড়েছিলাম। দেখেছিলাম যে সবাই মিলে আলোচনা করলাম, করে ঝাঁপিয়ে পড়ার পর দেখা গেল আপনি একা, হ্যাঁ, পাশের মানুষগুলো আর নেই। মানে প্রথমে কাজ করতে গিয়ে দেখা গেল যে স্বাস্থ্যকর্মীরা, চিকিৎসকরা, হ্যাঁ, এবং জুনিয়র চিকিৎসক, সিনিয়র চিকিৎসক অনেকেই প্রচন্ড ফিয়ার এবং অ্যাপ্রিহেনশনে এই কর্মযজ্ঞে নামছেন না। হ্যাঁ, এবং কোভিডটা যেন একটা আনঅ্যাভয়েডেবল এক্সকিউজ হয়ে গেল কাজ যে না যাওয়ার জন্য। হ্যাঁ, যেমন এটা অন্যান্য ফিল্ডে হয়েছে, আমাদের চিকিৎসা কর্মীদের ক্ষেত্রে হয়েছে, যেটা প্রথমে সবাইকে বুঝিয়ে, এবং এই যে আমরা বোঝাচ্ছি, এই বোঝানোটার মধ্যেও যে সম্পূর্ণ সত্য রয়েছে তা নয়। তখন আমাদের সময় ভ্যাকসিন বেরোয়নি, তখন পিপি ইনঅ্যাডিকুয়েট, যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে পিপি পাওয়া যাচ্ছিল না। পরবর্তীকালে যেটা হলো, প্রচুর ম্যানুফ্যাকচারার পিপি তৈরি করতে শুরু করলেন। আমরা পশ্চিমবঙ্গ সরকারের হাসপাতালগুলোতে যেমন তন্তুজোর তৈরি করা হিউজ অ্যামাউন্টে পিপি পেয়েছি পরবর্তীকালে। কিন্তু আপনারা দেখবেন যে একদম প্রথমে যখন পিপি ছিল না, তখন রেনকোট ইত্যাদি প্লাস্টিকের কভারিং দিয়েও, হ্যাঁ, পিপির কাজ করতে হয়েছে। ওই সময়টাতে যখন N95 মাস্ক কি সেটা মানুষ জানতোই না। N95 মাস্ক এখন যেমন একটা ঘরের কথা, এখন সবাই জানে N95 মাস্ক কি। হ্যাঁ, আপনি একটা দোকানে গিয়ে, ওষুধের দোকানে অনায়াসেই কিনতে পারবেন, কিন্তু এটা প্যান্ডেমিকের প্রথমের দিকে ছিল না। ল্যাক অফ এক্সপার্ট ম্যান পাওয়ার। আপনি যদি আমাদের দেখেন, আমি কিন্তু ব্যক্তিগতভাবে একজন সংক্রামক ব্যাধির চিকিৎসক, ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজের চিকিৎসক। ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজ হিসেবে মূলত আমরা চিকিৎসা করতাম এইচআইভি, টিউবারকুলোসিস, হেপাটাইটিস বি, সি। দীর্ঘদিন ধরে হসপিটালে অ্যাডমিট থাকলে পরে যে হসপিটাল অ্যাকোয়ার্ড ইনফেকশন হয়, এবং ট্রান্সপ্লান্ট পেশেন্টের বা ক্যান্সারের কেমোথেরাপি দেওয়ার ফলে ইমিউনিটি কমে যাওয়ার ফলে যে ইনফেকশন গুলো হয়। সেইভাবে দেখতে গেলে আমরা কিন্তু রেসপিরেটরি ক্রিটিক্যাল কেয়ারে খুব ওয়েল ট্রেন্ড ছিলাম না অন্তত। হ্যাঁ, মানে এই ক্ষেত্রে আমরা যেরকম দেখছিলাম যে প্রচন্ড রকম টাইপ 1 রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওর, তাদের বিভিন্ন গ্রেডে অক্সিজেন দেওয়া হচ্ছে, এবং অক্সিজেন দেওয়ার যে বিভিন্ন গ্রেড গুলো, কারোর কম অক্সিজেন, কারোর বেশি অক্সিজেন, সেই অনুযায়ী ডিভাইস গুলোকে ব্যবহার করা বিভিন্ন রকম ভাবে। নতুন ডিভাইস আসতে শুরু করলো, হাই ফ্লো ন্যাজাল ক্যানুলা। বিদেশে দেখা গেল যে হাই ফ্লো ন্যাজাল ক্যানুলা দিয়ে খুব ভালো রেসপন্স পাওয়া যাচ্ছে। তখন আমাদের দেশেও হাই ফ্লো ন্যাজাল ক্যানুলা আসতে শুরু করা গেল। দেখা গেল যে খুব কম সংখ্যক চিকিৎসক, আগে কখনো বাইপ্যাপ বা হাই ফ্লো ন্যাজাল ক্যানুলা এত বেশি সংখ্যক মানুষের উপর ব্যবহার করার অভিজ্ঞতা আছে, আমাদের কারোরই ছিল না। আমি নিজে অল ইন্ডিয়া ইনস্টিটিউট অফ মেডিকেল সায়েন্সে ট্রেন্ড ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজ ফিজিশিয়ান, কিন্তু আমরা কখনো এত বড় একটা ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজের মহামারী দেখিনি, যেখানে এত সংখ্যক মানুষকে একসাথে টাইপ 1 রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওরে, এত একটা বিপুল হাইপক্সিমিক রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওরকে ট্রিট করতে হবে। সুতরাং এইটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বিরাট বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল, নতুন মেশিনগুলোকে শেখা, নতুন মেশিনগুলোকে বোঝা। এবং অক্সিজেন সাপ্লাইটা আমাদের আগে কখনো একটা বিরাট বড় মাথা ব্যথা আমাদের ক্ষেত্রে ছিল না। হাসপাতালের অক্সিজেন সাপ্লাই সেটা অ্যাডমিনিস্ট্রেশনের লোকজন দেখে নিতেন। কখনোই আমাদের এক একটা অক্সিজেন পোর্ট দিয়ে 60 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট বা 40 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট করে অক্সিজেনের প্রয়োজন হবে এই জিনিস আমরা কোভিড-19 প্যান্ডেমিকের আগে কখনো বুঝিনি। হ্যাঁ, সেই জন্য অক্সিজেনে হাসপাতালের যে ব্যবস্থাগুলো অক্সিজেন সাপ্লাইয়ের ছিল সেগুলো বেশিরভাগই দেখা গেল অপ্রতুল। প্রচুর পরিমাণে অক্সিজেনের প্রয়োজন হতে লাগলো, লিকুইড অক্সিজেনের ট্যাঙ্ক বসাতে হলো। এই যে বিরাট কর্মযোগ্যটা, হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা বিশাল বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল আমাদের ক্লিনিশিয়ানদের পক্ষে। ক্লিনিশিয়ানদের মুশকিল হচ্ছে আমাদের থাকতে হতো প্রথম সারিতে, মানে রুগীর বাড়ির লোক এবং রুগীর সাথে ফার্স্ট ইন্টারাকশনে, এবং সেইখানে যে লিকুইড অক্সিজেন ইন্ডাস্ট্রিতে তৈরি হচ্ছে না, যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে নেই, সেটাকে গুছিয়ে নিয়ে আসা ট্যাঙ্কে করে, সেই ট্যাঙ্কারের অভাব, হ্যাঁ, সেটা স্টোর করার অভাব, সেই পাইপলাইন তৈরি করে প্রতি বেডে, এই যে এত বিপুল অভাবের মধ্যে প্রচুর মানুষ যে মারা যাচ্ছিলেন, তাদের সামনে প্রত্যেকদিন দাঁড়ানো, তাদের বাড়ির লোকের সামনে প্রত্যেকদিন দাঁড়ানো, এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বিরাট বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল। এরপরে আরেকটা বিরাট বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল প্রথমের দিকে, যে হাসপাতাল বেসড ইন্টারভেনশন ভালো হবে না কমিউনিটি বেসড ইন্টারভেনশন ভালো হবে, এই নিয়ে একটা বিরাট বড় দ্বন্দ্বের সৃষ্টি হয়েছিল। মনে হয়েছিল যে হাসপাতালে বোধহয় ভেন্টিলেটরের সংখ্যা বাড়ালেই সমস্যার সমাধান হবে, কিন্তু পরবর্তীকালে দেখা গেল যে তা নয়। আর্লি ডিটেকশন এবং আর্লি মোবিলাইজেশন, অর্থাৎ কমিউনিটি ইন্টারভেনশনটা প্রবাবলি অনেক বেশি ইম্পর্টেন্ট। আমরা প্রথমের দিকে বিশাল ভয় পেয়েছিলাম। আমি যখন WHO তে কাজ করছিলাম গতবারের, মানে এই প্যান্ডেমিকের প্রথমের দিকে, আমরা ভয় পেয়েছিলাম যে শহুরে বস্তিগুলো সব থেকে খারাপভাবে ইনভলভ হবে, কারণ শহুরে বস্তিগুলোতে প্রচুর মানুষ এমন আছেন যারা প্রথমের দিকে ইনফেক্টেড হয়েছেন। হ্যাঁ, অর্থাৎ ধরুন এয়ারপোর্টের যারা হচ্ছেন হাউসকিপিং সার্ভিস করেন, এয়ারপোর্ট পরিষ্কার করেন, হোটেল পরিষ্কার করেন, যারা ওলা উবেরের এবং বিভিন্ন ক্যাব ট্যাক্সির ড্রাইভার, এই ধরনের মানুষ কিন্তু মূলত শহরগুলোর, মানে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে বোম্বের ক্ষেত্রে, আমরা বোম্বেতে কাজ করছিলাম ধারাবি বস্তিতে, ধারাবি এলাকার সেখানকার MLA বর্ষা একনাথ গায়কোয়াড়, ওনার সাথে আমরা সরাসরি কাজ করছিলাম ধারাবির বস্তিতে, যাতে আমরা এই কোভিড এর মহামারীটা ঠেকাতে পারি। সেইটা করতে গিয়ে আমরা ভেবেছিলাম যে সব থেকে খারাপ দশা হবে শহুরে বস্তিগুলোর, কিন্তু অদ্ভুতভাবে আজকে কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকের প্রায় 1.5 বছর পরে আমাদের অভিজ্ঞতা হচ্ছে যে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে কোভিড শহুরে বস্তিগুলোতে প্রচন্ড বেশি ট্রান্সমিশন হওয়া সত্ত্বেও মৃত্যুর হার কিন্তু পরিষ্কার অঞ্চলগুলোতে, অর্থাৎ শহুরে ফ্ল্যাটে, শহুরে মধ্যবিত্ত এবং উচ্চ মধ্যবিত্তদের বাড়িতে মৃত্যুর হার বস্তির থেকে অনেক বেশি। এটার কারণ এখনো আমাদের বুঝতে বাকি আছে। খুব সম্ভবত অনেকগুলো হাইপোথিসিস এখন আলোচনা হচ্ছে এবং টেস্ট করার চেষ্টা হচ্ছে, যে খুব সম্ভবত আনহাইজিনিক কন্ডিশনে থাকতে থাকতে বিপুল পরিমাণ জীবাণু, প্যারাসাইট, ব্যাকটেরিয়া এবং অন্যান্য ভাইরাস, পার্টিকুলারলি অন্যান্য করোনা ভাইরাস, কোভিড ছাড়া আরো যে 5-7টা করোনা ভাইরাস আমাদের সবসময় আমাদের সমাজের মধ্যে ছড়াতে থাকে, যা দিয়ে সামান্য সর্দি, কাশি, হাঁচি, জ্বর হয়, এই ধরনের বিভিন্ন ভাইরাসগুলোতে এক্সপোজড হতে হতে খুব সম্ভবত যারা আনহাইজিনিক কন্ডিশনে থাকেন তাদের ইমিউনিটিটা এমন ভাবে ট্রেন্ড হয়ে যায় যে কোভিড ভাইরাসটাকে দেখে এই সাইটোকাইন স্টর্ম বা এই যে প্রবল ইমিউন রিয়াকশন, এইটা খুব সম্ভবত তাদের ক্ষেত্রে কম হয়। তো এই সমস্ত ইনফরমেশনই আমাদের কাছে নতুন এবং এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল। এই সমস্ত চ্যালেঞ্জ নিয়ে আমরা কাজ করতে শুরু করি এবং পরবর্তীকালে আমি বেলেঘাটা আইডি হাসপাতালে আমি কাজ করতে শুরু করি। আমি অবশ্যই, যদি আপনারা চান, তাহলে কিছু থিওরিটিক্যাল ডিসকাশনে ঢুকতে পারি নিউট্রিশনাল চ্যালেঞ্জেস ইন ক্রিটিক্যাল কেয়ার। তবে গতকাল ডক্টর ভক্ত আমাকে জানালেন যে আপনারা অনেকেই আমার কাছ থেকে কিছু ইন্টারেস্টিং কেস স্টাডি শুনতে চেয়েছেন, যে কি ধরনের রুগী আমরা মানে ফেস করেছি, খুব চ্যালেঞ্জ হয়েছে কি ধরনের মানুষদের চিকিৎসা করতে, কোন ধরনের মানুষের চিকিৎসা করে আমরা বেশ কিছু মৃত্যুর মুখ থেকে মানুষদের বার করে এনেছি, কোন ধরনের মানুষের অপ্রত্যাশিত মৃত্যু হয়েছে। হ্যাঁ, এই ধরনের কয়েকটা কেস স্টাডির কথা আমাকে প্রফেসর ভক্ত কালকে বলতে বললেন আপনাদেরকে। আমার মনে হয় আপনারা যদি ইন্টারেস্টেড থাকেন আমি শোনাতে পারি। হ্যাঁ, কারণ এটা তো আপনাদের একটা একাডেমিক ওয়েবিনার, সবাই একাডেমিক আলোচনা, আমি একটু ইনফরমেটিভ ডিসকাস করছি। যদি আপনাদের আপত্তি না থাকে আমি কয়েকটা ইন্টারেস্টিং কথা বলছি। আপনারা জানেন যে এই জিনিসটা সবাই শুনে নিয়েছেন এতদিনে, যে বয়স্ক হলে, স্থূলকায় হলে, ক্যান্সার, ডায়াবেটিস, উচ্চ রক্তচাপ, ব্লাড প্রেশার বেশি থাকলে, পুরনো ফুসফুসের রোগ, পুরনো হৃৎপিণ্ডের রোগ যদি বেশি থাকে, রক্তের সমস্যা অর্থাৎ রক্তের ক্যান্সার বা রক্তের অন্যান্য সমস্যা বা রক্ত ক্লট করে যাওয়ার সমস্যা, হ্যাঁ, যাদের হাইপার কোয়াগুলেবল স্টেট থাকে, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে কোভিড রোগী বাড়াবাড়ি হয়েছে। এগুলো আমরা দেখেছি, এটা সত্যি ঘটনা। এবং অবশ্যই আমাদের হাসপাতালগুলোতে যারা মারা গেছেন তাদের মিন এজ অনেক বেশি, তাদের মিন বিএমআই বেশি, বেশি পুরুষ মানুষ মারা গেছেন নারীদের থেকে, বেশি স্মোকার মারা গেছেন নারীদের, বেশি স্মোকার মারা গেছেন নন স্মোকারের থেকে। কিন্তু বেশ কয়েকটা এমন ঘটনা ঘটেছে যেগুলোকে আমরা মানে একেবারে অভাবনীয় এবং অপ্রত্যাশিত। হ্যাঁ, সেরকম একটা পার্টিকুলার ফেনোমেননের কথা বলতে পারি, যেটা আমরা মূলত সেকেন্ড ওয়েভে দেখলাম। সেকেন্ড ওয়েভে আমরা দেখলাম বেশ কিছু ইয়াং মানুষ, হ্যাঁ, বেশ কিছু কম বয়সী, হ্যাঁ, ইয়াং মানুষ যাদের খুব যখন শ্বাসকষ্ট হয়েছে, এআরডিএস হয়েছে, সিভিয়ার নিউমোনিয়া হয়েছে, আমরা কিভাবে অক্সিজেন দিই, অক্সিজেনের থেরাপিটা যদি আপনাদের একটু ছোট্ট করে বুঝিয়ে রাখি তাহলে আপনাদের বুঝতে সুবিধা হবে। হ্যাঁ, আমরা যখন অক্সিজেন দিই, আমি একটু প্রেজেন্টেশনটা বন্ধ রেখে আপনাদের সাথে চোখাচোখি আলোচনা করার চেষ্টা করি। হ্যাঁ, আমরা যখন অক্সিজেন দিই, প্রথমে যখন কম অক্সিজেন লাগে মানুষের, হ্যাঁ, তখন আমরা এই ধরুন 2 লিটার 4 লিটার করে যখন অক্সিজেন দিই প্রতি মিনিটে, তখন আমরা সরু একটা পাইপ ব্যবহার করি যেটা নাকের মধ্যে দিয়ে দেওয়া হয়, এটাকে বলে ন্যাসাল ক্যানুলা। যখন অক্সিজেন বেশি প্রয়োজন হয়, 4 লিটার বা 6 লিটারের বেশি অক্সিজেন প্রয়োজন হয়, তখন এই ন্যাসাল ক্যানুলাটাকে আপনি যদি বাড়িয়ে দেন তাহলে সেটা যথেষ্ট হয় না। হ্যাঁ, দেখা যায় যে নাকের মধ্যে ঘুরে অক্সিজেনটা বেরিয়ে চলে যাচ্ছে, আপনি যথেষ্টভাবে শ্বাস নিতে পারছেন না রুগীকে। সেই জন্য আমরা ওই 6 লিটারের ওপর থেকে প্রায় 10 লিটার অব্দি আমরা ফেস মাস্ক বলে একটা ডিভাইস দিই। দেখা যায় যে এই ফেস মাস্কটাতে ভালভ না থাকার জন্য এবং রিজার্ভয়ার না থাকার জন্য 10 লিটার প্রতি মিনিটের বেশি অক্সিজেন দিলে এই ফেস মাস্কটা আর ভালো কার্যকরী থাকে না। মানে ফেস মাস্কটাই আপনি ব্যবহার করছেন, ধরুন আপনি তেরে অক্সিজেনটা বাড়িয়ে দিলেন 20 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট, দেখা যায় যে সেরকম ভালো কাজ হচ্ছে না। তার জন্য একটা উন্নত মাস্ক ব্যবহার করতে হয়, যাকে আমরা বলি ব্যাগ মাস্ক বা নন রিব্রিদিং মাস্ক। ঠিক আছে, এবং এই নন রিব্রিদিং মাস্কে আমরা মোটামুটি 20 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট অব্দি অক্সিজেন দিতে পারি। কিন্তু যদি দেখা যায় যে 20 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট অক্সিজেন দিয়েও আমাদের কারোর এমন রেসপিরেটরি ফেলিওর হয়েছে যার অক্সিজেনের ডিমান্ডটা আমরা মিট করতে পারছি না, তখন তার উপরে গিয়ে আমরা বাইপ্যাপ বা ভেন্টিলেশন ব্যবহার করতাম আগে, যখন এই কোভিড প্যান্ডেমিকের আগে অন্যান্য কোনো রোগের ক্ষেত্রে, ইনফ্লুয়েঞ্জা বা নিউমোনিয়ার ক্ষেত্রে। এই কোভিডের সময় একটা নতুন যন্ত্র কথা আমরা শিখলাম, যে যন্ত্রটা আগে ছিল কিন্তু ব্যবহার অত্যন্ত কম হয়েছে, বিভিন্ন হাসপাতালে, ভারতের হাসপাতালগুলোতে প্রায় ছিলই না। সেটার নাম হচ্ছে হাই ফ্লো ন্যাসাল ক্যানুলা। দেখা গেল যে 20 লিটারের বেশি যাদের অক্সিজেন লাগছে, তাদের একটা হাই ফ্লো ডিভাইসে যদি প্রায় 60 লিটার অব্দি আমরা একটা মোটা ন্যাসাল ক্যানুলা দিয়ে অক্সিজেন দেওয়া যায়, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে বেশ ভালো কাজ হচ্ছে। মুশকিল কি, একটা মোটা ন্যাসাল ক্যানুলা দিয়ে আপনি কল্পনা করুন আপনার নাকের ভেতর 60 লিটার প্রতি মিনিটে অক্সিজেন ঢুকিয়ে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, যে অক্সিজেনটা সরাসরি আসছে একটা লিকুইড অক্সিজেনের ট্যাঙ্ক থেকে পাইপ দিয়ে। সেই লিকুইড অক্সিজেন মানে হচ্ছে -183 ডিগ্রি সেন্টিগ্রেড। হ্যাঁ, 183 ডিগ্রি সেন্টিগ্রেড হচ্ছে -183 ডিগ্রি সেন্টিগ্রেড হচ্ছে এই লিকুইড অক্সিজেনের বয়লিং পয়েন্ট। সেইটা যখনই আপনার নাকের ভেতর এই 60 লিটার প্রতি মিনিট যাবে, তখন আপনার নাক প্রচন্ড ঠান্ডা হয়ে যাবে, প্রচন্ড শুকনো হয়ে যাবে এবং নাক ফেটে রক্ত বেরোবে। হ্যাঁ, তো তার জন্য এটাকে একটা হিউমিডিফায়ারের মধ্যে দিয়ে এবং অক্সিজেনটাকে গরম করে পাঠানো হয়। কিন্তু সেই হিউমিডিফায়ার এবং যে হিট চেম্বার সেগুলো যথেষ্ট ওয়েল প্রুফ নয়, এত ফাস্ট অক্সিজেন গেলে পরে যথেষ্ট কষ্ট হয়। এরপর এইচএফএনসিতে যখন আমরা ম্যানেজ করতে পারি না, তখন আমরা বাইপ্যাপ বলে একটা যন্ত্র দিই। বাইপ্যাপ মানে হচ্ছে নন ইনভেসিভ ভেন্টিলেশন, এটাকে এনআইভি বলা হয়। একটা শক্ত মাস্ক মুখের ওপর চেপে দিয়ে একটা খুব ফার্ম ইলাস্টিকের ব্যান্ড দিয়ে আপনার মাথার সাথে সেই শক্ত মাস্কটাকে বেঁধে, তার এন্ডে একটা পাইপ থাকে, যে পাইপটা দিয়ে চেপে অক্সিজেন দেওয়া হয়। চেপে অক্সিজেন দেওয়ার কারণ কি, যখন আমাদের এই হাইপক্সিয়া হয় না, যখন আমাদের এই শরীরে অক্সিজেন কমে যায়, আমরা একটা ভিশিয়াস সাইকেলের মধ্যে পড়ে যাই। অর্থাৎ অক্সিজেন আপনার শরীরে কমে যাচ্ছে, আপনার শরীরের যে মাসেলগুলো, অর্থাৎ যে আমাদের রেসপিরেটরি মাসেলগুলো, এই যে ইন্টারকস্টাল মাসেলস, ডায়াফ্রাম, মধ্যচ্ছদা, এবং যে রেসপিরেটরি সেন্টার আপনার ব্রেনে রয়েছে, এবং এই যে হার্ট যে পাম্প করছে, সব জায়গাতেই অক্সিজেন কম যাচ্ছে এবং তাদের কার্যক্ষমতা আস্তে আস্তে কমে যাচ্ছে। কমে যাওয়ার ফলে আপনি আরো কম অক্সিজেন নিতে পারছেন, তার ফলে আপনার রক্তে আরো কম অক্সিজেন যাচ্ছে, তার ফলে এদের কার্যক্ষমতা আরো কমে যাচ্ছে। এরকম কমতে কমতে শরীরের কর্মক্ষমতা কমে যাওয়া এবং রক্তে অক্সিজেন কমে যাওয়া, এটা একটা ভিশিয়াস সাইকেলে আস্তে আস্তে নিচের দিকে পেশেন্ট সিঙ্ক ডাউন করে। তখন এই বাইরে থেকে ভেন্টিলেশনের মধ্যে দিয়ে, হ্যাঁ, সেটা মেকানিক্যাল ভেন্টিলেশন অথবা বাইপ্যাপ, যেভাবে হোক এই অক্সিজেনটা চেপে যদি আপনার শরীরে ঠেলে ঢুকিয়ে দেওয়া যায় পজিটিভ প্রেসার দিয়ে, তাহলে আপনার এই অক্সিজেন না নিতে পারার এই যে দুর্বলতাটা, এইটা ওভারকাম করতে পারলেই শরীরে অক্সিজেনটা বাড়ে, রক্তে অক্সিজেনটা বাড়ে, এবং আপনি আস্তে আস্তে হার্ট এবং অন্যান্য মাসেল, লিভার, কিডনি সব জায়গায় ব্রেনে অক্সিজেন সাপ্লাইটা ফিরে আসতে থাকে এবং আপনি আস্তে আস্তে জ্ঞানে ফিরতে থাকেন এবং আরো অক্সিজেন নেওয়ার জন্য নিজে তৈরি হতে থাকেন। মোটামুটি এইটা হচ্ছে প্রিন্সিপাল মেকানিক্যাল ভেন্টিলেশন বা বাইপ্যাপের। সমস্যা কি? এর আগে আমরা কখনো বাইপ্যাপ বা মেকানিক্যাল ভেন্টিলেশন ব্যবহার করে এইরকম মুশকিলে পড়িনি। আমরা বাইপ্যাপ ব্যবহার করে দেখতে লাগলাম বেশ কিছু কম বয়সী তরুণ যুবক পেশেন্টের মধ্যে, হ্যাঁ, ধরুন আমার কাছে পেশেন্ট ছিলেন 35 বছর বয়স, 30 বছর বয়স, 40-45 বছর বয়স, এইরকম নারী পুরুষের মধ্যে একটু বাইপ্যাপ দিয়ে বা ভেন্টিলেটরে অক্সিজেন দিলেই দেখা যাচ্ছে যে বুকে, কাঁধে, হাতে অক্সিজেনের বাবলস আমরা দেখতে পাচ্ছি পরের দিন বা কিছুক্ষণ পরে, যেটাকে আমরা বলি সার্জিক্যাল এমফাইসিমা বা সাবকিউটেনিয়াস এমফাইসিমা। অর্থাৎ কি হচ্ছে, খুব সহজে শ্বাসনালী, ট্রেকিয়া অথবা ব্রঙ্কাস অথবা লাংস ফেটে গিয়ে, হ্যাঁ, অক্সিজেনটা আপনার এই শ্বাসনালীর থেকে, রেসপিরেটরি সিস্টেম থেকে লিক করে সাবকিউটেনিয়াস প্লেনে চলে আসছে এবং অক্সিজেন, এবং এইটা একটা ভালভের মতন মেকানিজমে কাজ করে। এই যে আপনি প্রেসার দিচ্ছেন, অক্সিজেন বেরিয়ে আসছে, আবার এই যে জায়গাটা ফেটে গেছে শ্বাসনালীর, সেইটা একটা ভালভের মতন ফ্ল্যাপ হিসেবে ক্লোজ করছে, অর্থাৎ এই 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 হাওয়াটা আর বেরোতে পারছে না। ঠিক আছে, এইভাবে শরীরে অনেক হাওয়া জমে যাচ্ছে। এইটা একটা নতুন জিনিস আমরা দেখতে পেলাম, যেটা চিকিৎসা করা আমাদের পক্ষে একটা মানে অসাধ্য সাধন করার মতন হয়েছিল। বেশ কিছু মানুষকে আমরা বাঁচাতে পেরেছি, হ্যাঁ, যাদের ক্ষেত্রে নিউমোথোরাক্স হয়ে যাচ্ছিল, অর্থাৎ প্লুরাল ক্যাভিটিতে, থোরাক্সের বাইরে মানে লাংসের বাইরে হাওয়া জমে যাচ্ছিল, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে ড্রেন করে আইসিইউ এর মধ্যে, বুকের মধ্যে মোটা ছুঁচ ফুটিয়ে অক্সিজেন ড্রেন করে, এয়ারটাকে ড্রেন করে, অথবা যাদের সাবকিউটেনিয়াস প্লেনে জমে যাচ্ছিল তাদের শরীরে ফুটো 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 করে ড্রেন করে আমাদেরকে এই সমস্যার সমাধান করতে হয়েছে। পরবর্তীকালে আমরা যেটা বুঝলাম সেটা হচ্ছে, বয়স্ক মানুষদের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা বাইপ্যাপ বা ভেন্টিলেশনে যে প্রেশারটা দিতে পারছি, কম বয়স্ক সিভিয়ার পেশেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু আমরা সেই প্রেশারটা দিতে পারছি না। অর্থাৎ বাইপ্যাপে খুব লো প্রেশারে ম্যানেজ করতে আমরা শিখলাম। এটা একটা নতুন সমস্যা, এরকম সমস্যায় আমরা আগে পড়িনি, পার্টিকুলারলি সেকেন্ড ওয়েভে এটা আমরা বেশি পেয়েছি। এখন আপনারা যদি জিজ্ঞাসা করেন যে এটার সাথে কোনো স্ট্রেনের ভেরিয়েশন আছে কিনা, সত্যি কথা বলতে গিয়ে আমরা এইটা এখনো গবেষণায় আমরা এস্টাবলিশ করতে পারিনি যে কোনো পার্টিকুলার স্ট্রেনে এইটা বেশি হয় কিনা এবং কোনো পার্টিকুলার মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে এটা বেশি হয় কিনা। এইটা একটা ইম্পর্টেন্ট কেস সিনারিও, যে কেস সিনারিওতে আমাদের সলভ করতে অসুবিধা হয়েছে। আরেকটা যে কেস সিনারিওর কথা আমি বলতে চাই সেটা হচ্ছে যে লিন অ্যান্ড থিন যারা, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে অবশ্যই আমরা সাকসেস দেখেছি বেশি। মানে একজন 80 বছর বয়স্ক নন স্মোকার, একদম রোগা মানুষ, যিনি মানে রোগে ভুগে রোগা নন, যিনি কনস্টিটিউশনালি রোগা, তিনি কিন্তু একজন 30 বা 40 বছর বয়স্ক অনেক স্থূলকায় পেশেন্টের থেকে অনেক বেটার পারফর্ম করেছেন। হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা কনসিস্টেন্ট ফাইন্ডিং আমরা প্রায় দেখে এসেছি। তৃতীয় যে ঘটনাটা আমরা দেখেছি সেটা হচ্ছে স্মোকারদের অ্যাগনি। আমি মানে ছোটবেলায় যখন আমরা মেডিকেল কলেজে পড়তাম, যখন ফার্স্ট ইয়ার সেকেন্ড ইয়ারে গেছি, তখন স্মোকিং করাটা একটা স্টাইল স্টেটমেন্ট ছিল, হ্যাঁ, যেটা এখন অনেকটাই কমে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, হয়তো 2000 মানে 21 শতকের এই জাস্ট গত 10 বছর ধরে আমি দেখেছি কলেজ টলেজগুলোতে স্মোকিংটা অনেকটা কমেছে। আমরাও যখন কলেজে পড়তাম তখন কিন্তু স্মোক করা হ্যাঁ, এমনকি মানে আনফিল্টার্ড সিগারেট স্মোক করা, চারমিনার খাওয়া ইত্যাদি, এগুলো একটা স্টাইল স্টেটমেন্টের মতন ছিল। কফি হাউসে বসে বা মেডিকেল কলেজে ক্যান্টিনে বসে সবাই সিগারেট খাচ্ছে, প্রায় 80-90% ছাত্র স্মোক করতো। অনেকেই তার থেকে বেরিয়ে আসতে পেরেছে, অনেকে পারেনি। কোভিড কিন্তু আমাদের পার্সপেক্টিভটা পুরো চেঞ্জ করে দিয়েছে। কোভিডে আমরা কিন্তু দেখেছি যে যারা সিভিয়ার স্মোকার, তাদের কিন্তু সিভিয়ার ডিজিজ হলে পরে আমরা বেশিরভাগ মানুষকেই বার করতে পারি। সুতরাং যারা এখানে আপনারা ইয়াং স্টুডেন্ট রয়েছেন, যারা ছাত্রছাত্রী কম বয়সী রয়েছে, যারা যাদের কাছে এখনো স্মোকিংটা স্টাইল স্টেটমেন্ট, হ্যাঁ, তাদেরকে বলতে পারি যে অন্যান্য সমস্ত বদ অভ্যাসের তুলনায় স্মোকিং ইটসেলফ ইজ আ ভেরি ভেরি সিরিয়াস রিস্ক ফ্যাক্টর ফর কোভিড। সুতরাং এইটাকে যতটা সম্ভব সোশ্যাল, রিক্রিয়েশনাল বা একেবারে অকেশনাল লেভেলে নিয়ে চলে আসার চেষ্টা করা উচিত। হ্যাঁ, স্মোকিংটা একেবারেই কোনো স্টাইল স্টেটমেন্ট নয়, এবং নন স্মোকাররা অনেক ভালো পারফর্ম করেছে সিভিয়ার কোভিড হওয়া সত্ত্বেও আমার আইসিইউতে। এরপর যে ধরনের কেস, কয়েকটা ইন্টারেস্টিং কেসের কথা বলতে চাই। একটা হচ্ছে যে আমরা একটা গ্রুপ অফ পেশেন্ট দেখেছি, ধরুন বয়স্ক পেশেন্ট, মূলত ইন হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট ইন রিকভারিং এল্ডারলি পেশেন্ট, মানে হাসপাতালে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে হাইপক্সিয়া কমে যাচ্ছে, ভালো আছেন, আস্তে আস্তে সুস্থ হয়ে যাচ্ছেন, এই ধরনের রোগী হঠাৎ করে স্ট্রোক হয়ে মারা গেলেন। এই জিনিস কিন্তু আমরা খুব বেশি পেয়েছি কোভিডে। সেকেন্ড ওয়েভের সময় তো বটেই, ফার্স্ট ওয়েভেও পেয়েছি। যে সময়টা আমাদের চিকিৎসক হিসেবে বাড়ির লোকের সামনে দাঁড়ানোটা খুব মুশকিল হয়ে দাঁড়ায়। মানে ধরুন গত 3 দিন ধরে কারোর পিতা বা মাতা সুস্থ হচ্ছেন, হতে হতে হঠাৎ করে আমরা বললাম যে অক্সিজেন কমে আসছে, হয়তো 2-3 দিনের মধ্যে বাড়িতে ছাড়বো। দেখা গেল যে তাদের একটা কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট হলো। আমরা খুব বেশি দেখছি কোভিড রিলেটেড মায়োকার্ডাইটিস, হার্টের একটা ইনফ্লামেশন হওয়ার জন্য এবং এন্ডোকার্ডাইটিস হওয়ার জন্য, অর্থাৎ হার্টের ভেতরের যে এন্ডোথেলিয়াম এবং রক্তের যে এন্ডোথেলিয়াম, মানে ধমনীর যে আর্টারির যে এন্ডোথেলিয়াম গুলো, সেগুলো ড্যামেজ হওয়ার ফলে স্ট্রোক, কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারিথমিয়া অর্থাৎ রিদম কেটে যাওয়া, এই ধরনের সমস্যাগুলো খুব বেশি হচ্ছে এবং হঠাৎ করে ইন হসপিটালে কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট হচ্ছে। আরেকটা সমস্যা যেটার কথা আমি আপনাদের একটু ওয়ার্ন করতে চাই, সেটা হচ্ছে আউট অফ হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট ইন রিকভারিং কোভিড পেশেন্টস। মানে যে কোভিড রোগীরা সুস্থ হয়ে গেছেন তাদের ক্ষেত্রেও আমরা আউট অফ হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট দেখছি। পার্টিকুলারলি আপনি যদি সারা পৃথিবীর লিটারেচার দেখেন, তাহলে দেখা যাচ্ছে যে কম বয়সী ইয়াং পেশেন্টদের মধ্যে এই আউট অফ হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট আমরা বেশি দেখছি। কাদের ক্ষেত্রে দেখছি যে যারা কোভিডের পরে দুর্বলতাটাকে উপেক্ষা করে খুব বেশি ব্যায়াম করতে যাচ্ছেন। হ্যাঁ, কোভিডের পরে দেখবেন একটা প্রচন্ড পোস্ট কোভিড ল্যাথার্জি, উইকনেস, হ্যাঁ, একটা দীর্ঘদিন ধরে একটা ট্যাকিকার্ডিয়া, একটু হার্ট রেটটা বেশি, এরকম আমরা দেখছি। অনেকেই সেটাকে উপেক্ষা করে, অনেকেই আছেন যারা এক্সারসাইজ ফ্রিক, হ্যাঁ, যারা এক্সারসাইজ না করে, সাইক্লিং না করে, জগিং না করে থাকতে পারেন না। এইরকম বেশ কিছু মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু জিমে গিয়ে সাইক্লিং করতে করতে, দৌড়তে, জগিং করতে করতে পোস্ট কোভিড আমরা আউট অফ হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট পেয়েছি। যে ঘটনাগুলো, যেমন আমি আমার পরিচিত মহলেই 3 জন এমন ফিট মানুষকে আউট অফ হসপিটাল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট হয়ে মারা যেতে শুনেছি, যাদের বয়স ধরুন এই 45-50-এর কাছাকাছি। 3 জনেই প্রচন্ড ফিট এবং জিম করেন, সাইক্লিং করেন, এক্সারসাইজ করেন, জগিং করেন, এবং কোভিড হওয়ার পরে দুর্বলতাকে উপেক্ষা করে কোভিড থেকে সেরে ওঠার পরেই 1 মাসের মধ্যে বা 15 দিনের মধ্যেই তারা আবার সাইক্লিং, জিম, জগিং করতে গিয়ে কার্ডিয়াক অ্যারেস্ট হয়েছে। সুতরাং এইটা দেখে আমি ভয় দেখাতে চাইছি না, কিন্তু তবুও আমি পরিষ্কার বলতে চাই যে পোস্ট কোভিড কিছুদিন, অন্তত 3 মাস হেভি এক্সারসাইজ থেকে বিরত থাকা উচিত। যদি করতেই হয়, বিশেষ করে যারা খেলোয়াড়, যারা কোভিড এর পরে খেলার জগতে ফিরে আসেন, হ্যাঁ, অলিম্পিয়ান যারা, যারা ক্রিকেটার, ফুটবলার, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু ডিটেইল কার্ডিয়াক অ্যানালিসিস, কার্ডিয়াক ওয়ার্কআপ করে তারা ফিরে আসেন। হ্যাঁ, এইটা একটা বিষয় নিয়ে আপনাদের আমি জানাতে চাইছিলাম। হ্যাঁ, আর 2-1টা ছোটখাটো ঘটনা যেরকম আমি জানাতে চাই। যেমন কোভিডে একটা মেজর প্রবলেম আমাদের পড়তে হয়েছে, সেটা হচ্ছে কোভিড রোগীদের যেমন রক্ত ক্লট হয়ে যায়, রক্ত যেমন জমাট বেঁধে যায়, সেই রক্ত তরল করার জন্য আমাদের যেমন হেপারিন দিতে হয়, রক্ত তরল করার বিভিন্ন রকম ওষুধপত্র দিতে হয়, আবার কোভিড রোগীদের আরো বেশ কয়েকটা সমস্যা হয়। বেশ কয়েকটা সমস্যার মধ্যে একটা হচ্ছে প্রচন্ড কাশি হয়। কাশির ফলে তাদের অনেক সময় কাশির মধ্যে রক্ত উঠে আসে। আমি এগুলো সবই সিভিয়ার কোভিড পেশেন্টদের কথা বলছি, যারা আমাদের হাসপাতালে বা আইসিইউতে ভর্তি হন। তো কোভিড একটা ডবল এজেড সোর্ড, এরকম দুমুখ তরোয়াল, যেখানে আমাদের থ্রম্বোসিস এবং ব্লাড থিনিং, হ্যাঁ, এইটার একটা খুব ব্যালেন্স মেনটেন করতে হয়। এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ হিসেবে এসেছিল। আর যে চ্যালেঞ্জগুলোকে আমরা এখনো সলভ করতে পারিনি, হ্যাঁ, ওভারকাম করতে পারিনি, সলভ করতে পারিনি, সেটা হচ্ছে পোস্ট ভ্যাকসিনেশন ইনফেকশন। পোস্ট ভ্যাকসিনেশন ইনফেকশন, আমরা একটা সিঙ্গেল ভ্যাকসিন নেওয়ার পরে আমরা বহু ইনফেকশন দেখেছি। সিঙ্গেল ভ্যাকসিন নেওয়ার পরে আমরা সিভিয়ার কোভিড দেখেছি, মানুষকে মারা যেতে দেখেছি। কিন্তু দ্বিতীয় ভ্যাকসিন নেওয়ার প্রায় 2 সপ্তাহ বা 1 মাস হয়ে যাওয়ার পরে কিন্তু আমরা খুব একটা সিভিয়ার ডিজিজ দেখিনি। সম্প্রতি গত 7 দিনের মধ্যে আমার অভিজ্ঞতায় 2 জন পেশেন্টকে আমরা পেলাম যাদের 2টো ভ্যাকসিন কমপ্লিট হয়ে গেছে, হ্যাঁ, এবং তা সত্ত্বেও সিভিয়ার ডিজিজ হয়েছে। দুজনই খুব বয়স্ক, দুজনেরই বয়স 80-র দশকে, এবং 2 জন পেশেন্টই মারা গেছেন। হ্যাঁ, তো তারা সবাই ওই মার্চ এপ্রিলের মধ্যে দ্বিতীয় ভ্যাকসিন শেষ হয়ে গেছিল। সুতরাং যারা এখানে আছেন বয়স্ক মানুষ এবং যাদের বাড়িতে বয়স্ক মানুষ রয়েছেন ছাত্রছাত্রীদের, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে আমি বলতে পারি যে কোভিডের ভ্যাকসিন ইমিউনিটিটা যেহেতু কতদিন লাস্ট করবে এবং কতটা ভ্যাকসিন ইমিউনিটি লাস্ট করবে, এবং এটার যে ভ্যাকসিনের কোরিলেট অফ প্রোটেকশন, অর্থাৎ কত অ্যান্টিবডি হলে আপনি ফিট, মানে আপনার কোভিড হবে না, বা কতটা টি সেল হলে আপনার কোভিড হবে না, এটা যেমন প্রমাণিত হয়নি, যেহেতু বেশি দিন হয়নি এখনো, সেহেতু ভ্যাকসিন নেওয়ার পরেও কিন্তু আমরা সিভিয়ার ইনফেকশন দেখছি, কম দেখছি কিন্তু দেখছি। অর্থাৎ আপনাদের যাদের বাড়িতে বয়স্ক মানুষ রয়েছেন, সিভিয়ার কোমরবিডিটি রয়েছে যাদের, তাদের কিন্তু ভ্যাকসিন নেওয়ার পরেও মাস্ক পরা এবং ভিড় ভাড়টা অ্যাভয়েড করা, এই সচেতনতাটা রাখতে হবে। আমি মনে করি যে কোভিড আমাদের ছেড়ে আগামী 5-7 বছরেও যাবে না, কোভিড আমাদের সাথে থাকবে। সুতরাং আমাদের এমন বিহেভিয়ারই করা উচিত যেটা আমরা আগামী 10 বছর চালিয়ে যেতে পারবো। অর্থাৎ ওই প্রত্যেক দিনের বাজার কিনে এনে সেটাকে স্যানিটাইজ করা, খবরের কাগজকে স্যানিটাইজ করে ঘরে তোলা, এই ধরনের অহেতুক মানে একটা প্যারানয়েড মানে হাইজিনিক বিহেভিয়ার না করে, যেটা আমরা সাস্টেন করতে পারবো আগামী 10 বছর, এইরকম বিহেভিয়ার করা উচিত। সাধারণত অজৈব পদার্থে বা ইনঅ্যানিমেট অবজেক্টসে কিন্তু কোভিডের ট্রান্সমিশন খুব কমই হয়। হ্যাঁ, আমাদের কোভিডের ট্রান্সমিশনের এখনো কিন্তু মেজর রুটটা হচ্ছে ভিড়ের মধ্যে বা একটা বদ্ধ জায়গায় অন্য মানুষের হাঁচি বা কাশি, অর্থাৎ ড্রপলেট। হ্যাঁ, সুতরাং সেইটার থেকে প্রিভেন্ট করা, মানে আমরা যদি প্রত্যেকদিন খবরের কাগজ এবং বাসন, এই কি বলে, আনাজপাতি কিনে এনে প্রচন্ড স্যানিটাইজ করে ব্যবহার করি, অথচ বিয়ে বাড়িতে গিয়ে ভিড়ের মধ্যে হাসি ঠাট্টা করি, হ্যাঁ, তাহলে কিন্তু আমাদের মানে কোভিড হওয়ার সম্ভাবনা কিছুতেই কমবে না আর কি। হ্যাঁ, সুতরাং ভিড় অ্যাভয়েড করা, যাদের পক্ষে ভিড় অ্যাভয়েড করা একেবারেই সম্ভব হচ্ছে না, অর্থাৎ যাদেরকে রুটি রুজির জন্য বেরোতেই হচ্ছে, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে যতটা সম্ভব মাস্ক ব্যবহার করা, এবং যাদের ক্ষেত্রে সেটাও যথেষ্ট পরিমাণে সম্ভব হচ্ছে না, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে একটা উপায়, সেটা হচ্ছে জ্বর হওয়ার সাথে সাথে চিকিৎসকের কাছে যাওয়া। হ্যাঁ, কারণ এখনো আমাদের অভিজ্ঞতায় অ্যান্টিভাইরালস কিন্তু প্রথম 4-5 দিনের মধ্যে ভালো কাজ করে। হ্যাঁ, এই কয়েকটা মেসেজিং আমি আপনাদেরকে দিতে চাইছিলাম। এছাড়া যে কয়েকটা কথা আমি বলতে চাই, সেই কথাগুলো কিছুটা আপনাদের হয়তো মানে পলিটিক্যালি কতটা কারেক্ট হবে আমি জানি না, যে মানে যে ধরনের চ্যালেঞ্জ গুলো আমরা নন ক্লিনিক্যাল চ্যালেঞ্জ আমরা ফেস করেছি, কিন্তু আমি মনে করি যে আপনাদের বলা দরকার, এবং নিউট্রিশনাল চ্যালেঞ্জ এবং হাইজিনিক চ্যালেঞ্জ এবং নন ক্লিনিক্যাল যে চ্যালেঞ্জ গুলো, সেগুলোর কথা আমি বলবো। যে কথাটা বলতে আমি ভুলে গেলাম সেটা হচ্ছে যে আর কয়েকটা সমস্যা আমরা কোভিডের ক্ষেত্রে দেখছি। হ্যাঁ, আমি স্ক্রিনটা শেয়ার করছি, তাহলে আপনাদের খেয়ে রাখতে সুবিধা হবে। কোভিডের পরে আমরা বেশ কিছু মানুষের মধ্যে নতুন করে ডায়াবেটিস হতে দেখছি, অথবা যাদের অল্প সামান্য ডায়াবেটিস ছিল তাদের ডায়াবেটিসটা বেড়ে যেতে দেখছি। এটা একটা সমস্যা আমরা পাচ্ছি। কোভিডের পরে আমরা দীর্ঘদিন ধরে কিছু মানুষের মধ্যে ফেটিগ এবং ব্রেন ফগিং পাচ্ছি। অনেকেই বলছেন যে কোভিডের পরে তারা প্রায় 1 মাস 2 মাস পরিষ্কারভাবে চিন্তা ভাবনা করতে পারছেন না, কনসেন্ট্রেট করতে পারছেন না, একের পর এক সিরিজের ভাবনা চিন্তা করতে পারছেন না। আগে হয়তো মাল্টিটাস্কিং করতেন বা ডিফিকাল্ট প্রবলেম সলভ করতেন, সেটা করতে পারছেন না। এটা কিন্তু আমরা ভীষণ রকম দেখেছি, পার্টিকুলারলি ইয়াং পেশেন্টদের ক্ষেত্রে, হ্যাঁ, যারা খুব অ্যাক্টিভ লাইফ লিড করেন, তাদের কিন্তু কোভিড এর পরে আমরা বেশ কিছু সমস্যা দেখেছি। কোভিড এর পরে আর যে সমস্যাটা আমরা দেখেছি বিরাট ভাবে, আপনারা যেহেতু ইকোলজিক্যাল স্টাডিজ এর ডিপার্টমেন্ট, এনভায়রনমেন্টাল স্টাডিজ, ইকোলজিক্যাল স্টাডিজ এখানে হয়, আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্স নিয়ে কাজ করেন, হ্যাঁ, এবং অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্স নিয়ে বা ওয়ান হেলথ নিয়ে আপনারা নিশ্চয়ই কাজ করেন, অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্সের কথা আপনারা জানেন। কোভিডে পার্টিকুলারলি হাসপাতালে আমাদের অনেক সময় রুগীদের 1.5 মাস 2 মাস ভর্তি রাখতে হয়েছে। এখানে আমরা প্রচন্ড অ্যান্টিমাইক্রোবিয়াল রেজিস্ট্যান্সের সমস্যায় পড়েছি। আমরা বিচিত্র সমস্ত ব্যাকটেরিয়া, যেগুলো চট করে সিস্টেমিক ইনফেকশন করে না, এইরকম প্রচন্ড হাইলি রেজিস্ট্যান্ট বিচিত্র সমস্ত ব্যাকটেরিয়া পেয়েছি, যেমন অ্যাসিনোটোব্যাক্টার বাউমেনি, এলিজাবেথ কিংগিয়া মেনিঙ্গোসেপ্টিকা, যেগুলো চট করে আমরা রেগুলার প্র্যাকটিসে পাই না। হ্যাঁ, এই ধরনের বেশ কিছু বিচিত্র রেজিস্ট্যান্ট ব্যাকটেরিয়া পেয়েছি। ক্যান্ডিডা অরিস খুব বেশি সংখ্যক পেয়েছি। আগে আমরা ক্যান্ডিডা এলবিকেন্স দিয়ে বেশি ইনফেকশন দেখতাম, কিন্তু ক্যান্ডিডা অরিস আমরা এই দীর্ঘদিন ধরে যারা আইসিইউতে পেশেন্ট ভর্তি থাকছেন তাদেরকে পাচ্ছি, যারা নর্মাল যে অ্যান্টি ফাঙ্গাল ক্যান্ডিডা, অ্যান্টি ক্যান্ডিডাল যে ওষুধগুলো অর্থাৎ অ্যাজোল গুলো, হ্যাঁ, তাতে ভালো কাজ হচ্ছে না, হ্যাঁ, ইনফ্যাক্ট অ্যাম্ফোটেরিসিন দিতেও রেজিস্ট্যান্স হয়ে যাচ্ছে, এই ধরনের আমরা পাচ্ছি। ইনভেসিভ অ্যাসপারজিলোসিস, ফাঙ্গাল ইনফেকশন, 2 ধরনের ফাঙ্গাল ইনফেকশন আমরা কোভিড এর সাথে পেয়েছি। একটা হচ্ছে যে কোভিড চলাকালীন, যখন কোভিড রয়েছে এই অবস্থাতে আমরা মূলত পাচ্ছি ইনভেসিভ অ্যাসপারজিলোসিস, হ্যাঁ, আর কোভিড সেরে যাওয়ার পরে বেশ কিছুদিন পরে যাদের দীর্ঘদিন কোভিডে স্টেরয়েড দিতে হয়েছে বা যাদের ডায়াবেটিস ছিল, আপনারা সবাই নাম শুনেছেন ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস বা মিউকরমাইকোসিস, এই সমস্যা আমরা পাচ্ছি। এটা মূলত পাচ্ছি হচ্ছে বয়স্ক মানুষের ক্ষেত্রে, যাদের অন্যান্য কোনো অসুবিধা ছিল, আগে থেকে একটা ক্রনিক সাইনোসাইটিস ছিল। মনে রাখবেন, ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস জিনিসটা এরকম মানে হঠাৎ করে ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস নিয়ে অনেকেই খুব ভয় পেয়ে প্যানিক করে আমাদের কাছে দৌড়ে আসছেন। ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস আমরা তখনই সন্দেহ করি যখন আপনার মূলত ব্লাড সুগারের সমস্যা ছিল, অথবা কোভিডের সময় হয়েছে, দীর্ঘদিন আপনাকে স্টেরয়েড নিতে হয়েছে, হ্যাঁ, এবং আপনার নাক বন্ধ হয়ে গিয়ে, হ্যাঁ, বা নাক থেকে ক্রাস্টিং হচ্ছে, একটা কালো কালো ময়লার মতন বেরোচ্ছে, হ্যাঁ, নাক বন্ধ হয়ে যাচ্ছে, মাথা ব্যথা। এছাড়া খুব মাইল্ড কোভিড ইনফেকশন হয়েছে বা মডারেট কোভিড ইনফেকশন হয়েছে, সেভাবে স্টেরয়েড পাননি, ডায়াবেটিক নন, ইয়াং পেশেন্ট, তাদের মধ্যে যে আমরা খুব বেশি মিউকরমাইকোসিস, ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস পেয়েছি এমনটা নয়। হ্যাঁ, সুতরাং ব্ল্যাক ফাঙ্গাস করে প্যানিক করার খুব বেশি কারণ নেই। এবারে আমি সেই আমার বক্তব্যের শেষের দিকে সেই চ্যালেঞ্জগুলোর কথায় আসতে চাই, যেখানে আমরা অনেক চেষ্টা করে, অনেক ডাক্তারির সদিচ্ছা বা চেষ্টা থাকা সত্ত্বেও যে সমস্যাগুলো আমরা ভালোভাবে সলভ করতে পারিনি আমাদের সরকারি হাসপাতালগুলোতে, পার্টিকুলারলি প্রথম ওয়েভের শেষের দিকে এবং সেকেন্ড ওয়েভের পিকে, যখন আমাদের সরকারি হাসপাতালগুলোতে মানে পেশেন্ট ভরে গেছেন সাধারণ ওয়ার্ডে, এইচডিইউতে, আইসিইউতে, তখন আমরা কিন্তু যারা বয়স্ক, খুব হাইপক্সিক এল্ডারলি পেশেন্ট, তাদের কষ্ট অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই দূর করতে পারিনি। কিরকম? বেশ কিছু মানুষ এতটাই হাইপক্সিক ছিলেন যে যারা বিছানা থেকে নেমে বাথরুম অব্দি যেতে পারছিলেন না, অর্থাৎ তাদের প্রস্রাব এবং পায়খানা ডায়পারে বিছানার মধ্যেই করতে হচ্ছিল। হ্যাঁ, ওই অক্সিজেনের নলটা খুলে যে তারা বাথরুম অব্দি যাবেন, এইটুকু ক্ষমতাও তাদের ছিল না। এই মানুষদেরকে পরিষ্কার রাখতে এবং তাদের পার্সোনাল হাইজিন মেনটেন করতে আমাদের বিশাল সমস্যা হয়েছে, এবং সরকারি হাসপাতালের চিকিৎসক হিসেবেও এবং বেসরকারি হাসপাতালেও এই জিনিস হয়েছে। চিকিৎসক হিসেবে আমরা কিন্তু আমাদের যথেষ্ট দায়িত্ব এই পরিষ্কার পরিচ্ছন্নতার ক্ষেত্রে নিয়ে উঠতে পারিনি, এবং আমাদের যথেষ্ট সংখ্যক পরিষ্কার পরিচ্ছন্ন করার স্টাফ, যারা অকুতভয় পার্সোনাল প্রোটেক্টিভ ইকুইপমেন্ট পরে ভেতরে ঢুকে একজন মানুষকে 2 বার 3 বার 4 বার করে দিনের মধ্যে ডায়াপার চেঞ্জ করবেন, এই ধরনের মানুষের আমাদের অভাব ছিল, এবং এটা আমাদের কাছে একটা বিশাল বড় চ্যালেঞ্জ ছিল। দ্বিতীয় যেটা ছিল সেটা হচ্ছে যে মানুষকে তো বিছানার মধ্যে সীমাবদ্ধ রাখা হয়েছিল। মডারেট টু সিভিয়ার, যারা সিভিয়ার কোভিড পেশেন্ট, তাদের কারোরই সারা জীবনে বিছানার মধ্যে পায়খানা করার হ্যাবিট ছিল না। সুতরাং একটা বিশাল ইউনিভার্সাল কনস্টিপেশন আমরা পেয়েছিলাম যারা আইসিইউতে পেশেন্ট ভর্তি ছিলেন এবং আমাদের সিভিয়ার কোভিড নিয়ে ভর্তি ছিলেন, তাদের সবার বাওয়েল মুভমেন্ট খুব রেস্ট্রিক্টেড হয়ে গেছিল আর ইউনিভার্সাল কনস্টিপেশন হয়েছিল, যার ফলে আমরা এন্টেরিক ফিডিং ভালো করে দিতে পারিনি, তারা খেতে চাইছিলেন না, খেতে পারছিলেন না। হ্যাঁ, এই রুগীদের নিউট্রিশনাল একটা বড় চ্যালেঞ্জের সামনে আমরা পড়েছিলাম। কোন রুগীর সমস্যা ছিল যে তারা খেতে চাইছিলেন না, কেউ খেতে পারছিলেন না, আর কোন রুগীর ক্ষেত্রে আমাদের একটা বড় সমস্যা ছিল যে নার্সিং স্টাফ এবং গ্রুপ ডি স্টাফ বা হেল্পিং হ্যান্ডের অভাবের ফলে আমরা রুগীদের যারা অত্যন্ত দুর্বল তাদের খাইয়ে উঠতে পারছিলাম না, ফিড করতে পারছিলাম না। হ্যাঁ, এটা একটা বড় সমস্যা ছিল, যেটা থেকে আমাদের একটা বিরাট বড় নিউট্রিশনাল চ্যালেঞ্জের মুখে আমরা পড়ি। আপনারা যেহেতু নিউট্রিশনের ডিপার্টমেন্ট, সেহেতু শেষ করার আগে দু একটা নিউট্রিশনের কথা আমি বলে শেষ করতে চাই। দেখুন, আমরা যে বড় বড় সরকারি হাসপাতালগুলোতে কাজ করি, কলকাতার যে মেডিকেল কলেজগুলোর কথা আপনি যদি দেখেন, বেলেঘাটা আইডি হাসপাতাল, পিজি হাসপাতাল, সমস্ত জায়গায় যে বড় বড় আইসিইউ গুলো আমরা রান করি, আমরা কিন্তু নিউট্রিশনের ক্ষেত্রে অনেকটাই পিছিয়ে আছি। ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্টদের ক্ষেত্রে নিউট্রিশনের সমস্যাটা কিন্তু বেশ পরিষ্কারভাবে ডিফাইন নয়। হ্যাঁ, পেশেন্টদের অ্যাকিউরেট এনার্জি নিড ডিটারমাইন করা প্রয়োজন, যেটা আমাদের চিকিৎসকদের যথেষ্ট জ্ঞান নেই। এই ক্ষেত্রে আপনারা যারা নিউট্রিশনাল ডিপার্টমেন্টে আছেন তারা আমাদের দারুণভাবে সাপোর্ট করতে পারেন। ক্রিটিক্যাল ইলনেসের ক্ষেত্রে অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই যে বেসলাইন যে এনার্জি রিকোয়ারমেন্ট, হ্যাঁ, যাকে আমরা REE বলি, হ্যাঁ, REE যেটা অর্থাৎ রেস্টিং এনার্জি এক্সপেন্ডিচার, এই বেসলাইন এনার্জি রিকোয়ারমেন্টটা ক্রিটিক্যাল ইলনেসে অনেক ক্ষেত্রেই খুব বেড়ে যায়, আবার অনেক ক্ষেত্রে কমে যায়। এটা আমরা ঠিকঠাক ভাবে ম্যানেজ করতে পারি না বলে পেশেন্টদেরকে অনেক সময় বেশি খাইয়ে ফেলি বা কম খাইয়ে ফেলি, যার জন্য অনেক সমস্যা হয়। যদি আমরা পেশেন্টদেরকে বেশি খাইয়ে ফেলি তাহলে যেটা মূল সমস্যা হয় আইসিইউ এর পেশেন্টদের ক্ষেত্রে, তাদের ব্লাড সুগার বেড়ে যায়, তাদের ব্লাডে কোলেস্টেরল, ট্রাইগ্লিসারাইডের পরিমাণ বেড়ে যায়। হ্যাঁ, এবং সব মিলিয়ে তাদের মৃত্যুর সম্ভাবনাও বেড়ে যায়। যাদের ব্লাড সুগার বেড়ে যায় তাদের ক্ষেত্রে ইনফেকশনের সম্ভাবনা বেড়ে যায়। হ্যাঁ, এবং কোভিড সারতে সময় লাগে, অন্যান্য ইনফেকশন বেড়ে যায়। আবার যাদের ক্ষেত্রে আমরা ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্ট, আমরা প্রপারলি ক্যালোরিটা এস্টিমেট করতে পারি না, যাদের ক্ষেত্রে আন্ডার ফিডিং হয়ে যায়, তাদের ক্ষেত্রেও হাসপাতালে থাকাটা দীর্ঘায়িত হয়, অন্যান্য ইনফেকশন হয়, চট করে অর্গান ফেলিওর হয়, লিভার, কিডনি, হার্টের ফেলিওরটা চট করে হয়। ভেন্টিলেশন থেকে যাদেরকে আরো সহজে বার করা যেত, হ্যাঁ, যাদের আন্ডার ফিডিং হয়, দেখুন ভেন্টিলেশনে যারা থাকেন তারা তো খেতে পারেন না, তাদের নাকের মধ্যে রাইলস টিউব দিয়ে ফিড দিতে হয়, অথবা শিরার মধ্যে আমরা প্যারেন্টেরাল নিউট্রিশন, টোটাল প্যারেন্টেরাল নিউট্রিশন বলে এক ধরনের ওষুধের মাধ্যমে খাবার দিই, যেটা আপনারা জানেন নিউট্রিশনে যারা আছেন। হ্যাঁ, এদের ক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু আন্ডার ফিডিং হয়ে ক্যালোরি রিকোয়ারমেন্ট কমে গিয়ে বা মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্টসের ডেফিসিয়েন্সি হয়ে আমরা কিন্তু তাদেরকে মেকানিক্যাল ভেন্টিলেশন থেকে বার করতে অনেক সময়ই অপারগ হই। এই ক্ষেত্রে এখন বিদেশে এবং অনেক উন্নত ক্রিটিক্যাল কেয়ার সেটআপে ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি বলে একটি উপায় এখন প্রায় গোল্ড স্ট্যান্ডার্ড হয়ে গেছে। হ্যাঁ, যেটা আপনার ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্টের অক্সিজেন কনজাম্পশন এবং কার্বন ডাইঅক্সাইড প্রোডাকশন সেটার মধ্যে একটা মেজারমেন্ট করে, হ্যাঁ, ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি করে দৈনিক ক্যালোরি রিকোয়ারমেন্ট করে পেশেন্টকে তার কতটা ক্যালোরি প্রয়োজন, কি খাবারে কতটা ক্যালোরি আছে, কত সহজে আমরা দিতে পারবো, এটা নিউট্রিশনের যারা এক্সপার্ট তারা হিসেব করে দিতে পারেন। হ্যাঁ, যেমন আমরা যদি এরকম এই ছবিটা যদি আপনারা দেখতে পান, দেখবেন যে ভেন্টিলেটরের মধ্যে আমরা ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি অ্যাটাচ করতে পারি, অথবা যারা ভেন্টিলেশনে নেই তাদের পুরো মুখটাকে চারদিক দিয়ে ঢাকা দিয়ে একটা গ্লাসের কভারিং এর মধ্যে তাদের গ্যাস এক্সচেঞ্জটাকে পুরোপুরি ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রির মধ্যে দিয়ে চ্যানেলাইজ করে আমরা ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি করতে পারি। দুঃখের বিষয় হচ্ছে সারা ভারতেই এই যে অবজেক্টিভাইজড নিউট্রিশনাল থেরাপি ফর ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্ট, এটার কিন্তু অভাব রয়েছে। হ্যাঁ, এবং এই জায়গায় আপনারা একটা নিউট্রিশনের ডিপার্টমেন্ট হিসেবে স্টেট অফ দি আর্ট কাজ করে আমাদের সাথে কোলাবোরেট করে আমরা কিন্তু যুগান্তকারী হেল্প করতে পারি আমাদের প্রলংড ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্টদের ক্ষেত্রে। হ্যাঁ, এই কথাটা আমি আপনাদের ছাত্রছাত্রীদের এবং অধ্যাপকদের কাছে বলতে চাইছিলাম। সময় শেষ হয়ে এসছে। হ্যাঁ, এবং শেষ স্লাইডে আমি বলতে চাই যে আমরা কোথায় একসাথে কোলাবোরেট করে কাজ করতে পারি। দেখুন, আমরা যে কোভিড পেশেন্টদেরকে এতদিন ধরে চিকিৎসা করলাম, তাদের একটা ক্রস সেকশনাল এবং প্রসপেক্টিভ স্টাডি আমরা করতে পারি অন ফিডিং প্র্যাকটিসেস। আমাদের হাসপাতালে টেন্ডার দিয়ে খাবারের যে মানে এখন সমস্ত হসপিটালের কিচেনই বেশিরভাগই প্রাইভেটাইজ করা হচ্ছে, টেন্ডার দেওয়া হচ্ছে, তারা বিভিন্ন রকম খাবার দিচ্ছেন। এই খাবারগুলোর আদতে নিউট্রিশনাল ভ্যালু কতটা ক্যালোরি সাপ্লাই দিচ্ছে, তার ডাইজেস্টিবিলিটি কতটা বিভিন্ন রোগীর ক্ষেত্রে, ক্রিটিক্যাল ইল পেশেন্টের ক্ষেত্রে, এবং কতটা মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্ট সাপ্লাই দিচ্ছে, এটা কিন্তু আমাদের যারা চিকিৎসক হাসপাতালে কাজ করছি আমাদের কাছে খুব পরিষ্কারভাবে জানা নেই, এবং এই এক্সপার্ট কিন্তু আমাদের হাসপাতালেও নেই। সুতরাং এখানে যদি আমরা একটা ক্রস সেকশন মানে একটা ইন্টারডিসিপ্লিনারি স্টাডি করতে পারি আমার মনে হয় খুবই ভালো হয়। কোভিড এর ক্ষেত্রে শুধু নয়, অন্যান্য বিভিন্ন ক্রিটিক্যাল ইল পেশেন্টের ক্ষেত্রেও পশ্চিমবঙ্গে এটা একটা খুবই ভালো স্টাডির জায়গা। দ্বিতীয় হচ্ছে যে এই যে আমরা বিভিন্ন রকম ফুড এবং সাপ্লিমেন্ট অলরেডি পাবলিক হাসপাতালগুলোতে দেওয়া হচ্ছে, সেইগুলোর সাথে আপনারা যদি ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল পেশেন্টদের বিভিন্ন রকম নিউট্রিশনাল রিকোয়ারমেন্টকে ভেবে ফর্মুলেশন তৈরি করে দেন, আইডিয়াল রেসিপি তৈরি করে দেন, বিশেষ করে যে পেশেন্টরা মুখে খেতে পাচ্ছেন না, হ্যাঁ, অর্থাৎ বাইপ্যাপে রয়েছেন, ভেন্টিলেটরে রয়েছেন, সিভিয়ারলি ক্রিটিক্যালি ইল, যাদেরকে আমরা লিকুইড ফর্মুলা ফিড দিতে হচ্ছে, তাদের ক্ষেত্রে আপনারা যদি একেবারে পিন পয়েন্ট ক্যালোরি রিকোয়ারমেন্ট, মাইক্রোনিউট্রিয়েন্ট রিকোয়ারমেন্ট, প্রোটিন রিকোয়ারমেন্ট দেখে ক্যালকুলেট করে দেন, তার সাথে আমরা এক্সিস্টিং যা ফুড দিচ্ছি তার যদি আমরা একটা অ্যানালিসিস করে স্টাডি করতে পারি, হ্যাঁ, এটাও একটা খুব প্রয়োজনীয় স্টাডি হতে পারে। এবং শেষে আমরা যদি বিদেশের উন্নত আইসিইউ গুলোর মতন ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি করে একদম ইনডাইরেক্ট ক্যালোরিমেট্রি ডাইরেক্টেড এন্টেরিক এবং প্যারেন্টারাল ফিডিং এর প্র্যাকটিস শুরু করতে পারি, আমার মনে হয় এই কাজগুলো আমাদের কোভিড এবং অন্যান্য ক্রিটিক্যাল ইল, ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজ, নন ইনফেকশাস ডিজিজ পেশেন্টদের জন্য প্রচন্ড উপযোগী হবে। এই বলে আমি আমার প্রেজেন্টেশন স্টপ করছি, স্ক্রিনে ফিরে আসছি, এবং আশা করছি আমি সময়ের মধ্যে আমার বক্তব্য রাখতে পারলাম। অনেক কিছু একসাথে বলার চেষ্টা করেছি, ডক্টর ভক্তর সাথে আলোচনা করে আপনারা কি কি শুনতে চাইছেন সেগুলোর উপর বেস করে চেষ্টা করেছি যতটা সম্ভব নন একাডেমিক পপুলার রাখা যায় টকটা। এরপর আমি যদি আপনারা প্রশ্নোত্তর করেন, প্রশ্নোত্তর দেওয়ার জন্য প্রস্তুত।
Thank you so much, sir, for such a brainstorming presentation. But we are running short of time. That's why I am taking just 2 or 3 questions. Question number 1 is, what is your opinion about the severity of third wave of COVID-19 that is expected to hit India in the month of October?
Yes, so my opinion regarding third wave is that as we have vaccinated a large number of people, though the major population has received only 1 vaccine, still we have also vaccinated a large number of people with 2 vaccines. Definitely the severe intensity of the third wave and the numbers per day will be lower than that we have seen in the second wave. But according to all the predictions and modeling studies that we are seeing, definitely there will be a third wave which will probably be a little lesser in the peak, but more prolonged than the second wave. So I think that the speculations which are telling that children will be more affected has got no proper scientific value. Still in the third wave we will have similar kind of effect on elderly and comorbid and smokers and people with higher BMI. But there will be definitely a third wave because the vaccine immunity is not as strong as the infection immunity. Our herd immunity is still less than 70%, and people with 1 vaccine dose are still having very severe disease. I have received people in my ICU who have died with a single shot of vaccine due to severe COVID. So there will be definitely a third wave. We should be very careful, particularly about the Durga Puja related marketing and the festive season. I would suggest that to enjoy the Durga Puja in your home and in your locality instead of traveling too much and avoiding crowds and as much as possible, letting our elderly get 2 doses of vaccination.
Sir, the second question is, diabetic patients with controlled blood sugar and high blood sugar patients both have same risk.
No, definitely the patients with uncontrolled blood sugar is much higher in risk because of two factors. One is means, a very tightly controlled diabetes makes you almost equivalent to a normal person. Until unless you had a long history of uncontrolled diabetes and then you have started controlling the diabetes after maybe 10 years and now you have a tightly controlled diabetes, then your body is already damaged a lot. But if you are diagnosed early and if you have a tight control, then definitely being diabetic, you are almost at par a normal glycemic person. And if you have severe diabetes, your immunity levels are low, your chances of cross infections, because when you get admitted with COVID in the ward, you will have chances of other bacterial infections. And as you know that COVID is a steroid responsive ARDS, we give steroids for these patients, the steroids are mostly glucocorticoids, prednisolone, methylprednisolone, dexamethasone, etc., which increases the blood sugar level further. So definitely uncontrolled diabetes is much more of a risk factor, and we have seen cases of glucomycosis, the black fungus, which is much higher in uncontrolled diabetes patients than normal glycemic control patients.
Hello, Saptadeepa. I will interrupt you. Saptadeepa, please stop. Not more questions. Since our next speaker, he's waiting for our presentation, and I am really very much grateful to you, Dr. Banerjee. I specially mentioned that we are already formulated one project, and our Honorable Vice Chancellor already accepted and already funded very little seed money for conducting a certificate course regarding the clinical nutrition. So your lecture and your perspective is very much interesting, and you also opened our eye. I think in future we will collaborate with you for conducting this type of certificate course, especially case-specific nutritional diet formulation, and also so many things. I am very much interested with your suggestion. And Professor, our Sagar Sanal also is associated with us to conduct this types of certificate course. So please cooperate in future, Professor Dr. Banerjee. I request you, whenever I will go, please cooperate your hand. Thank you. Next, thank you, sir. Very good, very good, very good. Your nice presentation and very interesting presentation. So next, Saptadeepa, you asked to next our speaker, eminent speaker from the foreign speaker, please. Carry on, Saptadeepa.
Heading towards a burning issue of current scenario, immunonutrition for battle with SARS-CoV-2 and future pandemics. And to discuss on this, I would like to invite Professor Ashim Kumar Dottroy. He is the professor at Faculty of Medicine, University of Oslo, Norway. He is also an active member of several international organizations like Clinical Nutrition Society, International Congress on Clinical Nutrition, International Society for Study of Fatty Acids and Lipids, British Society, Nordic Lipid Society. Professor Dottroy is the author of over 300 research papers and serves as editor-in-chief of Journal of Food and Nutrition Research and serves on editorial boards of other journals also. His research contributions benefited several industrial developments throughout the world like Provesis and IDEAS. Welcome, sir.
Sorry, should I start now?
Yes,
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon and good morning from Oslo, University Hospital here. And I'm very pleased and honored to be invited by you. But it is not custom. I'm talking to Colgate University. I was there a few times. One of my friends is there from Packings Department. It's welcome. And lately, the last chancellor, Professor Han, who invited special lecture on dishes. So I'm very happy to be there, and also I'm very happy to share my ideas about how we can use our nutrition system so that we can cope with the ongoing pandemic in a situation like in India, where vaccination is still not at the comfortable level. So people are thinking about whether there will be another wave coming, and if it comes, what is the intensity and duration? These are the questions. So with this in mind, I will be giving you some preview of what I believe that is important in order to cope with the situation. Even if it is after vaccination, you need a very good immunocompetent body, and for that you need a varieties of nutrients and nutrition so that the proper antibodies are produced, and the life of B cell and T cells, they are also involved in some special nutrients that I'll be talking about. It is very important in order to continue the immunocompetence as we get old or we get more infections. With this, I will start my talk. And again, thank you all, for especially Professor Dr. Nanda and Krishnendu Manna, who contacted me for this. And I'm really happy. So I'm now sharing is it
HOD
shared?
sir, yes sir.
It is.
HOD sir, can you?
Hello?
Hello sir, you can share sir.
It is
Yes,
okay
sir,
now?
you can share now.
Yes sir, yes
It is,
sir.
it is okay?
Yes
Yes,
sir.
okay, sir.
You can
Can you
share,
see
sir.
my screen?
No sir.
No? Your screen is still visible to others. Click to resume or cancel. What that means? Yeah,
Yes, now
now it
starting.
is. Okay, okay, all right. So I have
Nice.
to do some, just a minute, please. Here, can you see now?
Yes, yes, sir. Very
Okay.
much.
Yeah, I work here. I'm now in the hospital, as you see here. This is a Norwegian National Hospital in Norway. The social medicine, everything is free. You just bring your body here, and they're doing it without paying any single penny. It works here. So education and health, nutrition, etc. is very important. That's right, because you need to have proper knowledge about your body, nutrition, environment, so that taxpayer does not bear too much cost when it comes to disease, etc. So that's why nutrition is a curriculum of the medical system here, and all doctors must know the body, especially the nutrient and body interactions. So in Norway, especially where we believe or we follow the father of modern medicine, Sir John Osler, who said that the first duty of the doctor is to educate the people not to take the medicine. What that means, actually, you have to understand your body physiology, nutrients, environment, so that you can grow well and healthily, and so that your aging is quite homogeneous and quite secular in that sense, so that you don't express disease process as you go through this. Because medicine is not a healthcare, it is a disease care, it is a sick care. And we don't want to go there. And it is, with these days, medicine is very complicated, and with the advent of so many new diseases, and also with the infection that is going on, the pandemic, so there is a big challenge with the country's wealth as well as the logistic, etc., etc. And for that, it is much more important today, the nutrition and food, that we should understand how it works. So with this premise, I'll start the food, what it is actually. And you know that every day we take 2 kilograms of food and drink, etc. And that food is just hundreds of compounds there. And it has essential nutrients, element, etc. And the most important thing is that we host more non-human cells in our body than our own cells. And that is very important throughout the talk I'll be talking about, presenting to you in terms of immunity, in terms of total body's health, how this bacteria residing mostly in the gut is helping us in order to fight this situation. And also we have several organs and cell types. They have different requirements and different homeostasis and cell repair processes, and several enzymes are there. And we have we only express 1 to 3% genes, and others are completely dormant, but they also express microRNA, and that is also can be controlled by some other nutrients and dietary things, and is very important, is there. And then we have, just for mention, the lipids itself. It's a varieties of compounds. Say, for example, arachidonic acid, you can get hundreds of compounds, from prostaglandin to leukotriene, etc., and also from omega-3. So there's a huge physiology and pathology could be involved with the lipid molecules. So it is not easy. And then you have a medicine, you have environment, you have pollution, all this coming there, and body has to cope with it. So it's a big challenge, especially these days, when somebody wants to use the nutrition or clinical nutrition to treat patients or to keep us well-being there. So first thing, what is health? Absence of disease does not mean you have a good health, because there are a lot of things, a lot of disease actually started with no biomarker we know of even today. You know, even for blood pressure or cholesterol is not a reliable biomarker. You'll find in Greece, they have a high cholesterol, but they don't have cardiovascular disease. And Framingham study also shows that there is a difference between the cholesterol level, those who are having a cardiac problems or those who don't have it. Because health is a product of all this interaction. Genetics, epigenetics. Epigenetics is a non-Mendelian concept of this, that the genes can be changed and modified even while living through different nutrients or through pollutants or environment. And that we change even behavior. And then lifestyle is very important, whether you have a sedentary lifestyle, active lifestyle, etc. That can affect the health. Environment is very important issue, pollution in such. Then you have a medical care, drugs and so many things are also part there. And above all these things, there is another thing is the gut microbiota, which I'll be coming later on. If the gut microbiota changes, then there will be changes in the drug response, there will be changes in the behavior response, there is changes in overall physiology also. So we are actually in a kind of a sync with all these players that is actually determining our health. Of course, food and nutrition and diet is one of the most important factors, but these are all important here. Now, coming back to we are the hosting, our numerous cells. We are only 43% ourselves. Rest are non-human cells, and it is all over the body, everywhere. But I'll be talking today mostly what is involved in the metabolism and food and nutrition. That is in the in the gut, the bacteria we have. I will call it microbiota, gut microbiota. It is around 2 kilograms of gut microbiota there, and they do a lot of host of physiological and pathological response. Depends what are the profile of this bacteria. And this microbiota can be viewed as a metabolic organ, just like another organ, which exquisitely tuned to our physiology that perform function we have not had to evolve on our own. And we get it from the mother when we are born, if we are born properly, normally, not cesarean babies. Through cesarean, we'll get more mother skin bacteria. We don't get the most important bacteria that you get mostly from when you're coming out of the mother through our mouth, and we colonize that during our rearing up. And also we get some of these bacteria through breast milk feeding. And this is very important. And that's why in Norway and other countries, the cesarean baby is almost no. and it is mostly normal, unless there is a medical requirements, and breastfeeding is also important, so that the most important organ, we call it today, the metabolic organ, this 2 kilograms of bacteria in the gut is the controller of so many things. What they control? They are involved in antimicrobial situation. They fend off the pathogenic microbes. It cannot come to the gut, leak to they maintain the integrity of the gut, the gap junctions. So there is no leaky gut. So this bacteria, any pathogenic bacteria, if it escapes in the stomach and comes to the large intestine, it cannot go to the blood because they produce so many compounds and things like that, and also antimicrobial compound by this commensal bacteria, and they protect and maintain the integrity of the gut. They stimulate the immune system, that I'll be talking later on. They synthesize vitamins. They synthesize the small chain fatty acids, are very important. And they also break down most of the complex carbohydrate, etc., if we don't get it. And if you look at here, that right side, and also we now know a lot of medicine or drugs, they can metabolize, and the response of the drug could be different depending on the gut microbiota one has it. And also at the right side, you see the gut microbiota. They are involved in neurotransmitters, short chain fatty acid, immunomodulatory metabolites, and they actually can control the brain function, our mood, even ADHD, etc. They are involved in it. And even infections, they involve, I'll be talking later on. And also they are involved in vagal sympathetic situation and changing their behavior. And the most important thing is that we don't do properly. That is, they need a 60 grams of complex carbohydrate every day in order to have this functionality and their upkeeping. And that means that has to come from the non-refined food, mostly fruits and vegetables, etc., not from refined sugar, etc. It should come from the complex carbohydrate, and they should they should get it through our food system, and then they will use it for producing all these nice molecules important for the body's physiology, and also for their own survival. And this my gut, and as you see here, before I go to the other slide, this is very important. As you see, this is studies done in Israel, and they measured the blood sugar level after giving the patient whether banana or cookies. There are a lot of studies now coming out with different fruits and vegetables and food, and they showed it is not universal, that every food carbohydrate will raise the same glucose level in everybody. As you see in the top panel, with the 445 people volunteers involved in it, their banana is producing more sugar than the cookies. But at the bottom one, you see just reverse. That means there is something, other metabolism going on in the body, which could be microbial and could be other things, that is controlling the blood sugar. And also, it is not willy-nilly that one can say it is that don't eat this fruit, it will produce having a more glycemic response, because we now know is a personalized nutrition is coming because every food has a different way of dealing, depending our epigenetics, gene system, microbiota, etc., etc. Another important thing is that we have only 20 genes to metabolize the carbohydrate. But if we look at the bacteria that present in the gut, every bacteria has 260 genes to utilize this carbohydrate. So they are well equipped to any carbohydrate. They can break down it, and they can have their energy. At the same time, doing that, they produce so many nice volatile compounds, and that will tune our body. So it's very important to know that we should have complex carbohydrate in our diet when we talk about food and nutrition. But this microbe that is present in the gut, they are always subject to different variables. They are not constant. They are changing through our life cycles. They are changing because of exercise also have some effect, metabolic things effect, and infant feeding system also has this, and also birthing process. As I mentioned already, that cesarean baby will lack some of these good beneficial bacteria. And there are a lot of studies shown that those who are born with cesarean way, they have a hyperactivity, and also they have other non-communicable diseases they develop later on. And also the mental situation also is not the same because of they lack the maternal, the best gift of the mother during our birthing process that we get from the mother through our mouth is absent when it is in a different mode of delivery, that is in cesarean way. So, and the babies also can have it though later on through milk, breast milk especially, but baby food does not have that bacteria, so there are problems. And also through the life cycle stages, this gut bacteria changes. And it has been shown that the population of the gut microbe is quite different in a different country. In India, the exit of stool actually takes 24 hours, but in the Western world is around 48 hours. And the stool, that 60% contain dead bacteria or live bacteria, actually depends on the passage time. And this is, we are now in a process to develop a stool bank, because we know that from skin disorder to mental disorder, these bacteria could be transplanted. And for that, we need to have a stool bank, and it is in the process now. But for that, people are looking at which stool contain the very good quality of this bacteria and can be used in future. And also medicine itself, and as antibiotic, as I mentioned, the babies up to 2 years, we generally don't prescribe any antibiotic unless there is a huge medical conditions. And the pharmaceuticals, pollution, these things also can change the microbiota, and that changes could go to dysbiosis. Dysbiosis means the normal habitat of the bacteria is gone and it is replaced by the environmental bacteria. They may be pathogenic or non-pathogenic, but not helpful. And of course, diet is very important to keep them. And to maintain this maternal gift in our gut for whole life, we need a proper diet that contains complex carbohydrates, should have at least 60 grams that has been calculated to maintain the 2 kilograms of bacteria in our body, in the gut. And for that, we must think about, this is the most important thing when we talk about diet and health. And if we look at the journey of this, the development of the gut microbiome, that depends on so many factors. It is now known that we are born not in a sterile anymore situation. Even in the placenta, this bacteria can go. So fetus is exposed to this bacteria. When they develop this immune system, they have a learning process so that these bacteria can survive. And that I'll talk later on when I'll talk about the immunity. And then through the whole life system, depending on the environment, food and nutrition, and etc., this gut bacteria is a dynamic one, is changing, and it is also changed. If when we take antibiotic in our age, it can change, and it has to be again repopulated by using different mode of nutrition that I'll be talking later on, including probiotics and prebiotics. But another thing happened in food and nutrition when I talk about nutrition, immunonutrition, that our forefathers, or in a Paleolithic time, that the people used to hunt for food, the animals, etc. So that means there is some kind of movement to become the part of our, food procurements, and that's why at that time those who can, move around, can run for the animals, etc. And they can they survive, and we inherit their genes. But today the food comes to our table and we don't do proper exercise, and there is a mismatch between the genes we inherited and the food system of the environment that is we are in at the moment. And that is the problem of obesity, which is actually is very important for us to survive in a lean period. Now it becomes liability. And this obesity, more obese people as an immune is actually compromised, and they become more victim with the COVID-19 that will come later on. So another thing happens, we are taking less fruits and vegetables than used to be. and less whole grain, more animal fats, and more saturated fat, and more fast food, and less fish, especially seafood, where the omega-3 fatty acids plays a very important role in terms when we talk about immunity, brain development, overall health. This omega-3 fatty acid dwindle like anything. Now, coming back to the real situation today, if you look at the deadliest pandemics in the history, I have found this slide where you see the worldwide smallpox epidemic, etc., etc. It cost a lot of human life. And COVID-19, as of September 4, 45 lakhs plus people died, actually. And there is a question that how long the pandemic will continue, and how long how many waves are coming, all sorts of things are there. But COVID-19 actually is very different and special than any previous pandemics, because the most important thing is the infectious period is a non-symptomatic state. And whereas the influenza or others, when people are coughing, etc., that is the time we know, and we can keep people separate from there, so other people, so that the infection doesn't go on. So there are a lot of factors that is actually contributing to these things. And as a human being, we are always exposed to millions of trillions of microbes around us. Luckily, in our body, we have a more virus, also bacteria or virus, whatever, and they're protecting us. Their skin has billions of bacteria, and they need a nutrition and etc. So they are surviving on that, and they are protecting us from pathogenic bacteria. In the gut also, we have a very good commensal bacteria that are actually helping us and helping our physiology. And we now know more the secret, that is how bacteria works inside our body and part of our physiology. And if they changes, what sort of problem we have it. So it's very important when you target or intervene the infectious disease, what sort of support we should be giving and what are the requirements. We have some experience with COVID-19 last 1.5 years. And of course, we need to give immune support that will come later on in terms of nutrition and vaccine and other things. And then we have to have a antimicrobial, anti-infective treatment that is still, in case of COVID virus, is not still well established. We are repurposed drug, we are using it, that is used for other virus, we are trying to use it, and a lot of side effect, etc. is there. And then, of course, the symptomatic support we give, acute symptoms and effects on inflammation, post-recovery symptom also there. So, acute symptoms, the children may not show it, but we show it. A 70-year-old guy may show it, and then we have to think about how can you reduce the inflammation, which is very important to kill off the infectious, but then it should not overdo us. That what we call it cytokine storms in COVID-19, and the cytokine storm, a lot of cytokines are produced in the body, not by our own body, and it is making riot and changing all the epithelial layer, however it is possible. It's brain, endothelium, it could be blood vessels, it could be kidney, and they are impacting everywhere, and that is a major problem actually. And if there is a comorbidity like diabetes, pre-diabetic condition, obesity, etc., that is also contributing to this. So let's start with immunity. And there are two types of immunity. One is innate immunity, another is acquired immunity. Innate immunity is the immunity that we got when we were born. And that is completely non-specific. It works in an acute situation. The skin is a barrier, mucus we produce so that the bacteria or virus doesn't get in. And we have a cilia in the lungs everywhere. So it is moving, it is bringing out any pathogen outside our body. So it is a one-side movement. And the skin microbe, I talked about it. And competitive bacteria, that is very important. And GI tract that contain so many bacteria that's protecting GI in terms of integrity, etc. So this is very important. And in innate immunity also, there are cells involved. It could be granulocyte, monocyte, dendritic cells, natural killer cells are very important, and chemical barrier, the pH in the stomach. It is acidic so that it can kill all the bacteria, etc. But if it bypasses, then it goes to the gut, where the gut microbe will face it, this sort of pathogens. And of course, a lot of enzymes that is involved in this. And the most important thing of any immunity that we develop through evolution, that they should have the power to recognize which is self, which is non-self. That means which is our own body constituent, protein, amino acid, etc., or anything that they have to recognize, and that if they don't fail to recognize that, it gives to autoimmune disorder, etc., etc. And they will produce the kind of a immune response, a strong response. And if they don't recognize is a non-self in a pathogen, etc., there is a mechanism, then they will try to kill it off. And if it goes in the cell try to neutralize this, and they will have a small piece of that pathogen coming into it, and then it will express on their surface and asking for suicide. Because they think they are infected, this virus is infected these cells, so these cells cannot do anymore. They don't want to survive because if they survive, the virus will multiply. So they will send the signal through MHC1. I'll be talking in details later on, and then natural killer cell will come and shoot them out. So this is very important. Same thing happened in the cancer. If our immune system is strong and immunocompetent, then cancer cannot grow, because it is a kind of if it is a foreign, some protein our body should not recognize, and it should be killed by natural killer cell and interferon, etc., etc. So immunity is very important to keep our body upkeeping, and innate immunity's main thing is a barrier. And some cells, they use it to process the pathogen, and then they try to give it for acquired immunity. That means acquired immunity means we get it infected, and then our immune system is geared up only that infective agents. For example, against COVID-19. Since COVID-19, although is a virus, it was present in 2002, but it is mutated in such a way it becomes a new kind of virus. So our body does not have any information against this virus as we have against the flu and other virus, because we are exposed to that. So that's why we have a problem. But we can fight this problem by making immunocompetence our body, or through vaccination. That I will come later on. So the acquired immunity, two types. One is humoral, that is the antibody will be produced against this pathogen. And for that production, we need a very good nutrition. Immunocompetence should be there. And other is a cell-mediated immunity. T cells, they will produce a lot of cytokines, and they will target this pathogen and kill them off. And they will be more enhanced, etc., by this acquired immune system. So we have an innate system and acquired immunity system. And these are important. As you know, in the blood, when you go to the doctor, if you got fever, etc., they measure blood cells, especially white lymphocyte. And neutrophils is very important. They are 60% should be in the circulation, and then the other are there. And also platelet is coming into this place as a immune cells. It used to be a non-immune cells, but we now know it has much more role in inflammation, and also in terms of cross-talking other immune cells. And it is also very interesting, the flu virus or COVID-19, they actually use platelet as a transporter. It's a free ride, because platelet has no nucleus. It has a protein making machinery, because it has some mRNA, and it lives 10 days, and it can go anywhere. So the COVID-19 SARS virus can go inside it. It has ACE2 receptors, and they use the platelet to go everywhere, everything that can do. A lot of research coming, including in my lab, but it's still going on at the moment. And so the most important is neutrophils. They are the first kind of soldiers. These are very important in an immune situation. But immune balance is important because if your immune system is very hyperactive, as it means is so much hyperactive, it failed to see, recognize the difference between self and non-self, then they will produce antibody and others, or they will try to kill our own cells by natural killer cell or neutrophils, whatever it is, and or by interferon, and that is autoimmune disorder. Like we lost, those who have a problem with in diabetic type 1, the pancreas cell, because of autoimmune disorders, and also some other intestinal disorder, the autoimmune disorder could be a problem. And also we have an allergy problem. So we are more sensitive to pathogen and produce allergy because we have a hyperactive immune system. It could be both. Innate, it is mostly innate, as well as could be adaptive immune system as autoimmune disorders. So that is a hyperactive. We don't want that. Another is kind of a, if we are our immune system is not competent enough, and when you get old, because of T cell, B cell cannot proliferate, our dendritic cell cannot produce properly, and vitamin D level is very low. This is very important, and then we get infection. And a lot of people, even those are 70, 80 years old, after vaccination, like a pneumonia, they can die because they don't produce much antibody, because even the vaccination is there, but the system is not working properly to produce the antibody against this vaccine. So that's why they got subject to a lot of infection diseases, and also cancer developed because of hypoactivity of immune system. Immune system should take care of the cancer cell and kill them off. So what do we want actually? The balance between this hyperactive and hypoactive. Our immune system should be competent enough. Some people say immunoboosting food and etc. is completely wrong, and scientifically also wrong, because we cannot boost immune system. Immune system is a kind of a soldier of the country. It is in a naval, it is air, it's the infantry, and different kind of process, intelligence. They all should cross-talk each other to make a huge competent system. So if there is any kind of foreign invasion out there, it should be able to protect it. And also inside, it should look for as a surveillance so that our body works properly. So we should look for the balance of the immunocompetence in our body, so that we can cope with any viral infection or pathogen, or inside body, anything problem happens, it should take care of it. And this is a challenge, because you have noticed that in COVID-19, saying old people are dying, and those who have a comorbidity, obesity, diabetes, etc., have a problem in the smokers because of, I think, the most important thing is the immunocompetence is lost. Now, how can we really work in this area? Because this is a model we use. We know that some people are hyperactive, and chronic inflammation, allergy, and autoimmune disorders, and some are hypoactive, infection, cancer, etc. happen. And also we know that we are subject to environmental challenges, pathogens, insult, tissue breakdown, and things like that. And so our body has a system to react to all these environmental changes that we face, the pathogen challenge, etc. And that in these two lines, there is a kind of a different immune system and different cells. Everything is working. So our interest is, because of the modern medicine and modern nutrition science that is developing with it, our interest is to see how we can maintain our immune system within these two lines, so that it will be able to take the challenge of the pathogen, but it does not give you over-inflammation that we see in terms of cytokines or allergy reaction, etc. So the objectivity is that we have to increase the width of this band, and that can be done by different lifestyle changes, nutrition, and also other behavior that I'll be talking later on. Now, how then of course one has to ask how this immune challenge occurs. It can come from tissue damage, it can come microbial components, metabolic stress, etc. All will come. But body has a very unique system to see if it comes in the system, that it is called toll-like receptors. They senses which is pathogen, which is non-pathogen. And they're generally called pattern recognition receptors, PRR, and toll-like receptor, TLR, is the receptor. And they recognize any protein, it could be virus, it could be bacteria, or any pathogen. They have a pathogen-associated molecules pattern. They should have it. Then they will bind the toll-like receptor. There are 11 toll-like receptors in our body. They will bind to them. They work for different kind of pathogens, and then they will produce NF-kappa B. And NF-kappa B is an inflammatory genes, and the inflammatory zones will be there, and then they will produce so much of cytokines in order to destroy these pathogens. And that is of the mechanism. And that is behavior. It can be changed by body weight, fatness, fat distribution. If it is a visceral fat distribution, is different. Physical activity or inactivity, male and female, and their age, genetics, epigenome, gut microbiota, diet, even medication, as well as the emotional stress, pollution, etc. And the sleeping is very important, also determine this sort of biomarker. This is how the immune response will have it, depends on this environmental modulator or modifier. So it is a very complex thing, but it is the way it is happening. And as you know, several nutrients can influence the immune function. As I mentioned, immune function is a diverse, multiple players are there, from cells to skin, bacteria, etc. They are all there, and they need food. They need a proper nutrition for their activity. And some of the food could be working against it, some could be stimulating it. Then we have to understand how it works. Of course, first begin with the African malnutrition that you know very well, Kwashiorkor disease, where people used to have a lack of proteins, and they develop a high inflammatory state, and it's big problems. And the fat that I'll be talking later, fat is the lipid, as I mentioned. It is not a single entity. It has a different structure of fatty acid. Depending on the structure, they produce different kind of metabolites. We call it eicosanoid, prostaglandin, leukotriene, resolvins, you name it, hundreds. And they affect different kind of different tissue, cells, etc. in different way, in terms of producing cytokines, in terms of how our steroid will work on it, depending on how much is in or what is the ratio of it. And of course, the fiber, that is very important for the survival and the food for the bacteria. And they produce compound like short-chain fatty acid, vitamins, and also they can interfere with the immune system. So fiber is very important, like beta-glucan, etc., etc. Of course, the vitamins are involved. They are like vitamin D is involved in a maturation of dendritic cells, and dendritic cells also can activate the vitamin D in active form. The dietary vitamin D, we take 25 hydroxy vitamin, but it has to go to liver to produce 1 to 125 vitamin D to make it metabolically active. And then this vitamin D is workable. And vitamin E, antioxidant, etc. That all are involved in this. Alcohol has a positive and negative effect. I'll talk later on. And nucleotide is important because these cells are, as you know, the blood cells have a different lifetime. Like monocyte, macrophage, different. Red blood cell has 3 months, platelet has 10 days. They are produced in the bone marrow, and they mature in the T cell, B cell, and thymus and bone marrow, and that mature. And this is very important to maintain the thymus activity and bone marrow through different good kind of nutrition. And the minerals like copper, iron, selenium, zinc, they are highly involved in a lot of immune reaction, immune cells, etc. So when we talk about the immunocompetence and nutrients, we must have these basal requirements of the food and nutrients to maintain the body. And if it is not there, happen. So when virus attack us, say for example SARS-CoV virus, which is CoV-2 now, it is the old slide last year, that time is there. So the reaction is fever, dry cough, dyspnea, diarrhea. This is a no fever is not a liability to begin with, because when there is a fever, these prostaglandins are generated to raise the blood temperature so that it can take care of pathogens. So, but if it goes too high, then you have to take care of fever. But initially, it is not a liability. It is protecting your body. And then, as you know, the SARS virus can affect almost all organs, whereas the epithelial is there. But it mostly acts on endothelium of the lungs, and the lung is damaged and is a big problem. And of course, it also can affect the intestinal walls, etc. The diarrhea, etc. can happen. And what happened with this virus? They can the natural killer cell will see this any cells infected with the virus, and they will express this viral fragment in MSC1, and natural killer cell will try to kill it. And if it is a natural killer cell or dendritic cells, the antigen presenting cells, when they take the virus, and they will give it to MSC2 cell, MSC2 component of the protein. There are two types, MSC1 and MSC2. MSC1, the major histocompatibility complex 1, present in every cell except red blood cell. Any cell that has nucleus, it is there. And their main job is to inhibit natural killer cell to kill them. Because if it is their own protein on the MSC1 on the membrane, the natural killer cell will be inhibited. They will not kill it. But in cancer, normal situation, or in a viral or infected cell, then MSC1 will take the fragment of this membrane or proteins of this pathogen and ask for natural killer cell, come and kill me. And they will kill it. And this is the way, one of the way to get rid of the pathogen. And then dendritic cell, if it will also present this viral fragment to MSC2, and MSC2 will then ask for CD4 cells, and they will come and they will activate the B cells, as you see downstairs, and B cell will get the information. And this is the dress or shirt or whatever called attire of the virus, and they will then produce antibody against that thing, and they will keep in the memory, and for next infection, they will produce more and more, and they will kill the virus. So this is works. So the most important player in the innate immunity is neutrophils and natural killer cells. These are the primary defense cells, surveillance cells. And this is very important, nutrition in this case. As you know, the sugar is very bad for infection, because what happened if you have a sugar like in diabetic conditions or in an insulin resistant, the sugar level is very high. Or if you give somebody steroid, the sugar will be high. Then the neutrophils will be completely numbed. They will go and try to eat food. They'll be happy with fructose. They will not do their job. So if you give fructose or sugar, these are not very good for patient suffering from infection, because neutrophil will not be in a killing mode. They will be sleeping and they will be entertaining the sugar that you offer. So it's important that when there is a COVID situation and things, sugar, at least primary sugar, should not be available. And the stress and grief, and these are really depressing the immune system. So we get infected under this condition. But vitamin C is very important for stimulating these neutrophils, etc. There is a vitamin C receptors. They make very effective soldiers. And cortisol is another thing. Is cortisol can modulate the innate immune system. And of course, acidic food also very good. The lemons and citrus fruit, that is actually very good to keep the innate system, mostly neutrophils, and natural killer cells, they become more important. Now, if you come to the bottom of this or the middle portion of this slide, I keep it innate and adaptive immunity. Innate system, as I mentioned, it could be mucus, it could be skin, it could be surface area. They are producing a barrier so that nothing can go there. But the COVID-19 virus, they have their receptor. Somehow they develop it, that will come later, and they can bind ACE2, and then they enter our body. And when they enter in our body, they try to infect. The strategy is very simple. This virus, they need a host where they can multiply, and they will go out from there. That is their job. But in doing that, our body is reacting to this because it is a pathogen and reacting in a different way. First, the innate immunity system that is working, that because they'll try to produce this natural killer cell, etc. Through NF-kappa B, they produce a lot of cytokines and etc. That happens within 12 hours. There will be fever because prostaglandin will be generated, etc. That could happen. And then dendritic cell will gobble up this virus, and then they, as I mentioned, that they also produce cytokine, etc. And initial body temperature will be high, things will happen. Then if it goes too much, then of course there could be a cytokine storm, etc. can happen. And these dendritic cells, they're one of the antigen presenting cells that I told you already, that they will try to destroy the virus, they will degrade the virus, they take a piece of the virus constituents, and then it will produce on the surface through MHC2, that major histocompatibility complex 2, and they will ask for T cell to come, and then T cell will give this information to B cell to produce the antibody. And also they will activate T cell to a killer cell, and the cytotoxic T cells or killer cell, and that will kill any cell that is infected with this virus. Then that happens in adaptive immunity later on, 7 days, 8 days, 10 days, it is there. So you have innate immunity, immediate reaction with all the soldiers, all sorts of mechanism. Then you have adaptive system. It takes time to produce the antibody. And our vaccine actually using both the system, innate immune system, immunity system, because it is a foreign thing, whether mRNA or protein or whole kind of mutated virus introduced in the system, but the same reaction. But it is much more. And then the B cells will get the information, and they will produce the antibody against this, the information that given in the virus. In this case, is spike protein that is used by the virus to enter into the cell, so they cannot enter our body. So this way it works. So in innate immune system is the body's first line of defense. It is activating macrophage, neutrophils, and other cells to attack and destroy the outsider by different mechanisms, including the cytokine production. And if it fails, then it leads to severe COVID-19. And it is shown that vitamin D is very important. They bind these cells and facilitate the gene expression that makes the cells better killing machine. So the vitamin D, that's why is very important. It works in a lot of stages and steps of immune systems. And if vitamin D's deficit is there, and billions of people in India and Middle East, even the sunlight is there, vitamin D is deficit. And if vitamin D is deficit, then the reaction is very severe of the infection, because our immune system is not 100% effective, because it needs vitamin D for several mechanisms in order to kill this virus. Now, coming back to, again, this model, that if you have a virus, if you see the right side, and it goes to it infects the cell, it enters the cell through ACE2 receptors, and then it is through MHC1, it will express the viral protein, and the cytotoxic T cells or natural killer cell, whatever, it will come and destroy the infected cells, because it's asking for death, suicide. And then it can go to the also dendritic cells. It is the epithelial cell, this is the dendritic cells, and dendritic cells also process these things. It can put these viral things to both MHC1 and MHC2. As I said, MHC1 and MHC2 is expressed in dendritic cell and other antigen presenting cells, but MHC1 present in everywhere except red cells. And when it put MSC1, then it will activate the T cell, cytotoxic T cell. It become a kind of a killer, and it will kill any virus-infected cell because it has the machinery right now. And other viral fraction, it will put into MSC2 cells, and then it will ask T cell to get activated and get the information that this is the viral protein. Say, for example, COVID-19 is very specific for COVID-19. I got the information. Then THO, we call it, it is not committed yet. They will be committed to TH2 and TH1. And then they will give this information to B cells and to become a plasma cell to produce the antibody against this virus. And this is the same mechanism we use when we add vaccine, but this is naturally we should have produced this antibody. But for this, all this reaction, all this participation of the immune cells, protein synthesis, presenting the viral protein on the surface protein, it need energy, it needs some elements, and very important, lot of interaction, cell-cell interaction, sensing, cytokines. They all should be, the battery of proteins should be there in order to be effective against the antibody production or killing the in a cytokine way, T-cell mediated way for that. And same thing happened with the natural immunity. You get the virus and you produce the antibody. Same thing will happen with the vaccine. Also, it's the same thing. Vaccine is putting the information of that virus in a different way, but the reaction is same. And for that, that means that if we need a proper nutrition, even if we get the vaccine, we may not produce the antibody enough to fight against the specific virus, as we see in the old people, even pneumonia and influenza, even they die after taking vaccine because the lack of proper nutrients and other factors. So if I put a very simple way, it is like this. If you have a pathogen or any vaccine, then the antigen presenting cell, neutrophil, macrophages, and dendritic cells, it will process the antigens. And then it will pick up some of the viral proteins, either present in a wild virus as such, or in the vaccine. In the mRNA, they will produce the protein, and then it will, this protein, they will try to digest, and then part of that protein or part of the virus that will express in the, you see, MSC1 type 1 or MSC type 2. And then they are energizing or heightening the T cell through the T cell receptor CD8 plus or cytotoxic T cells. It will become active, and it will can recognize this viral protein, as you see here. They are cross-talking. Antigen, it is antigen presenting cells. The idea came that pathogens or vaccines, pathogen in the vaccine, they will pick up certain fragments which is very unique, and they will present to T cell or the helper T cell. It is CD4 plus, CD8 plus. When it goes to CD8 plus, it becomes cytotoxic. It is a killer machine. It will produce a lot of cytokines, and it will try to kill any cells infected by this virus because it has now recognition capacity also, and it will produce a lot of cytokine, etc. And the other side, if you see the right side, then CD4 T cell, this is a helper cell, cells that will take the information from this antigen of the virus fragments, and it will give to the B cells. B cells actually then have the information to produce the anti-structure of that fragments. It call it antibody. So in a future infection, etc., that antibody will be produced long way and strongly and more, and should actually neutralize any future invasion. The question with COVID-19, how long the memory will be there, how good is the response of the antibody, and how much antibody they produce. So if you are, immunized today, it will, how long it will take, and when the second or third dose it will be given. So you have more B cells will be in the memory, and you will be charged with the information against this virus for future there. But the problem is this virus, it has not been exposed to human before, and it has a the problem is that if people are not vaccinated or the immunity is strong enough, then virus, when it goes inside the system, it multiplies. This is the strategy. The strategy is very simple. Go inside and multiply. And multiplication can give a lot of errors and can produce different kind of mutants. And this mutant has a different protein could be there and may or may not recognize this antibody, because the antigen presenting cells from the the first one, COVID virus, whatever protein it gives to the antigen presenting cells, it may be changed by mutation. And that's why this antibody system may not work at all when even we take a third dose, etc., etc. So it's very important to stop the variant formation, and that is not possible unless the people are vaccinated. And if the people are not vaccinated and not following the kind of a hygienic rule, then if they are more exposed, more host it will get, more chance of mutation and more chance of different waves are coming. Because it will be, then this vaccine may not work, or if it works, it will be mutated, but still they will multiply. So it goes on. So this is a big problem for the future pandemics and to control this virus. And also another important thing, this virus is non-symptomatic. And that time it is much more infectious, unlike other influenza virus, etc. So it's difficult to pinpoint who are really affected and who should be quarantined, etc. Now, another part is a cytokine storm mediated damage. Cytokines are important in our body. These are the small protein, 20 to 30 kilodalton proteins. It has a huge activity. It has around, in my lab, we have found 24 or 25 types of proteins. And it can activate blood clotting. It can activate complement systems. It can damage any epithelial membrane, whether it is the brain, vessel wall. We have a 62,000 blood vessel network. It can activate changes this. It can activate the platelet and can produce cardiac problem. And it can also changes the membrane. Membrane lose the permeability property, and that's why the blood pressure, etc., will be a problem. And it can produce immunosenescence, and also kidney, anything surfaces will be affected. And ultimately, if it goes on, then it is a big problem. We call it multiple organ failure, and this is a big problem with the COVID-19. And of course, there is a drug which you can use. We call it blunt drug, the steroid, corticosteroid. Corticosteroid actually inhibit phospholipase A2, that is a cell membrane phospholipid, where the arachidonic acid is staying there. Arachidonic acid is coming from omega-6 fatty acid, linoleic acid, and we have much more than 50 years back. Because what happened? Because of cardiovascular death in 60s, and that is the cholesterol is thought to be one of the important factors, and they know that the cholesterol is coming from saturated fat, etc., etc. So then it is decided to cut the saturated fat, and then replace with omega-6 fatty acid, seed oil, any seed oil that got omega-6 fatty acid. That is the precursor of arachidonic acid. And in doing that, we have plenty of arachidonic acid and little bit of another series of fatty acid, omega-3, which works against arachidonic, is very little now. And it is mostly coming from seafood and some urad dal and also hilsa fish, that Bengalis take, and mostly seafood, so and spinach. So we have a very little of omega-3 to counteract this omega-6 arachidonic acid. And this, you can imagine, this arachidonic acid produces prostaglandin, leukotrienes for, that is control the airways, constriction, etc., blood clotting, sleep. It is tremendous. If any infection comes, the arachidonic acid will come from the membrane and produce prostaglandin, etc., and cytokines, and create a mess. How we can interact this? This is a question we are facing right now to reduce the thing. And if you look at the drug situation, steroid, one of the main job is to stop the metabolism of arachidonic acid coming from the membrane through inhibiting the phospholipase A2. And aspirin does the same thing, but different pathway. The aspirin is being used in billions in the world. It's just to stop the arachidonic acid metabolism. And in doing that, that we produce a lot of other problem with arachidonic acid, aspirin. So the important, we are loaded with arachidonic acid. We have to find out the ways to reduce the arachidonic acid. That is, and India's situation is much worse because we take all the so-called white oil, but they all are omega-6 fatty acid, and we don't take omega-3 at all. And of course, we don't have a olive oil, which is neutral. We are making much worse. And it is very important for fetal brain development and etc. Why do you need omega-3 fatty acid? Also immunity, etc. We don't have any breaker like omega-3 fatty acid that works against arachidonic acid. So, and the steroid is used to stop the cytokine storm through prostaglandin production, through metabolized arachidonic acid. It is there. But there are a lot of nutritional modification and things you can do. Could be from polyphenols, from plants and fruits, and from omega-3 fatty acid, and some other things that will come later. Another cells is becoming much more important when it comes to infectious disease, viral infectious disease, either in dengue or in COVID, is a platelet. And platelet, you know what happens. Platelets are they don't have any nucleus. They have a 10 days life. His most important job is a homeostasis. If there is a cut in our body, it will go there and produce a plug with a clotting thing and seal them. And then once the plug is repaired, then it will be the slapped up, the clots, and the blood flow will start again. But the problem with platelet is that platelet is always could be activated by viral infection and by our lifestyle. If we smoke, if we're obese or sitting long time, platelet become active. And active in such a way that it produces some of the component always, which is produced during final stage of cardiac problem. For cardiac patient, the compulsory medicine is the antiplatelet. One can have a lowering blood pressure medicine, lowering cholesterol, but must have antiplatelet drug. Either is a aspirin, Albil, or Ecosprin, and call it India, or Plavix, etc. Combination of it. But aspirin only cannot affect, only affect 70%, 30% resistant, and a lot of side effect. That will come later on if I have a chance. But what I'm trying to say here, that platelet activation occurs even in the kids, even in a high sporting condition, high charge sports. This platelet then produce these things and then activate the endothelium and produce the atherosclerotic plaque. So platelet is involved in plaque formation throughout the life. And that's why taming platelet is important, and that you cannot do by aspirin. Aspirin, if you take, you damage your system. Like steroid, you cannot take steroid all the time because prostaglandins are so important in our body. You stop it, is like a firefighter approach. You cannot really have a permanent solution to it. But nutritionally, you can do that. But this platelet being used by in dengue virus, they use there, even COVID virus, SARS, it can enter the platelet and it can use the protein machineries to replicate, etc. And also it uses a free ride to go here, one tissue to other there. So it go other places because if it infecting a tissue, it is more immobile. It doesn't go to the other. But through production of cytokines and others, of course, is affecting. But if it goes to a cells which is mobile, moving around, then it is better. So use the platelet for that. So we're working in this situation, how we can stop the entry of this virus into these cells, which actually is the most important in terms of severity of COVID-19. Now, in a lung situation, probably those are know the physiology. The important thing is the lung has extremities. They're called alveola, the small sac that our oxygen-filled air comes in, and then in touch with blood, vessels, and then exchange. The carbon dioxide takes out, oxygen gives in, so we survive. And then carbon dioxide we exit. And perspiration, respiration, and oxygen go. That's the way it works. So the membrane contact between the vessel, blood vessel, and the endothelium, alveolar membrane is important. As I mentioned, this virus it can attach anything which contain the ACE2, these receptors. And the lungs has that many express these things, and they damage the membrane. And that becomes a big problem of oxygen saturating the blood. And this is a major problem of oxygen requirements. And if the oxygen is not exchanged, carbon dioxide oxygen in our own system, there is a toxicity in the blood, acidity change and everything. Ultimately, lung is a major problem. And through mechanical force, we have to give the oxygen in order to survive. But the main problem is the membrane damage, actually big problem, and cytokine storm actually damaging this membrane. And that's why requirements of the drug steroid is very important under this condition. But it should be a very well-trained doctor should decide when and how this steroid could be used. But the most important thing is to stop the cytokine production much more so that you can protect your alveolar membrane or endothelium or the microvessels so that the oxygen exchange can occur. So one way is to do it by using steroid. I'll not go details of the biochemistry and gene expression, etc., and involving different cells, how it works. But I'll look at the right stage. As I mentioned, the arachidonic acid is the killer. It is coming from so-called cardiovascular healthy oil, seed oil. We are consuming much more. And this arachidonic acid actually is liberated from the cell membrane, any membrane that contain arachidonic acid, phospholipase, steroid works there. So no arachidonic acid come out, so we don't have any product of hyperglucotrine, prostaglandin, and no cytokines. And that's why. But if you give aspirin, it can stop a little bit of cyclooxygenase, but it cannot stop it can only stop in to some extent in platelet. Because it has no new protein to produce it, acetylated. But with the nucleus containing cells like endothelium, etc., it is not very effective because it has a cyclooxygenase 1 and 2. 2 doesn't care. It is not inhibitable by aspirin or anything. That's why the steroid use is most important. But other way you can replace the arachidonic acid that will contain much more now than 60 years back through icosapent. The arachidonic acid precursor linoleic acid, we call it omega-6 fatty acid, omega-3 ratio in India more than 30, whereas in Japan it's 10. So you can imagine what we damage our body by taking more of seed oil and omega-6 fatty acid more. There's a response will be more arachidonic acid in the membrane. There will be more of this cytokine production, more prostaglandin, and of course we don't have a choice other than use a steroid to stop these cytokine storms. But initially, if we have a balanced diet, if we have a more of omega-3, more balanced omega-3, as is seen in Japan and in Norway, where the seafood is very available, then you don't see that much of severity because arachidonic acid are not in that higher level. Now, I already mentioned some of the dietary approaches, but there are approaches, I'll now go in detail a little bit here and there, that we now know. The healthy diet is very important because you need a appropriate amount carbohydrate, protein, etc. And you need a vitamin C for effective immune system. Vitamin E, because immune system is inflammation means is a lot of oxidative stress. So you need antioxidant. Polyphenol, etc. is very important. And then zinc is very important for innate immune system as well as the antigen presentation in the dendritic cells. Zinc, omega-3 I mentioned already to reduce the arachidonic acid metabolite that we do by steroid in a pathological condition, and Mediterranean diet that contain a lot of grains, vegetables, etc. And the bad is saturated fat, high glucose, and high fat meal diet. So if we put in a situation like this, mostly the dysbiosis of the gut now, dysbiosis means changing the gut microflora with a wrong kind of bacteria from the environment. And that is helped by some of the nutrient like saturated fatty acid, they don't like it. Then this bacteria will die and have a dysbiosis. Too much sugar is not. Red meat has another problem. I don't have time to talk about it. Through nitrate metabolism, it can affect our physiology. And of course, the polyphenols are very good. The grapes and all the polyphenols that stop the dysbiosis, and that is very important. So the reaction, immune reaction will be less and things like that. And another thing is omega-3 actually reduce the toll-like receptor, so you have a less cytokine production under certain conditions. Omega-6 has some effect. And the gluten, as you know, in IBD and other conditions, it is a very highly inflammatory because of TLR activation. And if the TLR activation is there, cytokine, etc., dysbiosis is there, then the gut will be leaky and the bacterial polysaccharide, etc., will go there and create a big problem and lead to cancer susceptibility infection. Because I forgot to mention, these bacteria, gut bacteria, they produce butyric acid, which is very important, kill the cancer, colon cancer cells, but it protect the gut. So there are a lot of good things when you take, kind of a complex carbohydrate. And these, as I mentioned already, are important. And as I already talked about omega-6 fatty acid, linoleic acid, that we are taking a lot to reduce the cholesterol level, but this itself is a pro-inflammatory. And for that reason only, the billions of aspirin we take in order to reduce the headache, fever, you name it. And that can be, it is so much now. If it is too much under pathological condition, then as you see in cytokine storms, you have to take the steroids. And other good omega-3 fatty acid that is dwindling now in the world source because of fish in the, not the seafood, not the sweetwater fish, seafood. Sea fish has that omega-3 fatty acid. They produce EPA and DHA. These are very important for mental development, resolution of inflammation, etc. They help it. But this amount in Indian population is pretty low, especially the vegans and vegetarians. They don't have a choice. But urad dal has some impact. But for Bengalis, they can get it through hilsa fish. Tilapia is the worst. It has more omega-6 and very little omega-3. So you have to choose right kind of food in order to increase the omega-3 level in the body. And this is just to show you the omega-6, omega-3 ratio. It is very good in Japan and seafood consuming country, and they have a less of inflammatory problems. But in our country, India and others, omega-6 content is so high, so inflammatory because of arachidonic acid. So we take a lot of NSAID drugs, like aspirin over-the-counter drug, as well as the steroid under a difficult condition. Even the metastasis of cancer, prostaglandins are involved and things like that. That's why the steroids are being used. Another is omega-3 fatty acid. They, like microbiota, they maintain the tight junction of the gut. The leaky gut is very bad, that anything can go inside the bloodstream. But the gut junction is very important. It's maintained by the bacteria and the mucus production of the gut, and they produce some antimicrobial agent, etc. And then a tight junction maintaining is very important. And in COVID-19 other situation, it's possible the gut become leaky and there's a problem with the gut metabolism because of the dysbiosis happening. And a lot of trials are now going on with which kind of bacteria or lactobacilli strain is helping us in order to maintain the gut integrity, and that is protecting during COVID-19, and also what sort of the compounds like short-chain fatty acid, butyric acid, propionic acid, acetic acid produce, and how it is interacting the immune system to modulate the immune system. As you know, vitamin D, I'll not go details. It is almost present in important for everything in the body, and it is coming. Sun is very important, and that is problems in our country for color situation and others. We don't go to the sun much, and we don't produce too much of vitamin D, not too much optimum level, and some of the medication can have a bad effect, like corticosteroid, etc., and the metabolism could be a problem. Even you take it, it is not working. So we have to think about medicine in a holistic way, interrelation between the different organs and cell types. Always the plasma level does not say much, because it is a sync. It is okay. It is a kind of correlation is there, but sometimes you may not get it. But this is a modern medicine. It is coming, which I don't have time to talk about. As you know, the modern medicine is such every 4 years we just junk the textbook. It's changing too much, and it is involving too many diverse discipline, including nutrition, in order to have the proper use of medicine and personified medicine. As I said, the vitamin D and immune function, as you see here on the right side, it is inhibit interleukin production. It is CD19. It can inhibit, but CD4, that a helper cell you need for a vaccine production, that gets the information from dendritic cells when they eat the virus. Then CD4 cell depend on vitamin D. If vitamin D is not there, and omega-3 fatty acid also, then even you take vaccine, it does not produce enough of adaptive response, immune response by producing antibody. And also dendritic cells are important. They involve in metabolism of inactive vitamin D that we consume as a dietary or medicine supplement. It has to have a one hydroxyl group introduction, then it is involved. So as you see, it's a very complex situation with this nutrient involving so many cell types and interacting each other, and then interacting with innate immune response and adaptive immune response. And if it is not there, even after taking vaccine, it will not produce optimum level of vitamin D because lack of appropriate and proper nutrition. Another is any viral infection that leads to fever, etc. Your antioxidant oxidant balance is disturbed, even in cancer. And this is a problem. So we know that a lot of antioxidant in the diet, vitamin C, vitamin E, etc. D, they are also antioxidant present in the most of the colored fruit. And this antioxidant, actually, we have also enzymes, dismutase, and that depends on copper and zinc and selenium also, glutathione peroxidase. So these are all as a battery of diverse antioxidant that must be in our body in order to cope up with the virus-induced oxidative stress in the body. That is very important for recovery and shaping the membrane back to again what was before the infection. And copper is very important in terms of it inhibits the replication of the virus. If the copper is in the body there and copper is available, blood, plus you know that copper has a very killing power inside the surface. And in ancient India, most of the pots, whether used in worship, others made of copper. And if you keep anything copper, they will destroy any kind of virus, bacteria, etc. through their mechanism. And Ganga Jal will remain Ganga Jal because of copper. And the zinc as a gatekeeper of immune function. And zinc deficiency is a big problem. And zinc deficiency can happen if the topsoil erosion is there. And if you use too much of underwater containing arsenic, etc., they can disturb the zinc ecosystem. And in the diet, one has to look at in our food and things, the zinc is there properly. It maintains the RDA level or not. And this is involved Th1 and Th2. This balance can happen. That we see zinc deficiency in older people. Even in omega-3, they go more of cytokine production than antibody production. And if it happens, you have more Th1 and then Th2, then you don't produce much of antibody even after vaccination. And the naive B cell will be less, and they will produce less of antibody. And so very important, the zinc homeostasis is maintained. And zinc toxicity that could happen near some of the industrial waste products, etc. has happened. And it has been shown it has direct problems on the immune system. Another thing I talk a lot about, I think, the gut bacteria, because it is very interesting, a lot of research going on at the moment, how you can protect, especially conditions like India because of pollution and other things, and the food we go for more refined food. This is a problem, and that can changes the good bacteria, and also cesarean baby. That is impacting a lot of the new generation. They unfortunately miss the best gift in the world that mother gives to their baby. And if this bacteria changes, we call it dysbiosis that lead to so many problems for mental and attention disorder to diabetes, high blood pressure, you name it, it is there. And as I mentioned, they need 60 grams of complex carbohydrate. As you see, polysaccharide here in beta glucan and others. They from there they produce the short chain fatty acid, acetic acid, butyric acid, and they are involved in maintaining the different immune cell and cytokine production. There are a lot of, if you go to literature, you'll find it. I don't have time to discuss it. So the most important thing then immune systems that foster the community of good bacteria is very important. The diet should be like this. Our lifestyle should be like this so that we don't lose our gut. If gut is lost, everything is lost. So gut is another brain. Gut has its own senses. Gut has own nervous system. And gut is so important. And we call it gut feeling even then. And this is maintained by these bacteria, and we should treat them properly and this way. And a lot of clinical trial, as I mentioned, going on with the probiotic that is introducing this lactobacilli and bifidobacteria. There's a lot of development going on, how we can develop it and do this. And so I think I'm taking too much time. This oxidative stress is there. So all this potential involvement of micronutrients and food bioactives are important. And it has been shown in other viral infections like vitamin A, C, D is there. So we think that it is also working against COVID-19. And there are different sources you can find out where you can get these vitamins. I'll not talk too much about it. So
Hello.
to end this,
Hello.
hello.
Sir, please conclude soon because waiting next speaker, sir. I'm sorry, extremely sorry, sir.
Oh, that's all right. And so this is this attention must be focused with nutrition, and nutrition inadequacy leads to functional decline, lead to the disease, and most of the COVID-19 that we see is due to nutritional deficiency, and we have a lot of nutrition information which can be used to cope up with this and future things. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm done now.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a wonderful presentation. It's time to take some questions. Sir, role of engineered probiotics as therapeutics for improving human health.
Yeah, it's going on. Research is going on. And we have also naturally isolating bacterium for the good health people. Stool bank also is in progress. So there are a lot, and we have a lot of information now. And a lot of patent going on at the moment. So within the next 5-10 years, you will see a lot of products.
Okay, hello.
Thank you so much.
Saptadeepa,
I would like to invite Jotindranath Bhakto, sir. No, sir.
Okay.
I would like to invite Jotindranath Bhakto, sir, to say a few words about our keynote speaker.
Okay, thank you. Many thanks to Professor Dr. Roy for your illuminating lecture and informative and also helpful to our all audience and participants. Again, many thanks to you. So we will meet later on regarding our next any kind of programs. So thank you, sir. Thank you.
Now I am going to invite Dr. Shushmita Lahiri, Joint Convener of our organizing committee. Welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, very good afternoon to all. Very good afternoon and hearty welcome to our next keynote speaker, Professor Suparna Sannal from Uppsala University, Sweden. We will be highly privileged to experience your lecture, madam. I think this virtual interactive platform is the only positive side of COVID-19 pandemic where we are being able to connect with our distant respected speakers. Now introducing Professor Sannal, who has been my very dear and close friend since the days of BSc at Bethune College. I take pride to state that her primary research interest is to understand how proteins are synthesized and folded in the living cells. Being an RNA biologist, she has studied the role of RNA in various cellular processes in diseases and cures, including COVID-19. She has been an expert of antibiotics and also of neurodegenerative diseases, where she studies the mechanisms with molecular and structural biology. And she has published her important with significant research work in a number of peer-reviewed international journals and has received a number of awards on this. Currently, she is the deputy head of the Department of Cell and Molecular Biology and also the director of Applied Biotechnology and International Masters Program at Uppsala University, Sweden. So, Suparna, I invite you to deliver your valuable talk. And thank you for joining us. Okay.
Am I audible clearly?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Shushmita and all respected teachers, faculty members of Kolkata University, and other guests and dear students. It's lovely to connect with all of you in this webinar. It is perfectly all right that the previous lecture of Professor Dr. Roy was long. I learned a lot. Actually, it was very pleasant to listen about the metabolic pathway of COVID-19 virus and then how we can modulate or improve situation with nutrition and so on. So this is absolutely contemporary. And what I'm going to talk about is also another arena where we need to pay a lot of attention. So without any delay, I start sharing my screen and then introduce the topic. So I hope you can all see my screen. And this, so what you see there in the first screen is actually the city where I come from, where I'm sitting now in Sweden. And this university town is named Uppsala, the oldest university of the Nordic Europe. But nevertheless, I mean, this university was founded in 1477. But nevertheless, this is not the old academic institution in this city, because what you see here, this is a cathedral, which is in the city center. And in the left, what you see here, this green mosque kind of structure, this is actually the oldest medical students training center for surgery. So anatomical theater. Oldest anatomical theater that you see here. And then in the backdrop, there is actually a school, which is Cathedral School, which is from 1200. So I start by introducing the city because I think that just not in history, but in science also, we have to follow the tradition and respect the historical aspects. And what brings me to Uppsala is actually the tradition of Uppsala University in protein synthesis research. So the research about mechanism of protein synthesis boomed in Uppsala University, I would say, when we were students in undergraduate college. And then I came across to some really eminent papers from the scientists, and I aimed that I would actually come and learn these techniques and mechanisms from them. Gradually, I grew in this university, and as Shushmita, my good old friend, nicely introduced, my research topic is the understanding of mechanism of protein synthesis in the molecular level and also protein folding, and then to connect it with drugs and diseases. So we all know that often the patients, when they are actually dying, they might have cancer, they might have COVID, they might have some other disease, but often the patients actually die out of bacterial infection related pneumonia or similar kind of, or other kind of bacterial infection. And then we also know that the bacterial infection cannot be stopped in the same way as you stop, for example, viral infection and vice versa. And in order to stop bacterial infection and not viral infection, we are dependent on this special category of compounds, which we call antibiotic. I still try to explain not my mother anymore, but many from our previous generation, that if you start sneezing or get a little bit of cold or viral fever, don't just start taking antibiotics. So this is a very important information that I want to start with, that the antibiotics are antibacterial compounds, and often a big pandemic, be it a viral pandemic or other kind of pandemic, can be followed by a bacterial pandemic. And that's why working on the antibiotics, understanding the mechanism of their action, and also try to develop new antibiotics is very much related to environment and global health. So with that, I introduce actually what the antibiotic that I'm going to talk about. I am very excited about it. This antibiotic's name is arbecacin. I'm not sure if you have heard of it, and it is still a novel antibiotic, and I will soon tell you why. But let me introduce my love for research that you see in the left. This is the molecular structure of ribosome, and this is very high resolution structure. We all know that ribosome is composed of 2 subunits, and in bacterial ribosome, the large subunit is called 50S and the small subunit is called 30S. And then this, if you just see in a cartoon or very low resolution illustration, then you can see that ribosome is actually holding the messenger RNA here, and the messenger RNA contains the genetic codes which are transcribed from the genes located in the DNA. And this messenger RNA actually is kind of the textbook or the reading material which is being decoded in the form of the amino acids which are joined with peptide bonds, and thereby this protein chain is formed. So you can see, other than 50S and 30S, 2 important features here. You can see 3 tRNAs or transfer RNAs, which according to Watson-Crick pair you know very well. So it's a Crick's hypothesis that is known as adapter hypothesis, which actually reads the genetic code on the messenger RNA and then translates it in the form of protein. So here you can actually see, so this is the P side tRNA or peptidyl tRNA, which is carrying the peptide, which is going out through the exit tunnel of the ribosome located on the large subunit. And then you can see this is a new tRNA with single amino acid. So this is aminoacyl tRNA, which is actually reading the genetic code in the A site, and then it is now ready to make the peptide bond. So while it will make the peptide bond, it will basically take up the peptide onto it. And this reaction is called, therefore it is called the peptidyl transfer. And the site of the large subunit where this is happening, we call it PTC or peptidyl transferase center. And the site on the 30th subunit or the small subunit where the decoding is taking place, like where the A site tRNA will sit on the codon of the messenger RNA, we call it a decoding center. So later on in my presentation, I will actually show you close loop to decoding center, but let me introduce aminoglycosides first. And this is the most simplest way how you can define aminoglycoside, that it is actually any organic molecule that contains amino-modified sugar substructures. And these are some common antibiotics. I'm sure you have heard about kanamycin and gentamicin that we could buy actually over the counter in the drugstores in the form of ointment or sometimes oral pills also. This is tobramycin and this is amikacin. So what is common in all of them? All of these aminoglycosides actually contain this moiety, which is called 2-deoxystreptamine moiety. So this is a sugar. Follow my cursor. And then these are 2 amino groups here. So if you look at it, look at the kanamycin, you see this is the 2-deoxystreptamine moiety. In tobramycin, here, in gentamicin. And this one is amikacin, and amikacin, so instead of 1 amino group, it actually has a long extension. And that makes amikacin actually a very, very potent antibiotic. But this is not all. It is very similar to what I'm going to present today. It's almost a sister molecule, arbecacin. So this ring is this 2-deoxystreptamine ring, same as this ring. And this extension you can see here. The difference between amikacin and arbicacin is that in amikacin, you can still see these 2 hydroxyl groups, which can be modified, and thereby bacteria can become resistant to this drug. But the benefit of arbicacin is that these hydroxyl groups are not there anymore. So thereby, the enzymes which usually modify the aminoglycosides and thereby become resistant to this drug cannot really act in the same way. So that makes arbicacin extremely novel and interesting. I'm sorry, I just... Yeah. So then, other than that, then next to it, so then I introduced just the functional side of the aminoglycoside antibiotics. So they are diverse set of clinically important antibiotics. Historically, if you look, then the antibiotic streptomycin, which many of you have heard of, it was first isolated from Streptomyces griseus. But the streptomycin actually lacked that deoxystreptamine moiety. But then later on in many other aminoglycosides, you find that. So they are pretty much broad spectrum bactericidal agents, but classically used to treat gram-negative bacterial infections. How aminoglycosides work? It is known that the aminoglycosides bind to the bacterial ribosome near the decoding center. So of course, we have to see now in the molecular level how the decoding center looks like. And then by binding to the decoding center, I just introduced 2 slides back. The decoding center is where the tRNA anticodons are reading the codon on the messenger RNA. So if a drug is bound in the decoding center, then it of course influences that process. And we will see from the results that I will present that it does not affect the rate of peptide bond formation, but induces error. So in order a correct protein to be synthesized, the protein synthesis mechanism should be very, very accurate and precise. And the correct tRNA should come in with the right amino acid so that the code on the messenger RNA is properly decoded or translated. But then if for a codon, another tRNA, which can be near cognate, like with 1 mismatch, or non-cognate with more than 1 mismatch, can be added, then actually the ribosome is translating a wrong amino acid. And if wrong amino acids are introduced in the protein, it's most likely there will be problems, like the protein can misfold, the protein might be inactive, and the protein might have premature termination or many other complications. But so this is about like how aminoglycosides induced miscoding error. But they, in addition, binding to the decoding center, it also inhibits ribosomal translocation. So what is translocation? Translocation is just translocation, that how ribosome moves over the messenger RNA, codon by codon. But even if all these informations were known, the missing link is actually the effect of antibiotics, aminoglycoside antibiotics on bacterial cells, and then connected to the molecular mechanism. It was not known that what actually, by which process aminoglycosides kill bacteria. I mean, for end users like us, we will just get the antibiotic prescribed and then we will take it. And then the bacteria should be killed. So there was a knowledge gap that which feature of aminoglycoside inhibition actually kills bacteria. And I always find it extremely fascinating to know that. Because if you know that, then you can modify your antibiotic to make it a more efficient process, and then you can eradicate many diseases. So we will come to that. But first, let me introduce the main actors in the arbicacin story. So in the left-hand side, this is the arbicacin, the main actor of today's drama. And then in the right-hand side, you see Narayan Prasad Parayuli, who's PhD student in my group, a very, very brilliant clinical microbiologist from Nepal with vast experience in bacteriology and who aims to solve the antibiotic resistance problem in the world. So he is doing a PhD in my group now, and he is actually driving the antibiotic research in the group. And he published actually the mechanistic insights of translation inhibition with this aminoglycoside antibiotic arbacacin in NAR this year. So many of the results that I will talk about will come from the NAR paper. So if any of you would be interested to read in further details, please look at this NAR paper from this year. So then I take you to ribosome, back to ribosome again. And again, I'm putting the arbacacin on different slides so that you completely understand the structure of arbacacin. It is important to remember this extension. We will come to it. So here you can see that this is a small subunit and this is a large subunit. And if you look into the box, this blue dot is aminoglycoside antibiotic. And since when we did this biochemistry work, no structure of arbacacin bound to the ribosome was available. So this is like the sister compound, amikacin bound to the ribosome. And you can see while I zoom it, the decoding center, then this is the drug moiety, which binds exactly in the heart of the decoding center. So just to introduce to you what is what. So you are basically seeing the decoding center of the ribosome, and this uracil with the number 1498 is on the ribosomal RNA. Let's start looking at this. So all these bases which have been seen to interact with aminoglycoside, these are labeled in green. So these are 1495, 96, 97, 98. And then you can see the very, very key, the monitoring bases, as we call it in the decoding center, A1492 and A1493. And what do you see here? You see that actually 1492 and 1493 is flipped out of the helix in comparison with all these RNA nucleotides. So all these RNA nucleotides are actually facing towards the decoding center, whereas these two monitoring bases are flipped out. So these two monitoring bases need to be flipped out in order to accept the amino-acyl tRNA codon-anticodon interaction. We will have closer look to this, but please remember these two monitoring bases, 1492, 1493, and you can see that this is the binding pocket where the amikacin is sitting, and then you can see that all these bases are interacting with the aminoglycoside, thereby holding it stably in this site. So if this is stably held in the site, still tRNA can bind, but then accuracy gets compromised. So a little bit introduction to how arbacacin was synthesized. So arbacacin, you can see here that it was discovered in about 1972 as a derivative of kanamycin. So this is kanamycin B. From this, dibecacin was formed, and then this extension was added, which is 4-amino-hydroxy-butyryl moiety, and this is the resulting thing is arbacacin. So arbacacin is approved by FDA for the treatment of septicemia and pneumonia, and especially the MRSA strains, that means methicillin-resistant Staphylococcus aureus strains. And so far, very little resistance against arbacacin has been reported, although it was introduced in the market in 70s. Arbacacin gives really little ototoxicity. What is ototoxicity? That is, there are cases in the Asian population that when they are treated with aminoglycosides, these aminoglycosides tend to bind to the mitochondrial ribosome. And since our inner ear cells, they have very, very thin membrane, then these aminoglycosides can pass in there and bind to the mitochondrial ribosome, resulting deafness. So that is ototoxicity. But with arbacacin, such ototoxicity is very little reported. And similarly, it causes a negligible nephrotoxicity, that means kidney problem. But when we took up this drug, the mechanism of translation inhibition was completely unknown. And I will first present that. So what we did is that first we chose a reporter protein, which is a green fluorescent protein. GFP plus is just another variant of the GFP, which matures very fast and gives strong fluorescence. And it took bacteria E. coli S30 extract. That means it just lyse the cells and spin it down in 30,000 RPM. So all the cell debris will go to the pellet, but the lysate will have almost all components of the cell. So that will hold like the transcription machinery, translation machinery, everything. So you can throw in a DNA and then monitor the production of the protein. And in this case, we use GFP+, so we followed it with fluorescence. So what you can see is that when there is no arbacacin, no inhibitor, so this is the control, the black curve, or the black, these are raw experimental data, not fitted. So you can see that this is without any drug. But then gradually when arbacacin was added, we see that in the same time scale, less and less amount of GFP plus is being produced. So in summary, this is the first proof that we had in the lab that arbacacin actually can inhibit bacterial protein synthesis pretty efficiently. Although the experiment is in vitro, since it was taken from directly bacterial cells, it is quite evident that this experiment actually gave us the head up that yes, fine, now it is time to design finer experiment to study mechanism. One important point, I mean, if you plot the amount of protein produced against the concentration of arbacacin, then it generates a curve, and the midpoint of the curve is actually determined by a concentration of the arbacacin that is required to get 50% of maximal protein synthesis. So then here you can see that this was actually in the nanomolar range, 150 nanomolar, which is actually a very, very small amount of the drug. And that's why we felt more interested, because if the Ki is so low, that means it would be a very potent antibiotic. That means we can kill the bacteria with very low dose. So then I introduce here a little bit the techniques that we use, and I will present the results from these two techniques. So in the left-hand side, you see the technique is called quench flow. Both are techniques to measure fast kinetics of any molecular reaction. Fast kinetics because here you can monitor the reaction in the millisecond time range. 1,000th fold, 1,000th part of 1 second. So why it is so important? Because within our cell or within bacterial cell, this processes actually take place in the millisecond range. So we wanted to create a system where we can investigate the processes just like how it happens in the cell. So that's why it is important to use these techniques. So this one is a stop flow. So in stop flow, like there are two syringes. One is, here you can see that I have the experiments are written almost, but two reaction mixes are put in, and then they are mixed in a mixer, and then in the millisecond range, and then you can actually plot, then you can monitor the reaction in the real time if you have a fluorescence detector. So you can see that here, like two reactions in parallel can be followed if you have two detectors, which can be put in two different wavelengths. And the advantage is that here you can follow any reaction in the real time. If you add, for example, in initiation mix or elongation mix, at least one compound which is labeled with a fluorescent dye. So for example, here, there are many papers that where people actually label the tRNA, the amino acid tRNA body, with a fluorescent dye. So thereby, when it is binding to the ribosome and when it is leaving the ribosome, one can follow by following the fluorescent signal directly in the monitor. The quench flow is a little more complicated because in the quench flow, we cannot do the real-time measurement. So for every time point we are interested, even if it is in the millisecond range, we have to do one independent reaction. So here also you will have one syringe for one reactant and another syringe for another reactant. But then we will have a third syringe with a quencher, which is usually a strong acid. And this quencher, as soon as these two reactants mix, the quencher quenches the reaction. So if you want to stop a reaction in 2 milliseconds or 10 milliseconds or 50 milliseconds or 2 seconds, you program it. And then the instrument will quench it in that time. So the difference between the two is that in case of stop flow, there is no quencher involved. So you can actually follow the entire curve against time in real time. You do not need to do independent reactions for every time point. Whereas quench flow is requires a lot more persistence and hard work, because in order to produce a curve like this, maybe with 10 points, it's actually 10 independent reactions. So both techniques are capable of monitoring in the millisecond range, and that is the most important thing to remember. The stop flow will definitely require kind of a fluorescence detection or absorbance detection. You can also do CD detection, whereas in quench flow, we usually use radioactivity as a detection method. So we add at least one component with tritium label, and then when the reaction product is collected, this product is analyzed in HPLC, which is attached with a radioactive detector. So this is how we do the experiments. So now just to remind you about translation steps, in the left we have a translation elongation cartoon, and you can see that here we have a peptidyl tRNA, and then EFTU together with amino acid GTP is bringing amino acyl tRNA. This is the complex. This is what we call ternary complex. It binds to the ribosome, and then the tRNA accommodates. So if the tRNA is correct, then EFTU is hydrolyzing GTP and going out in the GDP state. And then the tRNA is accepted. So if the tRNA is incorrect, like the codon-anticodon is not complementary to each other, then most likely the entire complex, the EFTU amino acyl tRNA, will leave. And this is what we call initial selection of tRNA. But once the correct tRNA is selected in the A site, then the peptidyl transfer takes place. After peptidyl transfer, now this P site tRNA is empty, so it must leave the ribosome. So ribosome, like a wagon of a train, now moves on the rail of the mRNA by one codon. And this process is called translocation, which is catalyzed by this G factor, EFG, which also uses the energy of GTP hydrolysis to do the translocation. And then once it is translocated, then the orange tRNA, let's call it like that, it comes to the P site. And once it comes to the P site, then the cycle is complete. And then it will go to the next round, depending on which codon is in the A site and which tRNA will come in with EFTU. So this is basically the translation cycle. And you can see the important steps here, decoding going on. And decoding has to do with the accuracy of translation. So if the tRNA is wrong, I emphasize once again, then EFTU GTP tRNA complex should leave before the GTP is hydrolyzed. So why I hammer on this point is because then if we monitor GTP hydrolysis against time, we should be able to see that how it is the situation if there is a cognate tRNA and if there is a near cognate tRNA, and how the drug arbecacin influences that. And then on the right-hand side, you can see actually schematic illustration of some steps of termination. So termination happens when the decoding center, the codon, will be actually a stop codon. Stop codon means there is no tRNA available against it. So in this case, actually, the peptide release factors will bind. Peptide release factors bind in the compact state like this, a closed compact conformation. And then upon recognition of the stop codon, there is also stop codon recognition step involved. It will open up, like change conformation and open up like this. And then this GGQ motif will actually cut the peptide out from the peptidyl tRNA and protein synthesis will terminate. Okay, so we will actually cover both of these steps and mimic them in the test tube. So that's why I thought it's important to recapitulate. So now how to mimic this in the test tube? So in my group, we have developed a reconstituted transcription translation folding system, but for simplicity, I just call it reconstituted transcription translation system. It has about 50 individually purified components, like ribosome, 10 major translation factors, the bulk tRNA isolated from bacteria, and then the initiator tRNA, which is charged with the formylmethionine. And then there is another mix where we use T7 RNA polymerase for transcription. Other than that, it has individually purified 20 amino acyl tRNA synthetases added. And then there are some other enzymes like pyruvate kinase, myokinase, and creatine phosphokinase, which are required for energy regeneration during the reaction. And then we call the third mix as the energy mix, which has all small chemicals or compounds like amino acids, nucleotides. And then as the precursor of the energy production, we have creatine phosphate and phosphoenol pyruvate. Okay, so this hugely complex system, it is complex because this is exactly what happens in the cell. And we have optimized the system in an extent that the rate and accuracy of protein synthesis when we mix these components in the test tube becomes same as what happens in vivo or in the cell. So this system we call in short RTTF system, and you can have it in a test tube or in an Eppendorf, and then you put in your choice of mRNA or DNA, whatever you want, and then the ribosomes here will synthesize the protein and release the folded peptide. And then you want to know that whether you could produce the protein or not. So one can actually, if you put a radioactive label here, like one amino acid with radioactive label, then you can follow the protein production with time by removing aliquots from this reaction mix and running on a gel. In case we have used fluorescent protein as a reporter protein, like GFP or GFP+, then one can actually follow the protein production by following fluorescence. In case of luminescent proteins like luciferase, one can follow this with luminescence. Or if it is an enzyme, then one can follow it with enzyme activity. So, so this is the reconstituted system we are going to use. And the reconstituted system's advantage is that you can actually form or stop protein synthesis at any state by removing one factor. Like if I want to make an initiation complex, then all I need is the ribosome, messenger RNA, FMET, tRNA, FPET, and the initiation factors. And when they are incubated together, then we get actually 70S initiation complex, just like it will happen in the cell. So with such an initiation complex, where we have added actually tritium labeled FMET, tRNA, FMET, in the other reaction syringe, we are adding this EFTU ternary complex, which contains Phi tRNA Phi. That means our second codon is actually for the phenylalanine amino acid on the messenger RNA, which is already added in the 70S initiation complex. And then, of course, if we want to follow GTP hydrolysis, then we have to use radioactively labeled GTP. Otherwise, it can be non-radioactive GTP. And both results that you see in the screen, in the left, the result of GTP hydrolysis, and in the right, the result of peptide bond formation, are done in quench flow, followed by HPLC analysis. So here you can see even if you don't remember all the complications, just follow these two curves. So the black one is actually without any drug, and the red one is with arbecacin at a pretty high concentration, 20 micromolar. Why I call it high concentration? Because you already saw that when we tried to use arbecacin to inhibit synthesis of a full-length protein, the Ki, the inhibitory constant, was only 150 nanomolar. Whereas here we have added huge amount of drug. But if you follow the rates are very close to each other, like 150 per second. So that means arbecacin does not inhibit the tRNA delivery, which requires GTP hydrolysis on EFTU. So I will show you the decoding center once again to brush up like why this is so important. So although it binds to the decoding center, it actually does not inhibit the tRNA delivery. Now, if you look at the rate of peptide bond formation, because after the tRNA is delivered, then the peptidyl transfer will take place. But in between, there is one more step, which is called the amino-acyl tRNA accommodation. And that takes time. And that's why the rate of protein synthesis is slower than the rate of GTP hydrolysis. But whatever it is, again, if you compare the rates from the black and the red curve, one is without arbecacin and one is with arbecacin, you can see that the rates are very much comparable. It's like just 50 per second. So that means we conclude that arbecacin does not inhibit GTP hydrolysis and peptide bond formation with cognate tRNAs, because here we haven't challenged the system by putting a near cognate tRNA with a mismatch in the anticodon. So if you supply cognate tRNA, no problem. The drug has no effect. Now, let's have another closer look in the decoding center, and this is taken from the paper by Venki Ramakrishnan, our Nobel laureate in 2009 for solving ribosome structure with antibiotics, mostly the small subunit. So this is a legendary paper from 2001, where you can see that this is zoom into the decoding center where there is no tRNA bound. And you can see that 1492, 1493, they are like facing this side of this RNA helix. And now, when the cognate tRNA comes in, and this purple is the messenger RNA. So you can see this 1, 2, 3 positions of the codon. So you can see that when the tRNA comes in, and here is the anticodon bases, so nucleotides. So they are trying to see that, oh, do I stay or do I go? If the anticodon and codon can form Watson-Crick geometry, like we find in DNA double helix, then that means this tRNA is correct. There is perfect complementarity between codon and anticodon. And now you see this 1492 and 1493, what are they doing? They are not looking on the other side of helix anymore. They are now flipped in. They are flipped to check almost what is happening in the between the codon and anticodon. So if this codon and anticodon are perfectly complementary to each other, then this A1492 and A1493, I stress once again that we call these as monitoring bases. The third monitoring base is here, G530. They are as if they are checking that whether the codon-anticodon match has worked properly or not. And if it is correct, then they form hydrogen bond to stabilize codon-anticodon reaction. And that you see here, this is basically from Pearson textbook, Molecular Biology of Gene. So if there is a correct codon-anticodon pairing, then you can see that the 1492 and 1493 form hydrogen bond with the bases in the messenger RNA. But if there is a mismatch and there is no hydrogen bonding between these two bases, between codon and anticodon, at least 1492 cannot make any stabilizing hydrogen bond. So if it cannot, then already the signal gets here. This is the scenario of incorrect pairing, if you are following my cursor. So in this case, the tRNA comes in and the tRNA has a mismatch, and this 1492 is actually not forming any hydrogen bond, and that gives the signal that this tRNA cannot bind stably in this on the codon, so it leaves together with the amino acid and EFTU before it hydrolyzes GTP. And this process we call initial selection. And here in the C diagram, you see another mode of accuracy in translation, which is called proofreading. And this happens after GTP hydrolysis, but today we do not need to go into that. So here comes the Narayan's results and beautiful results. So in the left, if you just look at from left to right, so the top panel actually shows the result of GTP hydrolysis by EFTU. And then the bottom panel looks at the dipeptide formation. And this is same as the raw experimental data I showed few slides back. So everything you can see happening in millisecond. Now, if you pay attention, so this UUC codes for phenylalanine. So that means this is the cognate tRNA, which actually reads UUC. So then if you have the cognate tRNA, then irrespective of how much arbicacin you add, 1 micromolar to 40 micromolar, they give you the same rate. All curves are overlapping. Same thing happens for dipeptide, FMET-Phe dipeptide formation. If it is cognate tRNA, no problem. Then as much as 40 micromolar arbicacin you add, but the peptide bond formation always gives you similar rate like 50 per second. 50 per second. That means one peptide bond actually happens in 20 milliseconds. Now, if we challenge the system by giving a near cognate, that means a wrong tRNA with one mismatch. So normally, what I showed from the textbook, if that is always true, then this near cognate tRNA will be always rejected because this monitoring basis do not approve the mismatched tRNA to come in. But here you can see that if arbicacin is added, then more arbicacin you have, actually, it is making the peptide bond with the wrong tRNA, with the wrong amino acid, faster and faster. So here we have like with 5 micromolar arbicacin, this orange plot. And then here you have with 10 micromolar, and then 20 and 40 is similar as cognate. And this is for GTP hydrolysis. If you follow that for dipeptide formation, it's identical. That more arbicacin you add, more easily the wrong tRNA with the wrong amino acid is accepted. That means this is a experimental demonstration that how arbicacin and most likely other aminoglycosides induce error in translation. So if we plot the rate of this GTP hydrolysis and rate of dipeptide formation, then we get these plots. So as expected, you can see that for cognate case, there is no variation of rates in the presence of arbicacin in GTP hydrolysis. And you can also see here is that for dipeptide formation also for cognate tRNA, arbicacin has no implication. Whereas for the near cognate or mismatched tRNA, which incorporates actually a wrong amino acid here, we can see that addition of arbicacin gradually induces the gradually induces error, and the rate of acceptance of the wrong tRNA goes up. So that means imagine that when a bacteria will be treated with arbicacin, what will happen? So when a bacteria will be treated with arbicacin, then arbicacin will bind to the decoding center of its ribosomes and thereby actually force it to take whatever wrong tRNA comes in. So that means it will completely mess up with the protein synthesis, and the proteins will produce will be wrong. So they will be inactive, truncated, misfolded, and thereby most probably the proteins will not, so thereby the cells will not sustain. Okay, but this was just our prediction. So if you plot this like how much actually accuracy decreases with addition of arbicacin, you can see that with 40 micromolar, it becomes almost 0. And the Ki, that is again the half concentration, the concentration of arbicacin for half maximal accuracy is 14 micromolar. But then arbicacin, if you compare without drug to with drug, it can actually compromise accuracy of protein synthesis by 80,000 times, almost like 1 lakh times, that it can compromise the accuracy of tRNA selection. So this we demonstrate actually for the first time, absolutely quantitatively for one aminoglycoside, that how it induces error in protein synthesis, which was only qualitatively shown before. Then we come to the mRNA tRNA translocation, and here we are going to stop flow. The previous experiments were in quench flow, and here we go to stop flow. And as I said, that in stop flow you need a fluorescence detector. So we use a messenger RNA with a pyrin label. Pyrin is this moiety, and it gives fluorescence. So here we actually start with a pre-translocation ribosome, and then when EFG together with GTP is added to it, then translocation takes place. So if translocation takes place, this entire ribosome will move on the messenger RNA by 1 codon, and as a result, this pyrin, which was outside the ribosome, will now enter the ribosome. So that will cause change in its fluorescence, because fluorescence is highly dependent on the environment. And as a result, you will see actually a drop of fluorescence like this. So this is a different experiment, and we do not have time to explain this. All I can say is that this was our optimization experiment from the stop flow to see that where on the messenger RNA we should put this pyrin label, because we have to order the messenger RNA with the label from the company in that way. And then for this, I have to name actually 2 people from my lab. Both have passed PhD, Changil Kim and Mikkel Holm. And they standardized this assay and optimized it, matching it with the functional tripeptide formation assay. And this paper we published this year with all optimization methods. So thanks to them that they took this effort. So following translocation was very easy for Narayan, who easily picked up this assay. And then here you can see in the log scale, but it's in time in second, the effect of arbacacin on translocation by EFG. And from the plots, you can clearly see that the rate is gradually decreasing. And from this decrease of the rates, I will not go in detailed analysis of fast and slow phase, but all I want to say that from this, you can estimate the fraction of the ribosomes which are being inhibited. And this produces these plots. So here we have done actually a fine experiment. We added arbacacin either with the ribosome in the initiation mix or in the elongation mix. And from this plot, which is reflected in the bar diagram, you can see that if arbacacin is in the initiation mix, then the Ki is actually lower than when arbacacin is in the elongation mix. That means if you pre-incubate the ribosome with arbacacin, allow it to bind, then actually it can inhibit the reaction with much less concentration. That means pre-binding to the ribosome is an advantage for arbacacin. And then we found out another very interesting thing, that if we titrate elongation factor G, keeping the arbacacin constant, we can actually reverse or compromise the inhibition. So this data is like in the titration of elongation factor G. So the black one is when there is no drug. That means this is the fastest translocation in our test tube reaction. And then the red plot is actually with highest concentration of arbacacin Narayan has tried, which is 80 micro, no, sorry, this is the highest concentration of EFG, 80 micromolar, keeping the same concentration of arbacacin. And you can see that if we go up to EFG like 80 micromolar, then we can actually bypass the inhibition by arbacacin quite a lot. It means that EFG and arbacacin, they can have actually mutual effect on each other. So keeping EFG constant, if you go up in the drug, you inhibit EFG mediated translocation. And keeping the drug constant, if you can go up in EFG, then you can bypass arbacacin mediated inhibition. So this is explained in this very, very extensive and complicated experiment. But all I want that you notice here, that in the left y-axis, we are plotting the time required for single translocation event. And lower the EFG concentration, then you can see that it is actually taking longer time in the presence of any concentration of arbitacin. It is not reacting to arbitacin concentration at all. But if you are going up in EFG, then you can translocate faster. So the translocation time is getting shorter. So this translocation times, inverse of that, if it is plotted, then we get the rate of the reaction. And if we look at the translocation time, you see here is another extremely important information, that even if you go like super high, almost theoretically infinite concentration of EFG, the intercept of this inhibition curve does not pass through zero. That means irrespective of how much drug you put, arbitacin cannot completely inhibit translocation reaction. This is very important to understand its physiological function. But whatever be the EFG concentration, it will prolong the translocation reaction, which takes about only 50 milliseconds to 2 seconds. So a reaction which would take 50 milliseconds, it extends to 2 seconds. So that means it is a potent inhibitor of elongation. Shushmita, can you tell me how much time do I have?
Actually, since the time was at 4, so I think you can continue for another 15 minutes. Joint Secretary, can you suggest?
Because I started at from
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
12:15, so then I will cut out all the slides and just go to conclusion. So that's why I wanted to ask.
No, for 15 minutes more you can continue, no problem.
Okay, yeah, thank you.
Okay.
So here
Yes,
you can see that
HOD, can you?
Yeah, okay, 15 minutes is okay, please.
Okay.
Please
So,
carry on 15 minutes more.
yes. 15 minutes actually, this is connected with our central information computer center at university. So they have told us that they can give 15 minutes more. So
Carry on, please.
okay. Okay, so we saw how arbitacin inhibits the elongation steps in translation. And then we wanted to study the same thing for termination of translation. Just to recapitulate that termination happens when the stop codons reach the A site, and the termination takes place by cutting the nascent peptide chain from the peptidyl tRNA with the class 1 release factors, RF1 and RF2. So we studied how arbitacin actually inhibits this translation termination. And here we used another assay, a peptide release assay, where we make a termination complex with the peptide which holds another fluorescence moiety BOP. And then this termination complex, when you add release factor in the other syringe, then the release factor can cut it. And as a result, again, the fluorescence moiety will change its environment and the fluorescence will change in real time. So this assay is actually developed by, I would say that another PhD student, Shreya Pundit, together with a postdoc, Dr. Shweliang Gay, and then another postdoctoral senior researcher, Dr. Chandrasekhar Mandava, actually standardized how to label the nascent peptide or the first amino acid, the FMET, with the fluorescent dye, which has become very, very handy. So their method is actually published this year in this JBC paper. So I felt like acknowledging them. But then we can go pretty quick. That this is the result of the kinetics of termination, and you can clearly see higher the concentration of arbitacin, slower is translocation. So if you just look at this plot where the rates are plotted, then Ki is like 0.5 micromolar. So it's actually sub-micromolar. And it is very similar situation as EFG. So the arbecacin inhibition of termination is dependent on release factor concentration. But again, if you look at this inset, which says how much time is needed for this inhibition by arbecacin, this plot does not go through zero. That means, although even if we have very high concentration of arbecacin, the reaction cannot be completely inhibited. So this slide we can skip. And this is again, we checked that how arbecacin will affect the ribosome recycling or with ribosome recycling factor. And we see inhibition, but here you can see Ki is much higher than what we saw in translocation or termination. So we concluded that ribosome recycling cannot be one of the main mode how arbecacin kills bacteria. So then we actually come up this apparently complicated scheme of arbecacin inhibition of bacterial translation. And due to the time constraint, I will not go through it. But if you read the nucleic acid research paper, you get the answers, and feel free to drop me email so that I can explain if anything is unclear. So here are the summary conclusions that, so we see that arbecacin actually inhibits different steps of translation in nanomolar to micromolar range. And then arbecacin binding stalls, elongating ribosome to a state that EFG cannot bind, that it does not favor EFG binding. As a result, the translocation step, which would take normally 50 milliseconds in the cell, takes about 2 seconds. And we also see that the mean time of translocation, that means the time taken for one translocation event, increases inversely with EFG concentration. So we see that arbecacin also inhibits translation termination in the same manner by obstructing RF1 or RF2 binding to the ribosome. Furthermore, in the beginning of the talk, I already showed that arbecacin decreases accuracy of mRNA decoding by about 80,000-fold. And we have to remember that this is what we have measured for the Phi codon. It can be different for other codons, but nevertheless, this is a good example which convinces us that it will cause aberrant protein production. But as I emphasized before, I emphasize once again that both translocation termination events, they cannot be completely stopped even with very high arbecacin concentration. So that means if a bacteria has to be killed, translocation inhibition cannot be the only mechanism. So why I do not mention termination is because termination happens only once in the life cycle of protein synthesis. But elongation happens for every amino acid or every codon. So it's a repetitive process. So targeting elongation is actually one easy way to stop bacterial growth. And aminoglycosides do that. But then we realize that since even with very high concentration of arbecacin, termination and translocation cannot be completely stopped, then most likely these inhibitions together with the decoding error is what is killing bacteria when we are treated with arbecacin. And this is a very, very important understanding. It has never been shown in literature before. Lastly, I show you actually unpublished data, which is generated by Dr. Sonia Majumdar, a very, very skilled structural biologist, postdoctoral researcher in my group. And she used cryo-electron microscopy to solve arbecacin structure on the ribosome. So these are all methods how she used cryo-EM, but we go to the slide where you can see that where she finds arbecacin. So this is absolutely unpublished structure. So she gets a clear density of arbecacin, this one, in the decoding center. And I guess you remember these two monitoring bases, 1492 and 1493. And in her arbecacin, which is green here, you can see that it is actually bound in the pocket. And in the more detailed illustration, the green moiety is arbecacin. And here you can see all other bases, like, and the 1492 and 1493 are here. And here 1404 to 1409, these are the other RNA bases, and this arbacacin actually interacting with all of them. So that explains why the Ki of arbacacin is so low, because it binds in this pocket very tightly by multiple interaction with the ribosomal RNA backbone. But most interestingly, you see that the 1490 to 1493 are already flipped, even without any tRNA. That means they already take accepting conformation when arbacacin binds to this pocket. So that means that when arbacacin is bound, then the ribosomal RNA's monitoring bases are already giving the signal that any tRNA will be accepted. So we clarify in the molecular level the basis of how arbacacin and other aminoglycosides actually create the decoding error. So with that, I will stop. And the summary is here, that so we could actually explore complete mechanism of translation inhibition by a new generation aminoglycoside antibiotic arbacacin. Maybe it will be, you will also get it as a prescription in India quite soon. And then with precise fast kinetics, we illustrate exactly inhibitory constants for every stage. So that helps in deciding dose of the aminoglycoside, because overdosing can create, problem with the hearing or problem in kidney that should be avoided. And then the high resolution cryo-electron microscope structure illustrates how arbacacin binds to the ribosome and also explains its a highly potent inhibitory nature. And then lastly, with the kinetic scheme, we could decipher that how arbacacin causes the bacteriostatic and bactericidal action. And I stop here. Once again, thanking the conveners, the organizers for inviting me to the talk, to the entire audience who are listening to me, and my entire group for bringing this extremely important project into a good conclusion. So thank you.
Thanks a lot for your excellent presentation, ma'am. Just taking one question. What is the recommended dose of arbacacin for treatment?
It depends on which disease that will be treated. And the recommended dose of arbacacin is actually, it's hard to compare in the molar range. It's in the microgram, it's in the milligram range like other antibiotics. But I believe that once our quantitative study is published, then maybe the dose can be modulated or lower.
Thank you, ma'am. I would like to invite Dr. Jotindranath Bhakto, sir.
Hello. So many thanks to Professor Shanal for your very nice illustrating and in-depth research study and your explanation regarding the translocation and protein synthesis and inhibition of the bacterial function. So really very interesting, and I think all research scholars, participants may be benefited, may be encouraged from her research and studies going on. So really very interesting. I am really very pleased for your cooperation and accepting our invitation and giving this type of illuminating presentations. And now I hope this is the initiation with you and also with your university and also our university for further any kind of programs. I think we will extend your kind heart and your warm hand to collaborate with us, because Susmita Lahiri is like my elder sister, and we always collaborate research work, and I heard many things about you from her. So we are really very much interesting. So next I will go through our final synthesis and concluding sessions. So for that I would like to associate with the conclude session, and some information I will give to our participants for their benefit, and because most of the participants are maybe our final semester students. They are waiting for their final results, and some are finding some future courses of actions. That's why I'm going to present some few slides in association with the concluding sessions. Okay. So maybe a visible slide.
Yes.
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yes.
So this is the nutshell of the 2 days webinar. One is the environment, two is the food and human, and also other health of the other organisms. So this brings a big thing from the environmental part. We know that every year environment produce a huge amount of waste generating from the different industrial sectors. This is the main reasons for the polluting the environment, and environmental population is also one of the most important reasons. Human population that is usually growing, and that creates a environmental pollution, and this pollution may generate the different kinds of pollutants in the different compartment of the environment. For example, some 10 important pollutants I am mentioning here, and these pollutants coming from the different industrial sectors, which is the source of the pollutants and polluting the different environment. For example, agricultural and industry, weathering and hygienic, these are the source basically, and these source are the main reason for the contaminating the environment, along with the different kinds of basic bacteria, coliform bacteria, which is also important reason for the death rate of child every year. And some sources are fresh, where from we are getting different kinds of pollutants, and oil is also the important source of different kinds of pollutants of the environment, and pesticides, insecticides, herbicides. This is also the source of the pollutants of the environment. PCB, polychlorinated hydrocarbon, and the polychlorinated biphenyl, these are also the sources, and metal also sources and also reasons for the contaminating the food. And now the question is what we are eating. We are eating the actually food or nutrients or the pollutants. So this is the big questions now. We cannot solve this one, because once the different kinds of pollutants introduced or injected in the environment, so we cannot regard that. They are already present in the environment, and they are causing different kinds of problems in the environment. So gradually they are accumulating. Those are not degradable, and they are flowing through the food chain and and also accumulating in the body system and living system, living cell, etc. So finally, this is the different kinds of problems caused in the different living systems, like physiological protein dysfunction. Today we heard from the Professor Chanel and also Ashim Dr. Roy, Professor Dr. Roy, and different kinds of diseases like skin, liver disease, circulatory diseases, skin and chronic nervous system disorders, liver, lung, kidney diseases, gastrointestinal effects. So we know very well some diseases, for example, Itai disease in Japan, and also your Minamata disease in Japan, and also some nerval disorders and arsenicosis disease caused by the arsenic. So these are the evidences we already witnessed from these devastations already happening in the environment. So our center, Department of Ecological Studies and International Center for Ecological Engineering, as well as Food and Nutrition, together we are attempting to solve some problems associated with this environment. We are dedicated with this types of works. our respected sir, Professor B.B. Jana. He is the founder of the Department of Ecological Studies, and we are trying to carry out this type of studies to meet the ambition of the Professor B.B. Jana. So I am as an associate professor of the Department of Ecological Studies. I am trying to do something. We already applied to our RUSA fund, and we also get some fund from two departments, Department of Ecological Studies and also from the Department of Food and Nutrition, to carry out some kind of course relating to this subject. The present project we already approved by our authority, water and soil quality monitoring and for the environmental management. So these types of program main objective is the skill person development to analyze the different kinds of quality of the environment. And some students are maybe interested, the students from the graduate from the science, they can participate, and their admission fees is very little, 1,000. I think they will be interested, and after getting this certificate course, they will be get some opportunity in their career and job. Industry, agricultural industry, fertilizer industry, and also wastewater treatment industry, water supply industry, etc. Non-government, government sector, they will get the job. And also environmental quality assessment section. So these are the opportunity. And regarding the Food and Nutrition Department, it is very newly established department 2019. It is now in infant stage. So we need hard work to develop and to bring a good shape of the department. We are always trying. Our students, the first batch students, we are seeing here in the photograph, and they are also just received the fourth semester result, and they are trying to get some opportunity in this regard. And in this viewpoint, I can say that you can look after this different kinds of advertisement in also university. University is going to circulate the different kinds of certificate course you can get. Our two faculties, contractual faculties also, Dr. Avadi Sengupta and Dr. Krishnan Dumana, they are striving hard to give the good shape of the department. And from the department, we also got one fund from the RUSA, Clinical Nutrition and Diagnosis. Today, our one speaker gives some message that this is most important nowadays, because patients are not properly guided by the your nutrition, what kind of nutrition you can give, what kinds of for a specific kinds of disease. So this is most important, and we are going to start or initiate this types of certificate course from our department, and we will ask to different sectors. So Professor Sanal, please cooperate us in your respect or in your site. And in this case also, master degree, basic your eligibility criteria or graduation in science. And here I mentioned the course fees 3,000, not 1,000. Already revised this course fees. The students can be applied for getting these types of opportunity for their career development. So it is also a skill development program, and they can get different kinds of job, clinical nutrition, in registered dietitian, project assistant, different kinds of job you can get from this experience, and surgery nutritionist, etc. This is also the opportunity to get the job. And so again, warm welcome to all our speakers and invited speakers, and especially now present Professor Sanal. Again, thank you everybody. And next, I'm asking to call next Dr. your Avadi Gupta for concluding or synthesis the program. Okay, thank you everybody again.
Thank you, sir. I, Dr. Avadi Sengupta, Faculty of Department of Food and Nutrition, will provide a short summary of today's session of the 2 days webinar. We all know that in late December 2019, severe acute respiratory syndrome, coronavirus 2, first emerged in China, resulting in the potentially fatal COVID-19, which is officially recognized as pandemic by the WHO since March 2020. This pandemic has affected the environment as well as the lifestyle of the people. Even today, we are entangled in the web of COVID-19. Education has also been a prey in the hands of COVID-19, and we all have shifted from offline to online modes. Seminars are being transformed to webinars, and I, on behalf of my department, is very happy on the successful completion of this webinar, through which we learned a lot. We all know that among the different precautions that we are taking to work against COVID-19, immunoprotective foods are integral parts. Because if our immunity is strong, we can easily face our enemy, the coronavirus. The speaker today very well explained the beneficial role of immunonutrients and antibiotics. Professor Debidash Ghosh gave a vivid explanation regarding the role of vitamin D as immunoboosting nutrient by preventing replication of viron and stimulating phagocytic index. Our next speaker, Dr. Shayantan Banerjee, very well explained in layman's terms regarding the advancement in treatment of COVID-19 from 2020 till date. He also mentioned the post-COVID problems and the toughest challenges due to longer detentions of critically ill patients. We were really enlivened to hear about the different phases by which we could collaborate with him and work together. We are really looking forward to it. Professor Ashim Kumar Dottorai eloquently explains the role of different immunonutrients, especially probiotics and prebiotics, which helps to battle with this SARS-CoV-2 and regarding the future of pandemics. And our last speaker, Professor Suparna Sannal, discussed about the inside story of antibiotics with special reference to arbacacin, which is considered to be a key part in combating against different diseases. In my opinion, today's session of this webinar was really useful for all the participants, especially the students, and the topics were very pertinent with the celebration of National Nutrition Week. With this, I would like to hand over the mic to our another faculty, Dr. Krishnendu Manna, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Abedi, for inviting me. Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. Very good afternoon, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Pro-Vice Chancellor, sir, Chief Guests, respected delegates, beloved faculty members, and my dear students. I, Dr. Krishnendu Manna, the Faculty of Department of Food and Nutrition, regard this as an honor and privilege to extend vote of thanks on this occasion. I also consider it a great privilege to propose a vote of thanks to all the dignitaries who have witnessed it is a memorable and successful event. Once a great man said, feeling gratitude and not expressing it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Today, I take this opportunity to put all my gratitude in the form of words. Today, my words are not enough to express the gratitude. I would like to thank our Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, for all words of wisdom that radiated a source of energy within us. We will ever remain grateful to you, and we thank you for being with us. You have been a constant support, and you have given us a lot of encouragement, sir. Without your help, this would not have been possible. I am thankful to all the participants for attending the webinar. We have been fortunate to have some of the eminent persons from academia, industry, and utility working in the area of food and nutrition and fields. I am sure that the participant must have benefited by attending this webinar. I, on behalf of my department and the entire entire fraternity present here today, on my own behalf, extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for taking time from your respective schedules to grace this occasion. I must mention our deep sincere appreciation for Professor Devidas Ghosh for his explanation of usefulness of vitamin D in infectious disease. Further, I am grateful to Dr. Sayantan Banerjee for demonstrating his topic on various aspects underlying the management of COVID-19. I may like to express our sincere thanks to Dr. Asim Kanti Dr. Roy for giving an excellent coverage to the topic of understanding the role of nutrition on COVID-19. I also wish to express my gratitude to Dr. Suparna Sannal for providing the usefulness of arbacacin in inhibiting bacterial translation. I bow my head in gratitude to our Dean of Science, Madam, and Registrar Sir for continuous support towards our department. We remain grateful to our teacher in charge, Sir, Dr. Jyotirnath Bhakto, for constant support. Sir, you gave us a lot of encouragement. I extend my sincere thanks to all senior teachers in Department of Ecological Studies and Department of Food and Nutrition for enormous cooperation in the organization of this event. Full thanks to our senior faculty member, Professor Sagar Sannal, who is our mentor and who always stand by us, guide us, lead us, and motivate us. We feel proud and thank you for your presence to this occasion. I sincerely thanks to the member of PG Board Studies Committee members for their valuable suggestions towards the development of our department. I am also thankful to CIRM administration, especially Dipanshu Mondal, for providing us with all possible logistic support towards the organizing this webinar. I thank all the volunteers without whose hands this event would not have been possible. Last but not the least, I thank all the students for showing their interest in the program. I once again thank everyone for making this program successful. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that all of you have well done to 2 days webinar. It is my great pleasure that you had fruitful discussions, though I think 2 days is not enough. Finally, I, on behalf of University of Kolani, would like to close my remarks and officially announce end of the webinar, wishing future prosperity of all the participants and delegates. In future, we will again try to organize this type of webinars. Thank you for your attention.
Participants, you can leave now.